Chapter 2401. Both Good and Evil. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. A woman standing in the garden while her blood dripped onto the flowers, but the flowers that were supposed to prove her innocence did not blossom. She bled to death in the end. Mo Fan would never forget that woman. The truth he had dug up was too poignant and heartbreaking. Her special character was also qualified as a soul frame of the Temple of Evils. It was the Red Demon who took away her soul. Apis declared. Mo Fan took a deep breath. It turned out that he had already been that close to the Red Demon's trail before. Does that mean the Red Demon already has 3 of the 4 souls of the good? Lingling persisted. I believe he has all 4 of them now. Senior Hunter Lung was the final piece of the puzzle. His soul was upgraded to a soul frame after Lu Kuan's death, Apis conjectured. Why is that? Mo Fan was still confused. The Red Demon must be throwing out nets. There are many potential candidates for the souls of the good or the souls of the evil. He might even be watching and conditioning them, as the odds of being upgraded to a soul frame aren't 100%. It's all up to the heavens. For example, in Uria's case, if the truth had not been found out, people wouldn't be aware of her loyalty. The whole institute might still have despised her, thus there was a great chance her soul might have turned into a vengeful spirit, and an extremely powerful one, too. Apis pointed out for them. Every soul had uncertainties regarding its fate. Senior Hunter Long was no exception. There was no guarantee his soul would become the soul of righteousness. His soul could not be upgraded as long as Lu Kuan was alive. If another soul was upgraded before his, he would no longer have been the Red Demon's choice. Therefore, it was possible that the Red Demon was observing and conditioning those souls. He had been pulling the strings behind the scenes to upgrade Senior Hunter Lung's soul into a soul of righteousness. It had disclosed Senior Hunter Lung's job letter so someone might inherit his spirit and fulfill his final wish, freeing his soul to qualify as the soul of righteousness. Did we end up helping or harming Senior Hunter Long? Mo Fan suddenly asked in dismay. What you did was definitely helping Senior Hunter Long. Whether or not the Red Demon was involved, he would still become a soul frame in the Temple of Evils. The Red Demon was only using him as a source of power to evolve into the sacred evil god. It's like ascension, but not only does one have to be sacred, they need a lot of disciples who have made great contributions to the world. The souls are basically the Red Demon's disciples. If they are upgraded to soul frames in the Temple of Evils, they are helping the Red Demon with its ascension, Apis explained. Mo Fan finally understood the big picture. The first Red Demon had exceeded the Little Red Demon's level, which was just an evil spirit. The first demon's goal was to ascend as a god. There were 4 gods in the Dark Plane, the god of darkness, the god of the undead, the god of the Shadow Tribe, and the sacred evil god. Khufu was now the only god of the undead. The identity of the god of the Shadow Tribe remained unknown. The Red Demon was trying to become the sacred evil god, one of the 4 gods of the Dark Plane. It was the reason why the Queen of the Netherworld had strongly forbidden Mo Fan from investigating the fate of Uria's soul. If Mo Fan kept looking, he would have provoked an existence that was very likely to become the new sacred evil god. Mo Fan took a deep breath. It was truly a huge operation. If the Red Demon became the sacred evil god, it would be an emperor-level creature. An emperor was strong enough to threaten the sacred city. The previous god of the undead, Zhong Kong, had infiltrated the sacred city alone and caused a huge massacre. The sacred city did have a Pyrrhic victory in the end, but if the two had not willingly ended their lives, the bloodbath would not have been stopped so easily. Is it true that the Red Demon has collected all 4 of the souls of the good? Mo Fan pressed. There's something else you might have forgotten. There was a fiery bird which kept trying to fly higher into the sky in the Qinling Mountains after sustaining serious injuries over and over again. Its soul dispersed following its death, Apis reminded him. I don't think that was just a coincidence. Don't tell me the Red Demon was following us. Mo Fan blurted out in shock. Apis shook her head and said, It's not following us. It's just casting its nets wide. The fiery bird represented the soul of resolve, but it wasn't upgraded to a soul frame in the Temple of Evils because the red demon found a better choice. Why didn't you tell me that back then? Mo Fan complained. Because I didn't realize it until now. The legend of the Temple of Evils is something that is passed down to us. We will only learn these things after we have grown to a certain level. Apis puffed out her cheeks, displeased by Mo Fan's suspicion. Are you saying that you've grown stronger after your hibernation? Mo Fan noticed something important. Apis turned her head away and ignored Mo Fan. Couldn't Mo Fan tell she had grown stronger? She was already a powerful ruler-level creature. Her power was only suppressed by their unfair contract because Mo Fan's own cultivation was too weak. Apis had not lied to Mo Fan about the sacred evil god. She had unlocked some of the knowledge about the Temple of Evils during her hibernation. She had only learned these things because she was the direct descendant of Medusa. Other lesser demon creatures would not learn these secrets. As a matter of fact, the birth of a new sacred evil god was closely related to the Medusa tribe. The Medusa Queen was also a candidate to become the sacred evil god. Apis would be quite happy if the red demon was reckless enough to take out her two sisters after collecting 8 soul frames. To be frank, I don't want the red demon to become the new sacred evil god, Mo Fan declared firmly. You won't be able to stop it. You didn't even know you were used, Apis pointed out to him. Even if I know I'm being used, I would still have done the job. I gave my promise to Lingling and Senior Hunter Lung, but it's a different story if the red demon is trying to become the sacred evil god. I doubt the red demon has collected all 4 souls of the evil too, right? Mo Fan pressed. If it was done collecting them, my 2 sisters wouldn't be living peacefully in Africa, Apis agreed. Lingling, what do you think? Mo Fan asked her. Lingling had been silent throughout the discussion. She was obviously thinking hard. She was joining the dots between what they had been through and Apis' explanation of the legend of the Temple of Evils to find important clues. Stopping the red demon from collecting the 4 souls of the evil isn't our concern for now. If the red demon truly wants to become the sacred evil god, the archangel of the sacred city will step forward to interfere with its plan, Lingling deduced. So we are not going to investigate it. Mo Fan was surprised. Lingling shook her head and said, "This is already the best outcome I could hope for." It was the best ending for Senior Hunter Lung and Lingling. The first red demon, Kazuoki, had already reached a greater height. It was both good and evil. The clone it had left in the form of Lu Kuan was a representation of its filth and greed. Senior Hunter Lung's aim had been to eliminate Lu Kuan. What Lingling is trying to say is that you might die if you keep investigating the red demon while you aren't strong enough, Apis interpreted for Mo Fan. Apis, you are starting to behave like a bad girl. Is your master being too kind to you? Mo Fan lifted his hand and smacked Apis' butt. The fingerprints would definitely last on Apis' tender skin until tomorrow. Chapter 2402. An imposing official post. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo Fan waited in Luhua town for a while. Liu Yu flew back from the direction of Prison Mountain. The other vampires seemed to have fled. The truth was that it was easier for Liu Yu to fight the Blood Tribe since she could suppress the Blood Tribe's abilities with her own. Mo Fan was not a specialist in fighting vampires. In fact, there was a branch of the Western hunters who were regarded as vampire hunters. They were able to create sacred weapons and potions to fight vampires very effectively. After all, the vampires were the hardest to kill among the mutant races. Will that guy bring us any trouble? Mo Fan had to ask. He's injured. Knowing his age, he will have to sleep for at least 10 years to recover from his injuries. That is more than enough time for me to find his coffin, Liu Yu smiled. Being able to swiftly recover from serious injuries was one of the pros of being a young vampire. A 1,000-year-old vampire would have to rest for a few years or even a few dozen years after their essence was damaged. Bowler was a perfect example. He stayed asleep most of the time. We should get rid of him. Don't give him a chance to return from the ashes, Mo Fan nodded to her. Mo Fan was not worried after Liu Yu said she could take care of the vampire. Besides, Mo Fan had no clue where to find a 1,000-year-old vampire if it insisted on hiding itself. That being said, Mo Fan was still going to ask Bowler to lend Liu Yu a hand. After all, Liu Yu was still so young. Mo Fan was worried she might fall into the cunning vampire's trap while she was tracking him down. With Bowler around, the old vampire would not pose any threat to her. I should go. The enforcement union is here, Liu Yu said softly. All right, take care of yourself, Mo Fan replied sincerely. You too. Liu Yu took off. She did not forget to fly around Mo Fan in a circle to leave him with some of her scent. The enforcement union arrived. Their uniforms had trim of sacred blue and golden yellow. They seemed to be members of the higher enforcement union. The enforcement union had different levels. The branches in Bayu Mountain and Nanchi Mountain were only basic enforcement union members. The Lingyan enforcement union was an intermediate enforcement union. The enforcers who had shown up were from the Dongfang Oriental Enforcement Union, an advanced enforcement union. There were very strict requirements to join an advanced enforcement union. The enforcers either had to be at least super mags, or had made great contributions to the enforcement union. It made perfect sense, since ruler-level creatures and super mags were involved in this incident. Only an advanced enforcement union could handle the case. Mo Fan was only concerned about doing the dirty work, not cleaning up the mess. He was going to let the enforcement union worry about the rest, but to his surprise, he was stopped by the enforcement union. You have broken the rules of the magic constitution. You will have to come with us to the advanced enforcement union, an enforcer declared pompously. The enforcer had additional golden stripes on his uniform, indicating his rank was higher than the rest of the enforcers. Shouldn't you find out what happened first? Mo Fan asked him archly. Rules are rules, and every mage has to obey them, even if you are a super mage, the enforcer stated firmly. I'm a 7-stars hunter master, Mo Fan pointed out to them. I'm sorry, even if you are a 7-stars hunter master, using a destructive super spell within the city's boundaries is still a serious offense, not to mention you used it so close to a residential area. Have you ever considered that your magic might harm innocent lives? The enforcer, Wan Tong, accused him. I'm going to make a call. Mo Fan seriously had no time to waste on someone who insisted on doing his job so mindlessly. I'm sorry, you have to come with us. You are not allowed to have any contact with outsiders before we go through the official procedures, Wan Tong denied him. Mo Fan had purposely waited for the enforcement union to arrive in order to make sure the residents were safe. He did not expect the advanced enforcement union to send someone so rude and unreasonable, who insisted on taking him away even before some simple investigations. As expected of the advanced enforcement union, they seriously did not treat anyone with respect. You can only stop me from making the call if I'm your suspect. Don't you dare act high and mighty in front of me. Thanks to you, the residents and workers of the whole town were hypnotized for several years. I'm already showing you enough respect by not pointing at your face and calling you useless, do you understand? Mo Fan snarled back at him. Wan Tong was stunned. He did not expect this man to be so stubborn. Despite his expressionless face, his eyes were briefly filled with shame. We won't take your words seriously until the investigation is done. Besides, how dare you disrespect the enforcement union? We have the right to arrest you simply because of what you said. Wan Tong spoke up. The other enforcers gradually surrounded them as they heard the quarrel. Then I guess I'll have to prove to you myself that you guys are a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mo Fan stated coldly. He preferred to settle things with a fight rather than arguing with these useless law enforcers. Dark execution ground. A dark glow engulfed Mo Fan as darkness erupted under his feet. The darkness spread rapidly. The light of dawn had just appeared from the east and was shining on the town, but it immediately disappeared as soon as Mo Fan's eyes glittered. The darkness had returned in a strange way, as if it was going to drag the whole place into a deep abyss. Dark spirits appeared behind each of the enforcers' backs, perfectly resembling their shadows. The shadows were holding different weapons as they wrapped around the enforcers. The enforcers, including Wang Tong, were terrified. You dare to murder an enforcer?" Wan Tong screamed at him. The shadow guard behind Wan Tong lifted its blade as soon as Wan Tong finished the sentence. Under normal circumstances, it would have slit the man's throat, but it stuck the blade into Wan Tong's open mouth instead. Wan Tong did not dare say a word further with the blade stuck in his mouth. Even the slightest movement would cause the blade to cut him badly. What are you doing?" "We are advanced enforcers." Some of the enforcers were stammering in fear. They were powerful in terms of status and cultivation. They could easily overwhelm most mags in public. To their surprise, they had stumbled into someone who had subdued them all with ease. They were useless, just like the man had described them. Chapter 2403. Almost for elements at the super level. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo-Fan, we should go with them to the Advanced Enforcement Union. We can't really explain what happened just by giving them a little information and evidence, Lingling urged him. Lingling was not asking Mo-Fan to go easy on Wan Tong. She also needed to go to the Advanced Enforcement Union to investigate something. "Sure, we can go, but not under their custody. I'll drag them with us instead," Mo-Fan declared. "The four of you stay here and collect evidence from the scene. The three of you, and Wan Tong, you are going to the Advanced Enforcement Union with us," Lingling ordered them. The enforcers were dumbfounded. Why was the little girl acting like she was their leader? They were the ones who had attacked the enforcers first. Mo-Fan was not kidding about dragging Wan Tong to the Dongfang Oriental Tower. He took the lift to the highest level. The Enforcement Union was the law enforcement body established by the government and the Magic Association. It was mainly there to ensure mags obeyed the laws of the country and the Magic Association. As for the Advanced Enforcement Union, Mo-Fan had never met anyone from there before, even though it had been stationed in the Magic City all along. "What do you think you are doing?" You shoved a knife into his throat like a hoodlum. You came into the Oriental Pearl Tower holding an advanced enforcer hostage like a terrorist, the vice president of the Enforcement Union snarled at him. Wan Tong felt relieved after he was escorted to the vice president. He almost dropped to his knees as he pleaded his case. "Vice President, this man is nothing but a criminal. My instincts are telling me he's the culprit behind everything. It is reasonable for us to arrest him since he isn't willing to cooperate with us and even dared to attack us. He's disrespecting the Magic Constitution, the country, and the Advanced Enforcement Union," Wan Tong exclaimed, his eyes red with emotion. The feeling of the shadow blade being stuck in his throat had been absolutely miserable. Wan Tong had never felt so humiliated in his life. "President Feng, we can't forgive him easily regardless of his background," Wan Tong persisted loudly. "Go rest outside for now," President Feng waved his hand impatiently at the enforcer. Wan Tong could only glare at Mo-Fan before leaving the room. President Feng fixed his eyes on Mo-Fan after having Wan Tong leave. Mo-Fan had remained smiling throughout the conversation. He did not treat his vile behavior as anything serious. "You're pretty full of yourself right now, aren't you? There's no place for your advisor in your eyes anymore, is that it?" Feng Li asked him. "Advisor Feng, if I knew you were the vice president of the Advanced Enforcement Union, I would have made sure that guy called Wan Tong wouldn't have made a sound anymore, instead of coming here so politely," Mo-Fan assured him. Feng Li, one of the 5 advisors of the national team. Mo-Fan had been quite surprised. Didn't Feng Li have an official post in the capital? How did he go from being the advisor of the national team to vice president of an Advanced Enforcement Union? "I was the chief instructor of every enforcement union in the country. I have trained over 1,000 enforcers. Being an advisor of the national team is only my part-time job." Feng Li blew his beard out with a straight face, the typical way for a middle-aged man to display their pride. Mo Fan thought about that. The World College Tournament only took place once every 4 years. Advisor Song, he was the dean of the Imperial College, and also part-timed as an advisor for the national team. With that thought in mind, the other advisors obviously had other jobs as well. Mo Fan just had not expected advisor Feng Li to be the vice president of an advanced enforcement union. That being said, I was just assigned to be the vice president here not long ago. I was at the Supreme Enforcement Union in the capital before, Feng Li went on. Is this a demotion or a promotion? Mo Fan teased him. A demotion on the surface, but a promotion behind the scenes. After serving as vice president for 2 years, I'll be taking over the Dongfang Oriental Advanced Enforcement Union as its president, Feng Li stated proudly. Mo Fan was shocked by the words. Just how impressive was advisor Feng Li? It turned out that the organization had assigned him to be in charge of the Advanced Enforcement Union here. Even if Mo Fan had crippled the arrogant enforcer Wan Tong today, he would not have had any trouble. He was a member of the national team advisor Feng Li had been in charge of. The relationship between them was like master and disciple. How dare the little enforcer put on airs in front of him? You should watch yourself, too. The Advanced Enforcement Union represents the entire Magic Association. We are in the Oriental Pearl Tower. If it was some other officer here, your actions would be treated as challenging the dignity of the Dongfang Oriental Magic Association. Feng Li warned him. I got it, boss. Mo Fan nodded quickly. Speaking of which, are you improving your cultivation just by eating? At this rate, even, I won't stand a chance against you in just a few years. Despite Feng Li's complaint, he was actually proud to see that Mo Fan was able to hold an advanced enforcer hostage. Mo Fan used to be his student on the national team. Not only had the team won the championship, Mo Fan had also become a super mage. Wan Tong was not particularly strong as a super mage, but the fact that Mo Fan was able to drag him here like a dog was a clear display of Mo Fan's current strength. Feng Li had taken the education path to power. He had been the director of a magic high school when he was younger, and climbed his way up to being the instructor to all enforcement unions in the country. He was also an advisor of the national team, but he had never seen his job title as his greatest achievement. He was prouder of those students of his who were able to make a name for themselves across the world. Boss, how can you say that? I worked very hard to train myself. Mo Fan said righteously. The national team had referred to the 5 strictly impartial and incorruptible advisors as their bosses in secret. Only Mo Fan dared to call them boss in front of them. I heard what you did overseas in South America, too. The head priest of the Black Vatican, Feng Li, finally could not keep the smile off his face. The Supreme Enforcement Union in the capital itself had granted Mo Fan permission for his operation overseas. The Advanced Enforcement Union in the Magic City had been unaware of it. However, Feng Li had been assigned to the Advanced Enforcement Union by the Supreme Enforcement Union. He obviously knew about the operation. I'm planning to visit Bow City before handing the head priest's remains over to the Supreme Enforcement Union, Mo Fan replied calmly. Of course, Feng Li nodded. Wu Ku. Red Cardinal Salin had always headed the biggest evil organization in their country, and the head priest Wu Ku who Mo Fan had taken down was the highest-ranked member of the Black Vatican that the Enforcement Union had ever eliminated. On a side note, since the Cold Prince had been handed over to the Holy Judgment Court, the court instead of China had taken all that glory. This time, Mo Fan was planning to hand Wu Ku's remains to the Supreme Enforcement Union in the capital, but only after he was finally able to account for himself to Bow City. As for the ancient capital, he would need Salin's remains for that. Do you have 2 elements at the super level now? Feng Li asked. I actually have 3. Lightning, fire, and shadow. Mo Fan had no reason to lie to Feng Li. Feng Li took a deep breath. The young man was even more impressive than he had thought. He already had 3 elements at the super level. He was already a cornerstone of the super level mags. I'm about to get my 4th element in the super level, too. I have just gotten my hands on a complete universe vein, Mo Fan informed him. Feng Li had just lifted his cup to take a satisfied sip of tea, but his hand slipped and he almost dropped the cup. Coughing and exclaiming, "It's hot!" Feng Li tried to cover his awkwardness, but it was Mo Fan's words that had scorched him, not the tea. For elements at the super level. He thought. Other super mags only had 4 elements. According to normal standards, Mo Fan was close to reaching the peak of the super level. How crazy could Mo Fan be? Chapter 2404. Submitting an S-level job. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Prison Mountain is under the Enforcement Union's jurisdiction. I bet someone in the Enforcement Union gave him green lights to set up his enterprise there, Mo Fan informed Feng Li. I do pick up something fishy about it recently, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. It's my mistake, Feng Li sighed. Luan should have other projects, too. I hope you can take care of the rest, Mo Fan went on. Don't worry, I know what to do. I just need your little huntress help, Feng Li nodded. Feng Li had collected some evidence, but it only proved a mole in the Enforcement Union had been providing Prison Mountain with special convenience and privileges. There was only some bribery involved, so Feng Li had no clue what the truth was. He had only learned things were so serious after Mo Fan uprooted the evil. Feng Li had to admit that Luan's disguise as a human was perfect, whether it was his role in the Lu clan or his performance at his job. As a result, the Hunters and Enforcement Union had not been suspicious of him for all these years. Luan might still be free if it weren't for the job letter left behind by Senior Hunter Leng. Mo Fan briefly explained the incident to Lu Zhengxin and Lu Qingyao after he returned to the Lu clan's mansion. The two did not react to the news pleasantly, mainly because they had investigated certain places they were always suspicious of while Mo Fan was busy taking out Luan. They had discovered an underground cellar in Luan's private mansion and found a man who had died a long time ago. The man had been badly tortured while he was alive. His face had retained a painful expression frozen on his face when he died. After doing some comparisons, they realized the man who died in the cellar was their real uncle. In other words, the red demon had not taken over Luan's flesh. It had held Luan captive and gradually absorbed his memories and behavior over a long time to replace him. They could imagine the torture their uncle had gone through while a demon was mimicking and learning his behavior just to replace him. Either way, thank you for getting rid of the demon for us. Lu Qingyao was still dealing with some lingering fears. She was terrified after recalling the whole series of events. The younger generation of the Lu clan was only safe because the red demon had still been relying on its disguise, but once it was strong enough, the whole Lu clan would definitely have been reduced to ruins. Mo Fan had seen a few extreme species capable of causing great disasters. The red demons were definitely one of them. Mo Fan was relieved he had been able to take out the red demon before it was too late. I told you, sister, Lu Yilin was only killed because he tried to set Mo Fan up first, but no one in the whole clan believed me. This time, it was Mo Fan who prevented a huge disaster for us, despite what happened in the past. Lu Zhengxin now had absolute trust in Mo Fan. Prison Mountain was the Lu clan's property. If something terrible happened there, they had to bear full responsibility. Luan was cold-blooded, while the Duke of Xiong was savage and cruel. Who knew what terrible things they would do if the secrets of Prison Mountain were exposed? How would the Lu clan retain its reputation in society? It's true that I was biased toward you at first. I'm sorry, Lu Qingyao immediately apologized to Mo Fan. Mo Fan waved his hand. He was not fussed about the little details. Mo Fan was only willing to help because the two had been behaving well. They were not the kind who would bite him to death just because of some old conflict he had with their clan. Mo Fan was warier of the unreasonable people who insisted he had murdered Lu Yilin. Mo Fan could not have cared less about the Lu clan's well-being if that were the case. Feel free to let us know if you need any help. Our grandfather is overseas for the time being, but we still have a say in certain things, Lu Qingyao told him. Then I won't hold back. Does your clan own Kunshan Marketplace? Mo Fan asked them directly. Liu Yu was only the landlord of a part of the marketplace, but the Lu clan was the rightful owner of the area. We don't own just the Kunshan Marketplace. Every marketplace from Guangzhou to Tianjin along the coastline is managed by the Lu clan and the government. Lu Qingyao stated proudly. Oh my, Mo Fan took a deep breath. How insane were rich people? Well, I'm looking for compatible souls, bones, and lineage for my old wolf summoned beast. I've already asked an old vendor in the marketplace to collect them for me, but I'm not too confident about his efficiency and sources, Mo Fan admitted. Why don't you write down whatever you need? I'll ask the marketplaces across 36 cities to collect them for you at a discounted price. Unfortunately, I don't have much say financially, so the cost, Lu Qingyao said. Sister, we can definitely afford it. Speaking of which, what level is your summoned beast? Lu Zhengxin interrupted her. Ruler level, Mo Fan informed him. Lu Zhengxin's expression shifted unnaturally as soon as he heard that. It's fine, I'll pay for the goods myself. You are doing me a huge favor by collecting the materials for me, Mo Fan smiled reassuringly. Lu Qingyao glared at her brother. Did he not realize what level Mo Fan was currently? It was obvious Mo Fan would be needing ruler-level resources. Was he that stupid to think Mo Fan was only after servant-class hides or warrior-level bones? Ruler-level resources are extremely rare. It will take us some time to collect them, even with our sources, but I'll deliver them to Fanxue Mountain once we have them all. Is that fine for you? Lu Qingyao asked him. Sure, thanks a lot. Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan had promised to help his old wolf evolve. He had no intention of going back on his words. Now that he could guarantee a fourth element at the super level, he no longer needed a lot of money in the near future, and could use it to improve the old wolf's strength. After all, his second contracted beast was just a little snake lady who only knew to act coquettishly all the time. Mo Fan wrote down a lot of resources. Wolf species might be common in the woods and mountains, but ruler-level wolves were still relatively scarce. Considering the difficulty of finding suitable soul jades for the old wolf, Mo Fan headed to the Hunter Union in Shanghai to submit an S-level quest. There were 3 important ingredients for a summoned beast to evolve: the soul, the bones, and the lineage. He might be able to obtain the bones and lineage through the Lu clan's help and the vendor's connections. However, the chance of buying a suitable soul jade was almost zero. The S-level quest Mo Fan submitted was hunt for a ruler-level wolf and obtain its complete soul jade. Chapter 2405 Bow City Fortress. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Banks of white clouds were setting off the sapphire blue sky. The green mountains were at a closer distance, with purple peaks further away. The parabolic line of the mountains breezed past as the train headed south. Mo Fan could not help but recall the time he first left Bow City. Now he was coming back to Bow City alone. Mu Bai was busy familiarizing himself with the white brush Mo Fan had given him. He would have to cultivate in seclusion for some time. Zhao Manyang had also gotten a new toy and was concentrating all his attention on learning how to use it to improve the defense of his water magic. Tomb Sweeping Day was around the corner. Mo Fan happened to be bringing the culprit responsible for the calamity of Bow City here to South Mountain. South Mountain held the cemetery with the tombs of those who had died in the calamity. The weather was great when Mo Fan arrived back in Bow City. At this time of the year, the mountain and the sky were normally damp and grey. Many of the residents had moved away from Bow City, leaving only a fifth of its population behind. Bow City had been transformed into a military fortress in the south of the country. It was no longer a lively city. Father! Mo Fan knocked on the door of the old address he used to live at. The old streets had been rebuilt with standard 2.5-story townhouses. The walls were painted light blue, while the glazed roof tiles were darker. The roof tiles were replicas of the Chinese glazed roof tiles that were common in the past, adding a historical feel to the houses. Come in, I've just prepared some dumplings. We can eat them soon. Go make some sauce in the kitchen, Mo Jussin greeted him with a smile. Mo Fan had spent his time overseas or running some dangerous missions lately. Mo Jussin had been to Shanghai a few times, but Mo Fan was rarely around. Mo Jussin had ended up going around the city on his own. Since Fanshui Mountain had started providing the old residents of Bow City with special privileges, Mo Jussin would occasionally visit there, too. Not only was Fanshui Mountain closer to Bow City, he also had a lot of old friends there. It smells nice. Mo Fan was starving. They had a pleasant meal of dumplings. He looked out of the window while picking his teeth and noticed a new red wall had been built along the mountain around a few kilometers away, setting up a new boundary. Did they upgrade the fortress defenses again? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Yeah, the demon creatures are more active this time of the year. The military is running short on hands, having to handle both the threat of sea monsters along the coastline and the danger posed by the demon creatures in the mountains. The same guy has been guarding the entrance to the fortress for a week when I deliver goods there. They don't have enough soldiers to arrange proper shifts, Mo Jussin answered as he was washing the plates. It sounds grim, Mo Fan observed. He felt like there was no place that was perfectly safe and peaceful anymore. Old Mo, time to play some mahjong, an old man's voice came from outside. My son is back. I won't be there today. Mo Jussin called back. Your son? Which one? Are you serious? Don't you know I only have one child? Mo Jussin exclaimed. Is it Mo Fan? Where is he? Let me see him. The old man barged into the house and immediately saw Mo Fan, who was seated at the dining table. Old man Zhong. Mo Fan greeted him with a smile. It really is Mo Fan. You are famous now. I keep telling my relatives in Xiamen I once beat you up when you tried to steal my pumpkins when you were younger, but they didn't believe me. Here, I'll send a voice message to them on WeChat. Old man Zhong exclaimed. Mo Fan quickly explained with an awkward face, it was Zhong Xiao who provoking me. Otherwise, why would I do something mischievous like that? Ha ha ha, the two of you weren't just artificial leather when you were young, you were real leather. Old man Zhong said. TL note. The Chinese word for leather is a slang term to describe someone who is naughty. Old man Zhong, you are familiar with the modern slang. Of course, one must keep up with the times, right? I have been watching a lot of live streams recently, too. Some of them are quite interesting, Old man Zhong answered happily. You should go easy on your body and eat more protein then, Mo Fan advised him. What are you talking about? I'm not referring to those kinds of live streams. I'm watching the hunters ones where they go into the wild. They are exciting. A lot of hunters have come to our city recently. They seem to be doing an S-rank quest. Huge groups are going into the mountains to look for demon wolves. Old man Zhong showed his phone to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was astounded. How coincidental was this? However, on second thought, demon wolves were a common species in the mountains in the south of China. The Bow City fortress was mainly built to defend the people from the magic wolf horde near here. It made sense for the hunters to come to Bow City to look for ruler-level wolves. This group is a bunch of hunter masters. They seem to be looking for the footprints of a ruler-level wolf. They have even crossed Baoya Mountain, Old man Zhong showed him. Won't the demon creatures sense their presence while they are using communication devices? Mo Fan asked curiously. Normally, people would stay at the edge of a safe zone when doing live broadcasts of the wild. Doing a live broadcast in the demon creature's territory was suicide. It was similar to sending a text message or making a phone call. Demon creatures could pick up on the signals from communication devices. It was like sending a GPS signal to all the demon creatures within several kilometers. Even recording in the wild was a risky action, let alone doing a live stream. Apparently, it's a new technology the military has invented, making it possible to conceal the signals of communication devices, so we can now use phones in the wild. Old man Zhong explained to him. Mo Fan browsed through the channels. In the past, live streams were more related to lifestyles. There were almost no live streams related to magic. One reason was the difficulty of recording magic, but the main reason was that they were forbidden by the Magic Association and the government. However, the situation was totally different now. There were surprisingly a lot of live streams educating people about magic. Some hunters were even doing live streams in the wild with professional crews. They even broadcast their fights with demon creatures. Mo Fan thought about all these changes. The government might have been less strict recently, but this was also hinting at a bigger problem. The government was no longer crafting the image of a peaceful world. It was purposely showing the truth to the people. There was only one reason to do so, letting people learn the cruelty of the world, so they were mentally prepared for disasters that might happen soon. The situation was grim. The older local mags told us this is Bohai Mountain. We'll be entering the magic wolf horde's territory after crossing it. Wolves have a sharp sense of smell. Even after several hours, the high-level magic wolves can still pick up the scent of our trail, a hunter was saying in the live stream. But don't worry, we have a lot of strong mags in our group. They can handle any danger with ease. Chapter 2406. Female Wolf Ruler. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo Fan was not an expert at tracking down demon creatures. It would be difficult to track down a ruler-level magic wolf in the mountains. It might take a whole month. The hunters doing the live stream were not trying to hunt a ruler-level wolf. Their job was to track it down. Normally, an entire hunter group would be involved in an S-rank quest. It would have professionals look for traces of their target. It would also have specialized fighters and higher experts on the wolf species. The reward for the quest was 10 figures in size. It made sense to send out a huge group for the job when they did not have a senior hunter among them. The Wizard Bird Hunter group had accepted the job. The hunter group had made a reputation for itself in recent years. It had managed to kill ruler-level creatures before, and since it was active in the mountains in the south, it was familiar with the demon wolves there. They were also Lu Qingyao and the vendor's main source of demon wolf lineages and bones. Mo Fan stayed in Bow City for a few days. He waited until Tomb Sweeping Day before bringing a bag full of body ash over to the cemetery. He also decided to cultivate in Bow City after he was done. He now had a universe vein, a great resource to break through to the super level. His summoning element, space element, chaos element, and earth element were still at the advanced level. It was time to improve his cultivation. He went into seclusion to cultivate. His goal was to improve the space element to the super level. Time passed very quickly. Mo Fan always lost track of time whenever he was cultivating. His mental state had already reached the 6th level. It was considered stable and powerful. The space element did not have soul seeds, as they were replaced by the mental state. Some academics had outlined comparisons between them. The 6th level of the mental state was comparable to a soul grade seed. The 7th level was comparable to a lesser heaven seed. A mage's cultivation was the foundation, while the level of the mental state was amplification. Diligent training was essential to improve one's mental state. Improvement in cultivation would also make the space element stronger. The universe vein was as effective as expected. Mo Fan almost thought he did not have enough luck, as the odds of failing to break through with a universe vein were between 30 to 40%, but he successfully broke through the barrier around his space element's galaxy in the end. The silver light spread and expanded into a bigger zone. It contained a glowing liquid that was slowly orbiting around the stars like celestial rivers. "It's a blessing from Bow City," Mo Fan murmured after opening his eyes. Perhaps the souls of Bow City had blessed him for giving them peace on this last Tomb Sweeping Day. Mo Fan's attempt to improve the space element to the super level was a great success. Mysterious silver energy filled up his mind. As he shifted his gaze to the objects around him, he could even see a string connecting them. He could turn them into his weapons with but a single thought. "My mental state has improved too, but I'm still some distance away from reaching the 7th level," he mumbled to himself. A lot of abilities were different after reaching the super level. Telekinesis still worked the same way, but in the past, Mo Fan had to focus his attention on a specific object to control it. Now, he felt like he was carrying a magnetic field around with him. Every object within the field was on standby. Mo Fan went for a walk. Things as tiny as a rolling can on the ground or as big as a commercial building had silver frames around them in Mo Fan's eyes. They showed that Mo Fan could move them with his space element if he wanted to. "What date is it today?" Mo Fan asked a little kid on the side of the road. "It's the 3rd, the little boy stared at Mo Fan suspiciously. "Oh, does that mean it has only been 2 days? Mo Fan murmured. He had started cultivating in seclusion on the 1st. "Don't you have school today?" Mo Fan followed up curiously. "We have 3 days of holiday from the 1st of May. "Are you stupid?" the little boy shot back. The boy's mother came out of a shop and scolded him. "Xiao Dong, why are you talking like that?" Mo Fan had an awkward expression. Why were the kids so mean nowadays? It was already past the 1st of May? Holy crap, he had been cultivating in seclusion for an entire month. At his current level, the process of meditation would place his body in stasis, and he would not grow a beard. He would not feel hungry, as his body's metabolism slowed down. It was like having a long dream. He had no idea how much time had passed after he woke up. A loud alarm went off. Mo Fan shuddered when he heard the alarm, especially on Bow City streets. Bow City had turned blood red after the same alarm went off in the past. "It's so annoying. Why did it go off again?" the little boy called Xiao Dong yelled out. "Why aren't you treating it seriously? It's a military drill. The alarm is telling us to evacuate to safety. If you hear 3 consecutive alarms, you must immediately run to the underground shelter. Do you understand?" Xiao Dong's mother warned him. As soon as she finished the sentence, the 3rd alarm went off. It lasted for quite some time. The pedestrians were very calm at first. After all, it was common for military drills to happen after Bow City had turned into a fortress city, but they had never heard the 3rd alarm sounded before. The military drills only involved the 1st and 2nd alarms. The 3rd alarm meant it was a real alert. "Mother!" Xiao Dong pulled at his mother's shirt. "Quick, let's find a place to hide." Xiao Dong's mother grabbed her son up in her arms. She looked a little lost, but subconsciously searched for the closest shelter among the signs. The atmosphere on the street had changed instantly. Mo Fan remained standing there with a blank face. What is going on? The people were obviously used to the drills. They might be in a panic, but they were moving to the shelters in perfect order. Battle mages appeared on the street to maintain order and guide the people to the emergency shelters. They were well trained. The street was emptied in no time, leaving only a few mags who were searching the buildings and houses to make sure no one was left behind. The whole process was done very quickly. If the people of the old Bow City had such awareness when the red alert was sounded back then, the casualties would not have reached 5 figures. "Sir, I'm a hunter. May I ask what's happening? Why was the alarm sounded?" Mo Fan asked a skinny soldier passing by. "Humph, it's all the hunter's fault. Recently, a hunter group killed a male ruler-level wolf. They did help us eliminate a huge threat, but they didn't tell us they also took the 5 pups of the ruler-level wolf. It drove the female ruler-level wolf crazy. It has come to seek revenge," the soldier huffed at him. Chapter 2407. Forgive us. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. A strange blood-red mist had engulfed the purple mountains. A female wolf wrapped in a venomous blood-red shroud was traveling across the peaks rapidly. As it was sprinting, red lightning strikes fell on the mountains it passed and left behind clouds of poisonous insects. The insects sucked the life of every living creature in the area dry. The mountains were home to hundreds of bird species. The she-wolf had brought a terrifying plague to the mountains along its trail. The poisonous insects fed on the living creatures in a frenzy. The plants wilted and the animals were turned into bones. The whole place turned grey, as if it had just gone through a terrifying disaster. The fortress on Bow City's snowy peak mountain. The battle mages were overwhelmed with fear after witnessing the terrifying sight from the top of the fortress, their eyes wide. This was a ruler-level creature. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and the mountains were pretty, but every living thing had wilted away as the rivers of the mountains were filled with blood under the dull sky. They could not imagine what would happen if the she-wolf intruded upon a populated city. How terrifying would that be? The fortress of Bow City was built between two magnificent mountains. Barbed fences were set up over 7 kilometers to prevent demon creatures from entering the safe zone. Could the barbed fences possibly stop the she-wolf ruler that was able to jump between mountains? The blood-red mist and clouds of venomous insects were approaching like a storm. The fortress of Bow City was as sturdy as a mountain wall, but it did not give the battle mages any sense of security. "She's here," the lieutenant general stationed at the fortress shouted. She had come, and she was far scarier than he had expected. The morale of the battle mages was crushed when they saw the deadly mist and venomous insects the ruler-level creature had brought with it. "General Nan, our wizard bird hunter group is the cause of this. We will bear full responsibility. Please protect the people at all costs so Bow City won't suffer another calamity," the leader of the wizard bird hunter group, Zhu Yuan, spoke up. General Nan did not reply, still frowning. The ruler-level female wolf was right in front of the fortress. She did not jump over the artificial barrier, even though it would not be that effective at stopping her. She simply stood on the path leading to the fortress. She was fearless. She seemed to think it would not take a long time to destroy the human fortress before continuing on her way. A man in plain clothes was pushed forward from the wizard bird hunter group on the fortress. His hands were tied. He was escorted by 2 hunters of the wizard bird hunter group. Fig vines flew forward and built a bridge to the ground. The 2 hunters escorted the man to the entrance of the fortress where the female wolf could see them clearly. The female wolf had terrifying eyes. The deadly blood-red mist was leaking out between her fangs as she was breathing. The venomous insects were scattered around her in the sky. It felt like the wolf had brought an army to the fortress, even though she was alone. He's the one who stole your pups. Here are your children. We didn't hurt them. We gave them the best meat and fed them goat milk," the 2 hunters who were escorting the man spoke up in trembling voices. The hunters knew a ruler-level creature had the same level of intelligence as a human. Even though their actions were ridiculous, behind the fortress stood a peaceful city that had barely recovered from a great calamity in recent years. They had to do everything they could to pacify the female wolf. 5 wolf pups jumped down from the fortress. Each of them were as large as normal adult wolves. When the 5 wolf pups were released and returned to the female wolf, a few of them howled and complained to their mother. 2 of them did not forget to turn to the fortress full of battle mages and howl angrily at them. A ruler-level wolf shrouded in a deadly mist and surrounded by venomous insects. A fortress full of intimidated soldiers. A man in his 30s kneeling on the ground with his hands tied on his back. The man was also a member of the wizard bird hunter group. There was an unwritten rule among hunters. They were not allowed to kidnap the young of demon creatures while their mother was still alive, nor were they allowed to bring the baby creatures back to a city. Such deeds would result in unimaginable disasters to the locals, as the mothers of the creatures were typically vengeful, especially the wolf species. The leader of the wizard bird hunter group, Zhu Yuan, was a rational man. They had chosen to leave without harming the wolf pups after killing the male ruler-level wolf. However, he did not expect someone else in his hunter group would lose his mind to greed and kidnap the wolf pups without him knowing. The wolf pups had to be alive to be valuable, but the female wolf could easily track their scent trail back to the city. It would be disastrous once she arrived at the city. We don't have a choice. It's the only option we have. Let's hope this will pacify the female wolf, Zhu Yuan muttered under his breath. They were not abandoning their member and sacrificing him to the she-wolf to ask for her forgiveness because they were merciless. It was because if they failed to calm the anger of the ruler-level creature, the city behind them would be flowing with blood again. It had only been a Darkwing wolf back then, but it had been enough to bring a bloodbath to Bow City. The mother wolf was 100 times stronger than the Darkwing wolf. Bow City would not stand a chance. The Wizard Bird Hunter group had made a huge mistake. They had to ask the ruler-level creature for forgiveness. Please forgive me. Please? Please spare my life. The hunter whose hands were tied was facing the mother wolf alone. The savage and fierce ruler-level creature was less than 20 meters from him. He felt like his heart was being torn to pieces. He only had a single thought in his mind, begging for his life. Look, they are unharmed. I didn't do anything to them, the hunter begged. The female wolf went up to the hunter and sniffed at him. She seemed to be confirming whether the man was the one who had kidnapped her children. After getting her answer, her eyes glittered coldly as she growled at her children. The 5 wolf pups immediately lunged at the hunter. They bit his throat. They tore off his limbs. They tore his chest open. They dismembered his body and drank his blood. The 5 wolf pups ate the hunter in front of the thousands of mags on the fortress. Many people turned their heads away. Anyone would find the sight unpleasant. However, they did not dare show any signs of anger. What value was their dignity when they stood in front of the ruler-level wolf? Please forgive us. Zhu Yuan asked once again. Hear me, a strange voice suddenly came from the mother wolf. The people on the fortress were astounded. Was the mother wolf able to speak the human language? Chapter 2408. They won't want to mess with Bow City. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Certain species of demon creatures were able to speak the human tongue, but most of them were mutant species who already had a human lineage. Did the mother wolf have a human lineage? That was impossible. Did the mother wolf evolve into something special? A hunchbacked man holding a long bone as his walking stick came forward while the people on the fortress were still in shock. The man was dressed primitively, like he had lived in the mountains for years. Even his voice sounded like the growls of wolves. The Wolf Queen wants me to tell you that the Nanling Mountains have always been her territory. Even the city here once belonged to her territory. She kindly gave it up for you, but not only were you not grateful, you are not obeying the rules, either, the man yelled at them. The people on the fortress could roughly understand him despite his strange tones. He was obviously a human. He must have lost his way in the Nanling Mountains many years ago and ended up being enslaved by the ruler wolf. He stood beside the mother wolf. His humble attitude toward the female wolf was a huge contrast to the arrogance he had when he was facing the humans. The culprit has been eaten alive. Please plead for us and pacify the Wolf Queen, Zhu Yuan requested of him. You think that was enough to pacify the Wolf Queen? The man burst out laughing. She wants all of you to remember this lesson. She's going to make your city behind the fortress flow with blood. The primitive man's shouts were almost synchronized with the ruler wolf's howls. The people on the fortress might not understand her language, but they could clearly sense her anger and murderous intent. Giving back the wolf pups was not enough. Sacrificing the life of the culprit was not enough either. They were not allowed to profane the Wolf Queen's authority. Only butchering the city and letting the smell of blood spread over a dozen kilometers would make all living creatures in the Nanling Mountains remember this lesson. The sky changed as the blood mist darkened. The plague of venomous insects swarmed out of the ruler wolf's fur and instantly filled the canyon in front of the fortress. The brilliance of the battle mage's magic on the fortress was overwhelmed. The venomous insects began to feed on the humans. The ruler wolf's blood mist was already unstoppable, even after she had only taken a step forward. The Wizard Bird Hunter group was immediately on alert, as they were facing a formidable foe. The faces of all of the battle mages paled at the same time. This ruler wolf was countless times stronger than the male wolf they had killed. Her aura surged at the fortress wildly. Certain mags with weaker cultivations fainted instantly, let alone being able to protect themselves with magic. Screw it, let's fight her with everything we have. I won't let it reach the city even if it means dying here. Zhu Yuan shouted. There was no room for negotiation. The ruler-level wolf had promised to butcher the city. They were long aware of the Wolf Queen's savage nature, hence why they had gathered on the fortress in the first place. They chose to fight, even though they did not stand a chance. They were prepared to bear the consequences of their mistake. The wizard bird hunter group might be annihilated today, but not a single life in Bow City will be lost. Zhu Yuan roared defiantly. We may die, but we won't let a single person of Bow City die. General Nan finally spoke with an iron will. If atoning for their crime was not enough, they were not afraid to take the fight. Not everyone was willing to end up as a slave to the Wolf Queen, like that primitive man. A few dozen advanced mags jumped down from the fortress following the lead of Zhu Yuan and General Nan, intending to fight the Wolf Queen in the canyon. The Wolf Queen howled. The air she was releasing gathered into a powerful blood-red tornado and knocked the mags flying, like a wave released from a broken dam. The gusts of wind held incredible force. They were able to penetrate the sturdy walls of the fortress like steel cables. None of the advanced mags were unharmed. They were covered in blood as they slammed into the walls of the fortress. Some of them were stuck deeply into the stone. Only General Nam and Zhu Yuan managed to stand their ground. The Wolf Queen swiftly lunged forward and swung her front limbs. The two super mags were sent flying consecutively. Her claws left deep marks in the walls in the canyon. The savage man burst out laughing. And you think you stand a chance against the Wolf Queen? How puny! The Wolf Queen was unstoppable. Her claws alone had left bizarre marks on the sturdy rocks. The Wolf Queen jumped to the top of the fortress and stood atop it aloofly. Her blood-red eyes were staring down at Bow City, which was hidden behind a few mountains in the way. She could barely see a few of its tallest buildings. A river was flowing down to Bow City from the mountains. Humans were no different from ants in her eyes. They were small and weak, despite their numbers. The Wolf Queen howled. The people in Bow City immediately looked at the mountain after the howl reached them. The Wolf Queen was clearly visible on the top of Snowy Peak Mountain despite its distance from the city. Only her upper body was visible above the mountain in front of the city. Her eyes and the eerily cold moon hung right above the mountain while her aura was surging at the city like a storm. The people felt their heads and their limbs going numb. It was like they could smell death, as if the creature was already within inches when it was still a mountain away. In the past, a commander-level Darkwing Wolf had been enough to bring a bloodbath to Bow City. Now, the ruler of all the wolves of the Nanling Mountains was coming after them. Listen up! Someone has provoked the Wolf Queen. As a result, all of you will atone for his crime with your lives, the savage man shouted while standing on the Wolf Queen's claw. He was speaking on behalf of the Wolf Queen so the people would realize how puny they were. She is the queen of the Nanling Mountains, while you all are her humble servants. His voice echoed in the mountains and Bow City along with the Wolf Queen's howl. The Wolf Queen, right? A voice asked from the road at the Wolf Queen's feet. It was the highway leading to the relay station on Snowy Peak Mountain. A man stood on the road and stared up at the imperious Wolf Queen. The Wolf Queen lowered her gaze to look down at the road. Humans were too tiny for her. She had not even realized a human was standing there. However, she did not think of the human as a threat, he was just like the other humans on the fortress. Can you ask on my behalf if the Darkwing Wolf was her lackey, if she claims herself to be the ruler of Nanling Mountains? Mo Fan requested. Of course the Darkwing Wolf was the Wolf Queen's lackey. It was just the leader of a puny tribe, the man answered smugly. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. His temperament changed completely in an instant. Very well then, it's time to settle both the old and new debts. Humph, how bold of her to threaten to butcher the city in front of me, Mo Fan. I shall annihilate the wolf horde of the Nanling Mountains today. The Wolf Queen was not the only ruler of the Nanling Mountains. There were other rulers of different tribes and hordes there. It was a great opportunity to teach them that they did not want to mess with Bow City. Chapter 2409. Slaughtering the Wolf Queen. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The Wolf Queen looked down at Mofan and noticed the deadly silver lights he was emitting. They were stabbing at her fur like thousands of silver swords. The Wolf Queen was surprised at seeing a human able to unleash such a strong aura in an instant. Mofan had already moved onto her back before she realized he was a powerful mage. A strange force grabbed her tail strongly. Pain shot up from her tail as her body was lifted off the top of the mountain. Mofan was hovering in the air, surrounded in a bright silver light, looking like a sacred silver knight. He had hoisted the Wolf Queen off the ground by grabbing her tail, and now tossed her at a jagged mountain ridge. The wall of the mountain ridge collapsed, and the Wolf Queen fell into the deep canyon there. Her fur scattered in the air while her blood splattered on the road. The battle mages and hunters on the fortress were dumbfounded. Was that guy a god? He just threw the Wolf Queen, a ruler-level creature, around like a wild dog. The imperious Wolf Queen immediately found herself in a pinch. The mysterious silver light had overshadowed her ferocity. Be careful, that creature is extremely fast and cunning. Zhu Yuan shouted as a warning. The canyon was full of huge boulders. They had fallen from the ridge wall and stacked into a pile atop the Wolf Queen. The Wolf Queen was bleeding now. It seemed like she was unable to move because of the boulders atop her, but a sinister light flashed in her eyes. The rocks on the Wolf Queen exploded into pieces. The Wolf Queen had pretended she was hurt, but she suddenly jumped into the sky and opened her mouth wide while unleashing her deadly mist. The canyon was instantly dyed red as thick fangs burst out of the ground and the walls, covering the nearby hills. Mofan was amused by the attack. The Wolf Queen was just a demon creature, after all. Could she be more cunning than a human? Mofan murmured the name of his super lightning spell, Lightning Punishment, Seal of the 12 Laws. He had finally improved the Seal of the 9 Laws to the Seal of the 12 Laws. Its strength and binding power were much greater than the previous version. The fangs were heading for Mofan from below. He swung the giant purple halberd in his hand and created a deep lightning scar in the canyon. The mighty blow knocked the Wolf Queen out of the canyon as paralyzing lightning arcs attached themselves to her body. The Wolf Queen fled to the other side of the canyon. She adjusted her stance like she was going to lunge at Mofan and attack him with her claws. Mofan's lightning halberd was quicker. He threw it right at the Wolf Queen. Lightning powerful enough to inflict waves of dizziness struck the Wolf Queen's head. The Wolf Queen did not expect the lightning halberd to be so heavy, and the blow forcibly knocked her to the ground. More lightning halberds appeared, each imbued with powerful lightning. Their lightning arcs swept the canyon and mountains around her like countless writhing serpents. 12 lightning halberds now towered among the mountains in a spectacular fashion. The Wolf Queen was trapped in the lightning punishment magic formation. Their lightning was whipping at her continuously. The Wolf Queen was lacerated multiple times. Her back and stomach were soon covered in scorched wounds. Such a powerful mage! The people on the fortress stared in disbelief. They had thousands of people ready to fight the Wolf Queen, but they were like a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They were defeated easily when they tried to fight back. To their surprise, this mage was fiercer than the Wolf Queen. The strong ruler-level creature was covered in wounds in just a few minutes. It looks like I was being ignorant, Zhu Yuan mocked himself. He was worried the man would get the worst of it by trying to fight the Wolf Queen directly. He did not expect the man's lightning magic to be so outstanding. It had instantly trapped the Wolf Queen and prevented her from using her speed. The Wolf Queen was giving off a strong burnt smell after being assaulted by the lightning magic. The venomous insects hiding under her fur were slaughtered by the lightning, and her wounds were unable to heal quickly without the venomous insects' help. The venomous insects could drain the life force of living creatures and use it to heal the Wolf Queen's injuries. However, the lightning punishment formation was so strong that it had killed all the venomous insects upon her instead. The Wolf Queen was angered and humiliated. She had assumed destroying a little human city was going to be an easy task, but she had ended up biting a steel plate as soon as she set foot into human territory. "Move the mountain!" Mo Fan immediately followed up on his attack. The Wolf Queen had desperately broken free from the lightning formation when a huge mountain nearby suddenly exploded into pieces. It was shocking to watch the top of a mountain breaking apart. On top of that, the mountain's peak was somehow floating in the air. It crashed down onto the Wolf Queen with a little push from Mo Fan. The peak was made up of sturdy rock and was covered in pines and shrubs. It plummeted onto the Wolf Queen with overwhelming force. The Wolf Queen had just climbed to her feet, and the impact broke her backbone right away. The Wolf Queen shrieked in agony. The mountain began to crack apart under the force of her power and the shockwaves. The ground the broken peak landed on had cracks spreading out for kilometers. "Aim your spells at my vortex," Mo Fan instructed the mags on the fortress. Zhu Yuan and General Nan did not understand Mo Fan at first, but they quickly gave out the right orders when an expanding chaos vortex appeared close to Mo Fan on the road. There were several thousand mags atop the fortress. They might not stand a chance against the Wolf Queen, but it did not necessarily mean their magic was useless. "Everyone, listen up! Fire your spells into the chaos vortex," General Nan ordered loudly. The battle mages and hunters had witnessed the man who kidnapped the wolf pups being eaten alive, but they had not dared make a sound. They had even heard the Wolf Queen threatening to butcher the whole city. How could they not be angry? The demon creature had claimed she had control over their lives, just like a cruel tyrant. Were they really that puny? Their hearts, which had fallen into the abyss of despair, had risen again when they saw Mo Fan beating the crap out of the Wolf Queen. Now, even their blood was boiling for some reason. Their magic only had the brilliance of fireflies at first, but their spells suddenly erupted like flames and dove into the chaos vortex. "I shall lead you to slaughter the Wolf Queen today." Mo Fan's voice spread across the snowy peak mountain. The man was demanding that they slaughter a ruler-level creature, the ruler of the Nanling Mountains. It sounded so very arrogant, but it definitely made everyone's hearts pound heavily. Chapter 2410. Eliminating the threat permanently. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Magic was lighting up the place like the stars in the sky. Mo Fan's chaos vortex was holding the lights of the spells like its own universe. As the vortex gradually expanded, an enormous seal of a cross slowly formed inside it, spinning around. The spells that contacted the seal were duplicated, to the surprise of everyone there. The cross chaos formation. It was the important trick Mo Fan had learned from the Andes Federation's army. The spells contributed by thousands of mags were duplicated inside the vortex, meaning the number of destructive spells had doubled. Reverse. Mo Fan spun the vortex in the opposite direction. He was no longer holding a vortex that was absorbing energy, but a miniature nuclear bomb. Energy began to flow out of the vortex. Lumps of destructive clouds rose into the air, and the combined elemental magic dyed the sky many colors. The hills were crushed into pieces, while the sky shook with the thunder of the magic. The Wolf Queen sustained even greater injuries. One of her legs was blasted into mincemeat. She was trying to flee deeper into the mountains now, moving like a crippled dog under the elemental storm. Mo Fan had to admit the Wolf Queen was incredibly fast even after losing a leg and having her back broken. Her red shadow dashed out of the explosion and reached the north of the fortress in the blink of an eye. The Wolf Queen jumped off a watchtower and into the air. It was a little unbalanced after losing one leg, but she managed to escape the elemental storm chasing after her by jumping between the mountains. Did she run away? Did we chase her away? The mags on the fortress were struggling to believe it. A silver light was blinking from one peak to the other between the mountains. The man was traveling between the mountains like walking along stairs in a park, despite the complicated terrain. Silver dust was still swirling on the mountains, but the man had already disappeared into the distance. The mags would have had no idea he had chased after the Wolf Queen if they had not noticed the traces of silver light he had left behind. Mo Fan had given his word to kill the Wolf Queen. How could he let her run away? Stay here and protect the people. Your leader and I will go after the Wolf Queen together with the senior. General Nan exclaimed with a strong fighting spirit. They were obviously going to chase after the Wolf Queen. The ruler-level creature had behaved atrociously in their territory and even threatened to butcher the city. They had to kill her at all costs. Yes, sir. The two super mags left the fortress and followed the trail left by Mo Fan. Zhu Yuan and General Nan were both able to fly. The boundless mountains, canyons, rivers, and forests below them were like parts of a giant green painting. The injured Wolf Queen had left a trail of blood behind. Her giant feet were causing landslides across the woods. Her blood was extremely corrosive. A single drop of it could wilt huge areas of trees and plants. His cultivation is insane. Zhu Yuan and General Nan had traveled over 10 kilometers, but they could still see only a faint light in the distance. They were struggling to catch up to Mo Fan and the Wolf Queen even though they were flying. Mo Fan was using Blink continuously. After his space element reached the super level, the energy required to cast Blink had decreased significantly, and its cooldown had greatly shortened. In the past, Mo Fan would have already felt lightheaded after using Blink 3 or 4 times in a row, but he still did not feel any burden now, even after using it a dozen times. Where do you think you are running to? Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. He was covering more distance with each blink after predicting the direction the Wolf Queen was fleeing in. Mo Fan consumed more energy to construct a star constellation. He ended up staying still for a longer time to construct a star constellation more complicated than the one he normally used for the spell. Light transition. A white light expanded from a single dot to a straight line in the blink of an eye. Mo Fan went into the light and appeared 5 kilometers away, as if the white light was a space tunnel. The Wolf Queen almost broke her legs after crashing into a few mountains as she was running away at full speed. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw Mo Fan standing in front of her. The Wolf Queen immediately came to a stop, her momentum digging a long ravine through the forest. Birds flew away in a panic as trees were knocked to the ground. Do you think you can run away? Mo Fan snarled at her. Gravity space. Mo Fan used his space magic again. The Wolf Queen was now struggling to move her limbs, as if they were tied to incredibly heavy chains. The Wolf Queen could no longer abuse her speed. Her eyes had a menacing look now, like she was going to fight Mo Fan to the death. With a great howl, the Wolf Queen's red mist began to spread rapidly. You still dare to fight back, you bitch. Mo Fan was utterly fearless. He immediately wrapped himself in flames as the red mist approached him. He threw a punch out, creating a river of lava which promptly turned the trees in the way to ashes. The scorching river of flaming rock surged forward. The Wolf Queen had used the red mist to conceal herself, and her speed and strength rose inside the mist. Mo Fan switched to the earth element when he realized his punch wasn't going to land on the Wolf Queen. Sinking ground. The space element by itself was unable to restrict the Wolf Queen's speed when she was in her red mist. Mo Fan decided to slow the creature even further with the earth element. As he expected, the Wolf Queen's speed quickly declined. As a matter of fact, the Wolf Queen could still sprint crazily fast, but that would significantly increase the burden to her body. She would be completely exhausted in just a few minutes. The Wolf Queen realized the gravity in the area was stronger, and decided to relocate herself. Both the space element and earth element effects applied to chosen areas. Their effects would disappear once the target left the area. The Wolf Queen might be seriously injured, but she had not lost her ability to think. She had to make every move cautiously now, as she did not want to expose herself to the powerful human again. Senior, we are here to help. Senior, I'll force her back to the area covered by your magic. Zhu Yuan shouted out. The two super mags had arrived in time. Great! Let's kill it together and eliminate the threat permanently. Mo Fan agreed with a prompt nod. The wolves were a vengeful species, and Mo Fan was not going to stay in Bow City forever. He could not afford to let the Wolf Queen get back to her home. He had to eliminate her threat now. Chapter 24:11. Forcing me to use this move. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Arent. Fresh corrosive blood fell to the ground like streams from the Wolf Queen's sheer size. At first, the Wolf Queen still had some motivation to fight. She was trying to injure Mo Fan before running away, but the vicious look in her eyes dissipated when she saw the other two super mags arrive. The Wolf Queen was driven back into the gravity space. Even though she was still hidden in the red mist, her speed fell rapidly. She also did not have time to completely heal her injuries. Her physical capability significantly declined from her excessive loss of blood. Order manipulation. Mo Fan used his chaos magic. Order manipulation was not only useful for changing things around, but it could also strengthen the effects of his space magic. Under the combined restrictions from the space, earth, and chaos elements, the Wolf Queen had to exert a great amount of strength just to move her claws, limiting her offensive capabilities. It also allowed General Nan and Zhu Yuan to use their super spells. A ruler-level creature was not fearsome because it was not afraid of super magic, but because its physical attributes far surpassed those of any human. Human mags had to work hard to find openings to use their super magic. General Nan was a super light mage. His magic was effective against the Wolf Queen. Holy Extermination, Judgment Axe of Light. He had modified his Holy Extermination accordingly. A bolt of golden glory flashed across the sky, leaving a golden rift behind it. A second later, the Judgment Light Axe descended from the rift imperiously. Its golden radiance spread widely and filled the place with golden strands of light and glowing rifts, a clear display of its power. As expected of the element with the strongest single-target ability, the Judgment Light Axe almost chopped her head off when it landed on the Wolf Queen's neck. The Axe of Light was stuck halfway into the Wolf Queen's head. Only her bones had kept her furry grey-red head intact. The Wolf Queen was surprisingly tenacious. She was one limb short and was covered in injuries inflicted by Mo Fan's lightning. Now her neck was sliced open, yet she was still fighting back ferociously. She directed most of her anger at Mo Fan. Countless blood-red insects emerged from her body in a frenzy and combined into a tornado sweeping in Mo Fan's direction. Look out, it's the Wolf Queen's life-devouring bloodflies. They can ignore any type of defense and drain your life away. Zhu Yuan warned Mo Fan. The bloodflies could also heal the Wolf Queen after absorbing an enemy's life force. If the bloodflies managed to land on one of them, it would give the Wolf Queen a chance to fully recover from her injuries. Mo Fan had been unaware of the bloodflies' capabilities. He quickly used Blink to escape from the buzzing tornado without any hesitation after he heard the warning. The tornado was unable to catch up to him. They switched their targets to any living creatures in the mountains instead. The huge whirlwind of bugs split into several gusts of crimson winds. The bloody gusts took the lives of every living creature in their paths. Fresh blood was flowing on the ground like rivers. The bloodflies swiftly returned to the Wolf Queen after receiving her command. The bloodflies began to heal her injuries, starting with her lightning-inflicted wounds. The Wolf Queen's speed suddenly increased. She instantly moved to 500 meters behind General Nan. General Nan had no idea what had just happened. He only saw thousands of claws coming at him by the time he could react. There was nowhere for him to run to. The Wolf Queen swung her claws at General Nan fiercely. The ground he was standing on was covered in dense, deep claw marks. General Nan! Zhu Yuan shouted in dismay. The Wolf Queen seemed to have recovered her strength. Her claws were so fast that General Nan felt like he was about to be torn into pieces. I'm not going to die here. Don't let her get away. General Nan screamed. The Wolf Queen was planning to take out General Nan first. She leapt into the air and spun rapidly. Her tail was covered by red thorns and had turned into a terrifying shredding machine. General Nan had to use his magic armor to survive the attack. To his surprise, the Wolf Queen instantly followed up with another attack. A red crack as deep as an abyss suddenly appeared on the ground before him. It was left behind by the Wolf Queen's spinning tail, which was once again heading at him unstoppably. General Nan's eyes went wide. He was already covered in blood after being severely injured by the claws, and could only try to defend himself from the Wolf Queen. A pair of burning wings suddenly rammed into the Wolf Queen, leaving a trail of flames behind them. The Wolf Queen's tail was capable of slicing up mountains, but the fiery wings were even more insane. They easily knocked the Wolf Queen flying, like a godly bird engulfed in flames had come to the general's rescue. The Wolf Queen was set on fire. The flames not only held the Calamity Fire's scorching heat, but were imbued with the Ardent Sunset, too. The fires of the Ardent Sunset were the bane of all insects. The blood flies hidden in the Wolf Queen's thick fur started burning. The flames ignited under the Wolf Queen's fur kept growing. She was soon covered in wounds again, even though she had just recovered from her injuries. "I'm alive," General Nan gasped in relief. He immediately looked at Mo Fan, and saw the man's entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames did not look ordinary, their colors oddly pure. They were drifting like silk as the wind blew by, setting off an imperious demeanor. "You have forced me to use this move. Prepare to die." The sole shadow of Flame Bell Empress hovered behind Mo Fan. She looked like an angry fairy from the heavens with the flames raging so strongly around her. Mo Fan no longer had to maintain a safe distance from the Wolf Queen after transforming into the King of Hell. As a matter of fact, it was the Wolf Queen who had to keep a safe distance from Mo Fan. Otherwise, she would be burned to ashes in minutes. The fiery wings on Mo Fan's back let out an explosive rumble, propelling him at the Wolf Queen. His fist burst into flames from the friction with the air. The trailing tongues of fire splashed over 100 meters into the air. Mo Fan had only clenched his fist, but it had turned into a meteorite sweeping across the night sky. The Wolf Queen took the punch in the face just as she rose to her feet from the previous hit. The impact was so strong that the Wolf Queen's head was torn off her neck. The explosion of flames turned the basin into a pool of lava. Somehow, the Wolf Queen's body was still moving, even after losing her head, but her body was burning in the flames. She could no longer heal without the blood flies. Chapter 24:12. Turning over a new leaf. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The Wolf Queen's fallen head howled. A weird sight followed, as the Wolf Queen's body reacted like it was being summoned. It suddenly lunged at her head and picked it up. The Wolf Queen carried her head awkwardly and fled from the basin, even though the flames were still burning her flesh and fur. A ruler-level creature was terrifyingly tenacious. On top of that, the blood flies under the Wolf Queen's fur would soon be reborn. She would heal up in no time if she managed to escape with her head. "Do you think you can run away? It's time to end this." Mo Fan spread his arms. He took a step forward and slammed his hands into one another. Fiery Emperor's fan! The flames in the basin were swept up by the winds, like they were being fanned. The fiery blaze chased after the fleeing Wolf Queen. The pyroclasm caught up to the Wolf Queen before she could run very far, and the area was soon covered in flames. It was blazing as red as a blast furnace. The Wolf Queen failed to escape the flames, although she put up a fierce struggle. She was already at her limit, and no longer had a chance to survive. Her head was crying out in agony, but her cries were soon covered by the loud roar of the flames. Her body stopped moving and fell to the ground. Waves of fire swept over the creature numerous times, burning her fur into ashes and scorching her flesh and blood. General Nan and Zhu Yuan drew closer, the light of the flames dyeing their faces red. Their eyes kept flickering as they stared. They were having a hard time believing the Wolf Queen was dead. They had actually killed the powerful creature. "Do you know how to retrieve its soul?" Mo Fan asked Zhu Yuan. Of course." Zhu Yuan replied quickly. Although the wizard bird hunter group had managed to kill the male ruler-level wolf and obtained its soul, it did not meet the requirements of their job. The soul needed for a summoned beast to evolve had to be complete. If the soul was damaged by dark magic, it was difficult for a summoned beast to evolve. Claim the soul and deliver it to me, Mo Fan ordered him. Does that mean you are? Zhu Yuan was stunned. I'm your client. I didn't expect the wizard bird hunter group to be so unreliable, Mo Fan harumphed coldly. Every hunter should have known the importance of not leaving any threats behind when they were hunting down demon creatures. Mo Fan was extremely disappointed in the wizard bird hunter group. Mo Fan would have taught them a lesson if he had not seen their resolve to risk their lives and keep Bow City safe up on the fortress. I'm sorry, we did let you down, Zhu Yuan lowered his head in shame. The hunters had their rules. They were obliged to not leave any threats behind when they signed up for a quest. Their mistake had caused the Wolf Queen to show up. It had almost turned into a huge tragedy. Senior, thanks for your help. How can the military ever thank you? General Nan came limping over with a forced smile. That won't be necessary, Bow City is my hometown, Mo Fan told him. What? General Nan was puzzled. Since when did Bow City have such a powerful mage? The two super mags had really not helped much in the fight, they were merely playing supporting roles. They had the feeling this young man could have slain the Wolf Queen without their help. I'm Mo Fan. General Nan immediately realized who he was. So this was Mo Fan. His strength was simply ridiculous. He could easily be the leading expert in many major cities, let alone the tiny Bow City. I'm glad that every general who has been in charge of Bow City has had an unyielding spirit. Mo Fan's tone was different when he was speaking to General Nan. I'm just doing my job. I'm ashamed that I'm not strong enough to fight a real ruler-level creature, General Nan answered humbly. Several thousand soldiers were staring at the canyon from atop the Bow City fortress as Mo Fan and the two super mags returned. They were left speechless when they saw Mo Fan, General Nan, and Zhu Yuan dragging the enormous burned carcass behind them. Did they really kill the creature? It was the ruler of the Nanling Mountains, yet they had dragged its dead body back. The Wolf Queen is dead. The Wolf Queen is dead. Someone started yelling after a moment. The whole fortress repeated the same words. Everyone was cheering like they had just won a battle. If they had not experienced the strength of a ruler-level creature in person, they would never have understood how precious and motivating this victory was. Even a creature as strong as the Wolf Queen, who had been acting so arrogantly in front of them, was unable to escape from a true human expert. Humans were not puny. Their mags were superior to the demon creatures. At Feiluan Mountain, the guards had all gathered at the entrance and had their heads together just to catch a glimpse of someone's phone. What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be doing your jobs? Mu Linqing yelled when he saw the guards were slacking. Ah, Chief, look at this live stream. It's F*** King Awesome, I'm so proud of Feiluan Mountain, one of the guards exclaimed. Mu Linqing was puzzled. He stepped forward to look at the phone with them. Mu Linqing was stunned after he saw what was on the live stream. He snatched up the phone and ran to the main building in Feiluan Mountain. Hey, Chief, don't you have your own phone? Why are you taking mine? The guard yelled after him. Mu Linqing ignored the guard and ran straight to Mu Ningxue. Ningxue. He passed the phone to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had been resting her head on the table, dozing off from feeling tired, but she immediately became energetic after seeing the clip on the phone. Our boss is so cool. Mu Linqing was excited now too. The clip was taken from a live stream that a hunter had broadcast to the whole nation. Not only had it captured the arrogant behavior of the Wolf Queen, it also included the scene where Mo Fan had lifted up a whole mountain and thrown it at the Wolf Queen. So you're the Wolf Queen? I'm going to slaughter you today. Those words alone were enough to make Mu Linqing's blood boil. The event had taken place not long ago, since the clip was from a recent broadcast. Even more shockingly, another clip was spreading on the web. It had recorded the scene where Mo Fan, General Nan, and Zhu Yuan had dragged the Wolf Queen's carcass back to the fortress. They had actually killed it. Mo Fan had killed a real ruler-level creature, one which had ruled over the Nanling Mountains for dozens of years. Mu Ningxue suddenly had trouble recognizing the man. He had to work so hard just to survive the calamity of Bow City, but now he had slain the Wolf Queen and protected the city all by himself. He had completely turned over a new leaf. Chapter 24:13. The Boss is Back. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. A military base in Bohai. A man with a military coat draped over his shoulders was sitting on a branch of an old tree. In front of the tree was a vast yellow land with no visible end. The intimidating cries of wild beasts occasionally came from the distance. Didn't they say this tree has the best reception? Why does the clip keep buffering? The man grumbled, looking at the cheap smartphone he was holding. The buffering finally finished after a while. The clip showed the battle between a man shrouded in silver light and the imperious Wolf Queen. Brother Fan is as impressive as usual, the man exclaimed. General Zhong, the third squad has discovered some fresh bones without any flesh remaining on them. I believe the evil hound ruler that came from the cursed wildland will soon fall into our trap. A soldier on a heavenly eagle flew up to report. The man on the tree took off his hat, revealing a tanned and handsome face. He looked young, but he was brimming with the confidence of an experienced general who had long been stationed at the border. I thought I was a step closer to reaching Brother Fan's strength, but it looks like I'll have to work even harder. Otherwise, he's going to leave me further behind. Zhong Xiaohu put away his phone and jumped down from the tree. General, should we proceed with our plan? The soldier asked. All units are to proceed with the plan. We will teach those scum who's in charge of Bohai. General Zhong Xiaohu confirmed. All units, prepare for battle, the soldier immediately relayed through his communication device. Mo Fan's influence had grown significantly in a short period of time. Even he was surprised by it. Had he shown off on TV accidentally again? It all started because of a hunter's live stream. It was strange how the hunter's phone was able to record him while he was using magic. In the past, even the light from basic spells would foil a recording, like a camera pointing directly at the sun. Only special military devices were capable of recording magic, and they were usually not available to civilians. Perhaps the commercial devices had found a solution to tackle the problem, or the military was sharing its technology after the ban was lifted. More clips related to magic battles, demon creatures, and the wildlands had been spreading on the web, including general knowledge about magic, which used to be forbidden. I've accidentally exposed my strength. How am I supposed to play the pig to eat the tiger now? Mo Fan's head hurt. Lifting the ban was not really all that great for Mo Fan. People would definitely be recording a public figure like him when he was fighting his battles. It would be a pain in the ass if his enemies examined the clips to familiarize themselves with him. Well, he would just have to adapt according to the situation before him. On second thought, he had a whopping 7 elements, and each was improving and evolving over time. His enemies would still be helpless even if they did examine films of him. The super level was unlike the other levels of Magadom. It was always changing. This is the Wolf Queen Soul Jade that you asked for. It's preserved perfectly, the best one you could have to evolve a summoned beast. Zhu Yuan handed Mo Fan the container respectfully. You may hand in the quest at the Hunter Union. The reward will be transferred to your account, Mo Fan told him agreeably. Senior, you must be kidding. We aren't shameless enough to claim the reward, Zhu Yuan replied awkwardly. You guys went through a lot, too. Just be more mindful of people's character before recruiting them. Mo Fan did not take away the reward he had promised just because of the little mishap. Of course. Zhu Yuan was left speechless. In the end, it was Mo Fan who had killed the Wolf Queen so he could finish the job. The soul jade he had retrieved from killing the male ruler-level wolf did not meet the job requirements. It was also the reason why the greedy man had kidnapped the wolf pups. They had only obtained a defective soul jade after going through all that trouble. Senior, I have something to discuss with you, Zhu Yuan spoke up after he remembered something. Say it. Not long ago, Miss Mu Ningxue invited us to be stationed at Feiluan Mountain. We were considering the offer since we don't have an actual base. If possible, we can move to Feiluan Mountain without taking the money she offered. What do you think? Zhu Yuan offered with a smile. Aren't you supposed to pay if you want to be stationed at Fanshui Mountain? Mo Fan asked him, frowning. The smile on Zhu Yuan's face froze. Coughing once, he replied hastily, the Wizard Bird Hunter group does have some reputation, so it's common for us to ask for some compensation if we are stationed at a private territory. After all, the high completion rate of a hunter group is the key to attracting more clients and hunters to a city. Our members are scattered across the country, and we have a high completion rate, Zhu Yuan explained proudly. I see. So be it, then. I'll arrange a good location for your hunter group and give you a discount on the rental, Mo Fan agreed. He had heard from Ningxues that she was indeed looking for more powerful organizations to join Fanshui Mountain. She had offered a lot of benefits to certain reputable organizations, but not many of them had taken her up on the offer. Mo Fan was quite happy with this man's personality. It was not a bad idea to recruit them on behalf of Fanshui Mountain. Then I guess we are even on the compensation and the reward for the job, Zhu Yuan confirmed respectfully. Sure. When Mo Fan went back to Fanshui Mountain, he noticed both Feiluan headquarters city and Fanshui Mountain had changed a lot. If Mo Fan had not visited Feiluan city during the World College tournament, he would never have believed it used to be just a second-tier city. Feiluan city was relatively newly built now, with only a few old districts. Everything looked brand new to him. Silver skyscrapers reaching the blue sky and wide highways intertwining with one another. The bustling city reminded him of the popular areas in the Magic City. The maritime fortress had been reconstructed after discovering the flaws of the old one. It was around 4 kilometers from the main city and looked like a spectacular mirage floating on the sea from afar. The sea around the maritime fortress was emerald green. Cao Qinchin must have successfully planted the blue ocean trees in its vicinity as a foundation. Mo Fan noticed the guards were staring at him passionately after he reached Fanshui Mountain. Was he really that handsome that he could bewitch people, regardless of their gender? Boss, you're back. Boss, you're so cool. When can I be as impressive as you? Many people gathered around him, including Mu Linqing, Bai Hongfei, Cao Qinchin, and Xiao Yu. Mu Ningxues was there, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and a pair of silken long pants. Her alluring figure encouraged Mo Fan to totally ignore the noisy people around him. Instead, he promptly went up and gave Mu Ningxues a huge hug. Mu Ningxues immediately blushed. She was a little embarrassed acting intimately in front of so many people. Chapter 20:14. Put an end to it. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Boss, can you stop feeding us dog food? Mu Linqing asked with a wry smile. TL note. Feeding dog food is Chinese slang used for describing someone with a public display of affection. Mo Fan could not care less about the other's opinions. His slimy hand slid to Mu Ningxues' waist and casually rubbed against her back dimples. Mo Fan found the spot very arousing. He was unable to control himself every time he saw the two sacred dimples. He had the urge to put his finger on them to satisfy his desire even when he was in the public. It's nothing to be proud of. I only killed the Wolf Queen, Mo Fan replied with false indifference. Not many mags can kill a ruler-level creature on their own. Bai Hongfei corrected him. The Bai clan had almost gone bankrupt financially supporting Bai Hongfei so he could achieve the super level. He was quite proud of himself, until he learned the shocking thing Mo Fan had done as soon as he came back into the country. It was stupid to compare himself with Mo Fan. He now had an urge to draw his sword out and cut his own throat. Linqing, have you heard of the Wizard Bird Hunter group? Mo Fan asked him. Of course I did. We offered them 100 million every year to move to our Fanshui Mountain so we could boost our hunters' records, but they seemed a little reluctant because our holdings are a little too small for them, Mu Linqing answered promptly. Oh, they will move here in a few days. Make sure you sort everything out. I've already paid them. They will be stationed in Fanshui Mountain for 5 years and are obligated to complete a certain number of quests for us, Mo Fan informed him. Are you serious? That's right, wasn't the wizard bird hunter group fighting the wolf queen when he showed up? Did our boss impress them with his personal charm? Something like that. If you don't have anything else, please stop disturbing us from having a little intimacy, Mo Fan said. The others had no reason to stay after Mo Fan had asked them to go. Mu Ningxue blushed as the others took their leaves. Why was he being so impatient? Can't you just skip the intimacy part? Mu Ningxue grumbled. If I did, they wouldn't leave us alone. Let's go, we'll do it at home, though. I mean, we'll talk at home. Mo Fan accidentally exposed his intentions. What the heck? Even though Mu Ningxue was not so conservative as to insist Mo Fan be respectful to her until they were married, she was not the kind to act shamelessly right at the start of their reunion. Let's take a walk in the city. Mu Ningxue insisted on not going back home with Mo Fan immediately. Fine, we'll go to the hotel. The one with a sea view. It's indeed a little boring if we keep doing it at home, Mo Fan proposed excitedly. If you don't behave yourself, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion right away. Mu Ningxue sounded a little angry. I was just kidding. Come, I'll bring you shopping, watch a movie, and enjoy some delicious food. It's been a long time since I went on a date with you like this. Mo Fan instantly shifted course. Mu Ningxue finally allowed Mo Fan to place his hand back on her waist after a sensible response. It was just another day with a clear blue sky. The sea was tainted with a slight hint of grey, especially the line between the water and the sky on the horizon. The sea breeze blew the petals of the newly blossomed flowers onto the streets. A strong fragrance greeted the couple. It went without saying that the flower's fragrance was far inferior to the body fragrance of the woman beside him, or so Mo Fan thought. Mo Fan admitted he had long been attracted by Mu Ningxue's beauty when he was young, but he was even more infatuated with her body now. It felt like a mischievous devil kept tempting him to have a taste of a delicious little lamb whenever he was with her. This weather isn't going to last for long, Mu Ningxue said softly. Just do your best to prepare for it. Mo Fan was more open-minded. There was no point worrying about it. Whatever was supposed to happen was going to happen eventually. Mo Fan had focused all his attention on trying to stay alive for a long time. Was there anything worse that could surprise him? I'll go buy 2 gelato. Mo Fan exclaimed. Mu Ningxue was just about to shake her head when she saw Mo Fan forcing his way through a bunch of kids in a queue. He soon returned with 2 cones of gelato after avoiding the noisy kids. Mu Ningxue recalled her youth. The same thing had happened in a bustling night market when she was younger. She reached her hand out to receive the gelato. To her surprise, Mo Fan took a bite off the gelato on his left and took a bigger bite from the gelato on his right. He looked puzzled when he saw Mu Ningxue's hand freezing in the air. I thought you weren't a fan of these. Mo Fan continued feasting on the gelato, as if he had bought them both for himself. Mu Ningxue's expression sank slightly. Her eyes even had a murderous look in them. Mo Fan did not dare to keep up his act. He quickly handed the gelato he had taken a smaller bite of to Mu Ningxue. You already licked it. It's fine, it's sweeter after I licked it. I don't want it anymore. The two walked past the street with administrative buildings in Feiluan City and reached the entrance of a pedestrian walkway. It was full of shops with antique clothes, each unique in its own way. Mu Ningxue was a fan of them. She took the initiative to enter the shops and browse the clothes. Mo Fan finished eating the 2 gelato with great satisfaction. He placed his hands behind his head and followed Mu Ningxue into the shops. As they reached the end of the walkway, they saw some delicate cafes and bars with a relaxing atmosphere. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue did not go inside any of them, merely slowly passed them. They eventually reached a less crowded spot. The sea breeze started to feel a little chilly. Mo Fan tightened his grip around Mu Ningxue's waist as they passed by a few old streets. I'm planning to visit the Mu clan soon, Mu Ningxue informed them. Time to settle the debt with them. Yeah. I'll go with you. Oh, here we go. It was difficult to resolve certain things just by keeping them in one's heart. Ningxue had never considered compromising or suffering in silence regarding her fight against the Mu clan. The Mu clan was getting more ever ridiculous. Not only did it step in her way several times, it had also troubled Fanshui Mountain. It would only bring Fanshui Mountain more trouble if she let the problem drag on any longer. Fanshui Mountain no longer belonged to just her. Everyone was working hard and putting in efforts to make it a better place. She would not allow the Mu clan to pick on the others because of the personal conflict between them. It was time to end it. That being said, you are not allowed to intervene, Ningxue reminded Mo Fan. I want to deal with it myself. Fine, I'll just stay by your side, Mo Fan nodded in agreement promptly. The Mu clan had tried to take everything away from Ningxue by force in Venice. The Snow Mistress was not going to cry for nothing. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng. They were going to pay for their despicable acts. Chapter 24-15. Building Bones and Changing Blood. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The people of the Lu clan kept their promises. They had delivered the things Mo Fan asked for while he was cultivating in Bow City. I'm a poor man once again. Mo Fan sighed as he paid the sum. He had been busy going places lately, yet he had still ended up with almost zero savings. The only valuable possessions he had remaining were the 3 water fundamental crystals. I will soon be going to Mu Clan Mountain. There's an epic battle ahead. I should help the old wolf evolve first, Mo Fan murmured to himself. Even though Mo Fan had improved his space element to the super level, he did not have time to practice its complicated star palace. He would have trouble using the super space spell. As for the old wolf, he had gathered all the necessary resources. The old wolf was almost covered in rust after being stuck at the advancing period of the commander level for too long. Once he became a ruler-level creature, he would directly increase Mo Fan's fighting capacity, as a ruler-level creature could hold off a group of super mags. A formidable renowned clan like the Mu clan clearly had a lot of super mags. They needed all the help they could get if they were trying to stir up trouble. Mo Fan sat in the cultivation room. The special stone pallets completely blocked off the noise on the outside. The room reminded him of the underground room below one of Bow City's silver skyscrapers, where the underground holy spring had been hidden away. Mu Zhuyin had managed to build a little stream beside the seat. The gentle sound of the stream was relaxing to listen to. He had put in some effort into designing the room. Old Wolf, let's begin! Mo Fan called out, summoning the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The snow-white furry wolf was brimming with excitement. The day he waited so long for had finally arrived. We'll reconstruct the bones first. Are you ready? Mo Fan asked him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf nodded without any hesitation. As Mo Fan gradually took on stronger enemies, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had had enough of his slow and fragile bones. He needed stronger bones, greater speed, more explosive strength, and more durable flesh. Here we go. Reconstructing bones was an extremely painful process. Mo Fan had not chosen the cultivation room because he was worried the noise outside would disturb him. He was afraid the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's cries of agony would attract the World Animal Protection Society's attention. The pain when bones exploded was much more unbearable than when bones were being broken. The growing bones would also pierce his flesh and organs. Huge risks were involved whenever a demon creature was evolving, since they were abandoning their old flesh to develop stronger new flesh. They might die from the torturous pain if anything went wrong. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's bones changed him dramatically. His size was rapidly increasing. His bones were thickening, causing him to grow several times bigger. Mo Fan could not even reach the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's knee with his hand now when he stood beside the creature. White bone spikes thrust out of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's flesh, like sharp spears were growing out of his body. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf fell to the ground in agony, but the growth of his bones continued. More craggy white bones appeared. Can you bear with it? Mo Fan looked at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf with pity. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled that he was going to walk the path he had chosen to the end. I'll keep going then, Mo Fan nodded slowly. Mo Fan could see the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's huge transformations, but he could also sense the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's life force was depleting rapidly. No one could help him under the circumstances. If the Flying Creek Snow Wolf failed to last until the end, his old flesh would be torn apart by the new bones, ending his life. The only relief was that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was born a natural fighter. He had been fighting for survival since he was only a servant-class creature. He did not accept Mo Fan's energy to treat his injuries and chose to let his wounds heal on their own. In other words, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's flesh was well refined. It was tenacious and was also good at healing from injuries. His tenacity and self-recovery ability were what allowed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf to get through the most difficult part of the process. His bones finally stopped growing. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf lay on the ground, but his eyes were burning passionately, like refined metal inside a furnace. The next step is the lineage, Mo Fan exclaimed. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf nodded. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had lost a lot of blood as his bones were reconstructed. The modification of his lineage was extremely important to him. He had evolved from the servant class to the commander level, from a lowly creature to a noble one. Not every wolf demon was born to be a king. Every wolf was expelled by their parents, forcing them to survive under harsh conditions. Only the strong managed to survive in the end. A real king had to defeat all his enemies. Even those with an outstanding lineage could keep fighting and keep being injured in order to grow continuously and awaken the power of their bloodline. Changing lineage was a test for the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. All the experiences he had were bonus points for this test. If he had enough points, it meant the new lineage would merge with the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and acknowledged his right to become a ruler-level creature. The process did not involve any pain. All he had to do was to wait for the result to be made apparent. Mo Fan was a little worried. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was hard-working and belligerent in the past, but he had so many attractive female wolves in his den after he became the boss. He was still a loyal wolf, but Mo Fan had no idea if he was still a decent wolf. If he had spent most of his time indulging in his desires, he would most likely fail the test. The lineage started flowing inside the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's body. It was rapidly draining the energy of Mo Fan's summoning element. It was challenging for an advanced summoner to evolve their summoned beast into a ruler-level creature. Mo Fan's energy was almost depleted after helping to reconstruct the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's bones. Luckily, Ningxues had obtained a useful item for him, which could provide Mo Fan's summoning element with energy continuously. Otherwise, Mo Fan might have ended up holding the Flying Creek Snow Wolf back. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf suddenly raised his head and howled. His body was covered in blood, but his fur was growing out again after flashes of red light. It looks like his bloodline has been modified successfully. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was recovering. His flesh was regrowing after obtaining the new lineage. His new fur was completely different now. A layer of curly fur covered his skin, followed by another layer of long dark blue fur extending above the first layer. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was recovering and evolving swiftly. He was at the brink of death just a moment ago, but he was now standing in a majestic stance. His presence alone was completely different. It was noble and imperious, unlike the usual cunning and despicable temperament of a wolf. It felt more like a tiger's, a sense of pure brute force and savagery. Only the final part is left. This is the Wolf Queen soul. Let's see if you can devour it. Mo Fan shouted. Chapter 24:16. Destructive Luminous Stripes. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo Fan released the Wolf Queen soul. He sensed a ferocious aura surging across the room as soon as he opened the container. The smell of the Wolf Queen also filled the small area. The Wolf Queen had undoubtedly been the ruler of the Nanling Mountains. Her dominance over the wolf species of the Nanling Mountains did not dissipate even after only her soul was left. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was extremely confident as he proceeded to the final phase, but he was overwhelmed by the Wolf Queen's aura as soon as the soul was released. He had an urge to fall to his knees and remain prone. It was a trait of the wolf species, their natural obedience toward those with a superior lineage. The Wolf Queen was superior, while the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was only qualified to be her subordinate. Old Wolf. Why was he being slammed to the ground right at the beginning of the fight? Couldn't he try a little harder? If the Flying Creek Snow Wolf failed to devour the Wolf Queen soul, he would never complete the final phase and become a true ruler-level creature. However, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not resist the fear flowing in his blood and his bones. It was his nature. He would have to obliterate his nature first before he could stand up. Mo Fan realized failure was inevitable at this rate. He had to awaken the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's unyielding spirit. He did not want the Flying Creek Snow Wolf to act like the Wolf Queen was his grandmother. Old Wolf, let me ask you, are you afraid of me? Mo Fan demanded of him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf lay on the floor. He shifted his head slightly to look at Mo Fan. The Wolf Queen might be strong, but I still killed her. If there's anyone you should be afraid of in this world, it can only be me, your master. Stand up, it's just a soul. I order you to tear it into pieces right now. Mo Fan snarled at him. That is an order. Destroy it right now. Did you forget you were only a servant-class spirit wolf hiding in a cave and licking your wounds? You had to run away from powerful creatures in humiliation, but you never ran away from enemies of the same level as you. Nothing is born powerful and noble. All it takes is defeating your fear and cowardice to overcome the obstacles before you. Destroy it, and you are the Wolf King. Mo Fan's words were effective. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's eyes burst into passionate flames again, carrying an extra hint of menace. His claws stuck out from his toes and almost dug into the concrete. The Wolf Queen's soul remained aloof and proud. It roared at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, demanding he go down on his knees. Tear it into pieces. Mo Fan ordered again. The command was absolute, and the words were great motivation. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He might have been lost for a moment, but that did not necessarily mean he would stay in a slump and lose his will to fight. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had encountered stronger creatures than the Wolf Queen. The natural restriction from the superiority of the Wolf Queen's lineage was not enough to stop his unyielding spirit. His soul would only yield to his master. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf took the initiative to lunge forward and crash into the Wolf Queen's soul. He did not use any move or technique. He was merely tearing at the soul with brute force. If it was a true showdown of strength, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and the Wolf Queen would be covered in blood by now. Good one, strike while the metal is hot. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was a living creature who was going to become a Wolf King. He would continue to challenge stronger enemies and expand his territory. On the other side, the Wolf Queen's era had already come to an end. The Wolf Queen was dead, but the Flying Creek Snow Wolf still had a long way to go. His journey had only just begun. The soul was the embodiment of one's will. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's will was to keep growing stronger and become a king with thousands of tribes under his leadership. The Wolf Queen's will only consisted of remnant hatred, like a vengeful spirit. How could the Flying Creek Snow Wolf lose against her? He bit the Wolf Queen's soul on its neck. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf, brimming with fighting will, finally claimed the victory. The Wolf Queen's soul was torn into pieces. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf, who now possessed the flesh and the lineage of a ruler-level creature, was considered qualified to claim a ruler-level soul. The Wolf Queen was gone, but a new Wolf King was born. The Wolf King's long dark blue fur had a mysterious and powerful radiance now. That fur rose as the Flying Creek Snow Wolf let out a howl. Countless red insects billowed out from his special coat like steam, looking quite spectacular. The wings and tails of the insects were burning like flames. They scattered in the air, seemingly searching for targets or protecting something. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled and summoned the insects back into his fur. Bright red stripes suddenly appeared on the dark blue fur, tracing the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's bones and veins. It felt like he could cause massive destruction with just a swipe of its claw. Starry insects under the coat. Mo Fan was astounded. Didn't the Wolf Queen have insects hiding under her fur? The Wolf Queen had venomous insects that could drain life and help her recover from injuries rapidly after returning to her. The Wolf Queen had used the ability to almost kill General Nan and run away. It seemed like the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had inherited the Wolf Queen's ability after evolving with her soul. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf told Mo Fan they were called the destructive luminous stripes, and they significantly increased his power. Destructive luminous stripes. Mo Fan had to admit the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's new appearance was very imposing. Every stripe on him was formed by the burning insects he had seen. The stripes were bright and obvious despite his thick fur. It was like looking at arteries full of boiling blood through his fur. Not bad, not bad, the destructive luminous stripes seem impressive, but can you heal yourself like the Wolf Queen? Mo Fan asked him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf responded with a howl. The insects under his fur suddenly bloated a little and started emitting a sapphire blue light. The fur rose again as the bright red stripes faded away. The insects turned sapphire blue before flying out of the fur like a cloud of steam. They flew in the air for a while and returned to the Flying Creek Snow Wolf as if they could not find any prey nearby. Bright blue stripes immediately appeared on the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, like an armor made of some crystalline metal. The previous destructive luminous stripes had given the Flying Creek Snow Wolf a dangerous aura, but now, he was giving off a sacred and tough feeling instead. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf told Mo Fan these were the resolute crystal stripes. Chapter 24:17. Crawling Up on Knees. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The uses of the two different types of stripes were very obvious. They would significantly boost the wolf's offense and defense. Mo Fan was very satisfied with the outcome. Even without the Wolf Queen's ability to rapidly heal her wounds and regrow lost body parts, the two types of stripes would still allow the wolf to crush every creature below the ruler level. However, he was sure his wolf would be getting some other new abilities too. Evolving to the ruler level involved remarkable changes. It was likely that the wolf was still unsure what other new abilities he had obtained, and needed some time to discover them. You can go back to the summoned beast plane for now. Be ready, you will soon make an entry, Mo Fan told the wolf. A woo! The wolf was thrilled. He had never thought he would be a ruler-level creature one day. There were many powerful creatures in the summoned beast plane. Even commander-level creatures had to frequently tuck their tails between their legs. They would not dare to attract too much attention in foreign territories, as they might be eaten up by their owners if they were even slightly unreasonable. However, after becoming a ruler-level creature, even the apex predators would not dare to provoke and compete for territory with him easily. He could finally live with dignity and truly claim his own territory. He no longer had to live in fear, nor did he have to run away with his people if their territory was taken away. Mo Fan knew the old wolf was trying to claim his own territory to give his people homes. He did not forget to remind the wolf not to engage in any serious battles in the near future. A tough fight was surely awaiting them at the Mu clan. Mo Fan needed the old wolf to be in his top form. The old wolf was aware of Mo Fan's concerns. He just had to lay low for some time. He had already waited for so long. However, he had a lot of enemies in the summoned beast plane. Most of them were still in the advancing period of the commander level. They kept picking on him just because their lineage was superior. It would not be his fault if they happened to come looking for their deaths. Mo Fan left the cultivation room. He initially thought Mu Ningxue would be waiting for him. To his surprise, she had already left for Mu Clan Mountain. The Mu Clan had long been based in the capital. Not only did it have a long and powerful history of reputable ice mags, it also had a forbidden ice mage, too. A super mage was enough to support a renowned clan, but a forbidden mage could guarantee several generations' worth of prosperity for a clan. According to the constitution of forbidden magic established by the Magic Association, forbidden mags were not allowed to participate in ordinary affairs. Therefore, Mu Ningxue's enemy was not the forbidden ice mage who came from the Mu clan, but the overwhelming number of cruel and rotten members of the complicated clan who relied heavily on the fame and reputation of the forbidden ice mage. They were in charge of everything in the clan, including a person's fate. It was supposed to be a warm season, as the tomb sweeping day had only passed recently, but the Mu clan mountain was totally different from the capital. It looked as if a huge snowstorm had taken place last night. A few ancient buildings with only tips of their roofs revealed stood high on the mountain. Silver-white ice crystals hanging down gave them a sacred and austere appearance. Mu Ningxue was taking the loose footbridges up the mountain. She had never taken a car along the winding roads to the Mu clan before. She always took the stairs and the footbridges instead. Every time she took this path, she could always enjoy the spectacular scenery consisting of snow-covered lands. She would feel relaxed, as the scenery took away the fatigue from cultivating for the entire day. It was similar to people who enjoyed taking a hot bath after a busy day. Mu Ningxue enjoyed taking the deserted stairs. She had been doing it throughout her youth after she had moved to the capital. This place used to be Mu Ningxue's second home. She abandoned her youthful heart when she was 13 and dove straight into cultivation. It did not matter how boring her life was and how exciting the outside world seemed, her heart remained as firm and determined as ice. She thought she could earn her family's respect and honor through her hard work. Little did she know, she was only a puppet controlled by the Mu clan. They had thrown her away like a piece of trash after she lost her value. Almost 10 years. For almost 10 years, she was blindly following the Mu clan's will. She had sacrificed her everything, including her soul, for the greater good of the clan. In the end, she was still worthless in their eyes. They had raised her up, but they had tried to destroy her, too. Did they really think they would get their way so easily? The path going up the mountain was empty. No one bothered to use the stairs that had been built by their ancestors any longer, thanks to the great invention of modern cars. In the past, Mu Ningxue always let her mind go blank as she took the stairs. Now, every step she took brought back memories, a past that kept adding to her anger. Hee, I knew you were going to come this way, a mocking voice called out. An entrance covered in frozen vines stood at the top of the stairs ahead of her. A woman in a luxurious long dress was standing close to it. The bottom of the dress was close to touching the ground. Its white mink collar was wrapped around the woman's neck. I wonder why you always pretend like you are independent and strong, but you still have to rely on a savage in the end? Such a pity, the man you are relying on is just an untamed wild dog compared to the Mu clan. Our existence is like a dragon. We can easily strangle him to death. Mu Tingying was leaning against a pillar, staring down at Mu Ningxue as Ningxue was coming up the stairs. Mu Ningxue had already tied up her silver hair, which matched the scenery perfectly. She was wearing an umber black leather outfit and a simple windbreaker with a girdle. The red scarf around her neck was the only color that stood out, but it was enough to set off her outstanding beauty. Mu Tingying always felt a fit of strange anger whenever she saw Mu Ningxue. She could not figure out the reason for a long time, but she was starting to realize it now. It did not matter how rare, expensive, and luxurious the jewelries, clothes, and makeup she had received from the people around her were, if she stood beside Mu Ningxue, even if she was only dressed in simple clothes with no makeup on, the men would still be fixing their eyes on Mu Ningxue. Normally, physical appearance was not necessarily the most important thing, as there were plenty of women who were just as gorgeous as Mu Ningxue. However, Mu Tingying could not accept that Mu Ningxue's cultivation was superior to hers, too. She just wanted to be better than Mu Ningxue at one thing. The harsh reality was, there was not a single thing she was better at than Mu Ningxue. Most importantly, the root of Mu Tingying's jealousy was how Mu Ningxue had never treated her seriously. As a result, whenever Mu Tingying saw Mu Ningxue's calm eyes, she would start burning with anger. She simply had the urge to tear the other woman into pieces. "Where's my father?" Mu Ningxue's voice was as cold as her eyes. "You really want to know? Walk the rest of the stairs on your knees, then." Mu Tingying sneered. Walk on her knees? In other words, she was asking Mu Ningxue to kneel before her. When a person was kneeling, it was impossible for them to lift their legs. They would have to place their hands on the next stair and lift their body up. Mu Tingying would be gobsmacked if Mu Ningxue began crawling up the stairs in such a humble manner. Chapter 24:18. You aren't worthy enough. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mu Ningxue continued to walk up the stairs. The footprints on the higher stairs were a lot deeper than the ones below. It seems like you no longer want to know your father's whereabouts. Mu Tingying grinned coldly. You just came to humiliate me. Mu Ningxue knew that even if she had followed the instructions, she was not going to get her wish. In the past, she was fully obedient, without the slightest desire to oppose the Mu clan's will. It had been no different from kneeling in front of them. How could she possibly bend her knees again now? So what if it's true? You still have to listen to me. You are sure you are not going to kneel? Fine, someone else is going to do it. You there, go chop off Mu Zhuoyun's legs. Mu Tingying ordered. Mu Ningxue's eyes turned icy. Ice branches were growing out of the trees on the mountain. They turned into icy spikes scattered across the mountain in the blink of an eye, stunning but brimming with murderous intent. Mu Ningxue had no intention to waste her time on the woman. She had not come to the Mu clan to negotiate. You dare attack me? Mu Tingying snarled. Mu Ningxue waved her hand. The icy spikes grew and combined rapidly. Spike pythons. The icy spikes gathered into a long snake stretching all the way up from the waist of the mountain. The whole area was covered in spikes. The spikes were like spears of ice. It was horrifying to see the snake covered in icy spears sliding around. Mu Tingying was so shocked that she almost failed to set up her defense. The snake rammed into Mu Tingying and sent her flying. Her clothes were punctured. Blood was leaking out from the tiny holes. Mu Tingying was struggling with disbelief. She saw the spike python rising into the air while spinning as she was struggling to her feet. The snake slammed its tail on the ground while spinning, before whipping it at Mu Tingying's face. The spike python's tail was initially at the mountain's waist. It was as large as a giant hammer covered with spikes. Mu Tingying managed to summon her magic equipment to defend herself, but she was sent flying like a missile once again. There was a structure built with stones nearby. It was magnificent and sturdy, a landmark symbolizing the entrance to the Mu clan's mansion. The structure collapsed like a popping bubble after the spike python's tail hit it. The whole woods trembled about it. Mu Ningxue continued forward. She stepped over the debris of the structure and headed in the direction Mu Tingying had been sent flying to. She finally saw the badly mangled Mu Tingying after walking for some time. Tingying's arms and shoulders were dislocated. Her heavily made-up face had a cut reaching down to the bone. She was unbearably ugly. Mu Tingying could no longer climb to her feet. Her eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. She had become the youngest super mage of the Mu clan recently. She even thought she would soon beat Mu Ningxue and trample her. She had never thought she would fail to withstand a single attack from Ningxue. What exactly was Mu Ningxue's cultivation level now? You always liked to pick on me. You always wanted to compete with me in everything. You finally got your wish. How does it feel now? Mu Ningxue stood beside Mu Tingying. Her calm and cold expression sent a chill down Mu Tingying's spine. How amusing! Mu Tingying was naive to think Mu Ningxue was still the same after the World College tournament. Did she really think there was not much difference between their strength? Did she assume she would have a chance to beat Ningxue after she achieved the super level? Mu Tingying was incomparable to her in the past. She was just as weak now. Mu Ningxue walked over a pile of debris without casting another glance at Mu Tingying. She felt sorry for the incompetent and ignorant woman. Mu Ningxue had never treated Mu Tingying as her opponent. Her targets were the people who had seats in the clan meeting. They were the representatives of the Mu clan. They were the ones who had agreed with the decision to execute her in Venice. A bald middle-aged man with sharp brows appeared. Mu Ningxue, how bold of you to perform such an outrageous act on the Mu clan's sacred mountain. Mu Ningxue could tell who it was just by hearing his voice. The Mu clan had a disciplinary hall responsible for punishing disciples who committed offenses. The disciplinary hall had a unique status. The Mu clan's disciplinary mags had the right to execute their disciples without seeking permission from the Magic Association or the government. As a result, even though Mu Ningxue was a member of the national team, the advisors were not allowed to intervene when the disciplinary mags had tried to cripple her cultivation in Venice. According to them, the Mu clan had given her everything, so it was reasonable for the Mu clan to take it all back. Panshi had brought a few disciplinary mags of the Mu clan along back then to discipline Mu Ningxue by crippling her cultivation. The man who was rebuking Mu Ningxue was the leader of the disciplinary hall, Ji Xiong. It went without saying that the disciplinary mags would never have shown up in Venice if he had not nodded his approval. Not everyone in the Mu clan had the surname Mu. Like other clans, it would sometimes recruit strong mags of other elements. Ji Xiong was one example. He was not an ice mage, but a strong super earth mage. Despite having a different surname, the disciples of Mu clan treated him with great respect. No one dared to say the slightest rebellious word in front of him, let alone commit an offense within the clan's territory. We only invited your father to discuss some matters with him. So what if he's a little troubled? Ji Xiong shouted angrily after inspecting Mu Tingying's injuries. Get someone who's more worthy to speak to me, Mu Ningxue replied icily. Ji Xiong's face was so tense that his cheekbones were visible after he heard the words. Even when Mu Ningxue was at her peak when she was still a member of the clan, she was still considered a junior. She was never comparable to someone with actual authority in the Mu clan like him. Not to mention she was now a wanted criminal of the disciplinary hall, and yet she claimed he was not worthy enough. Do you think you can do whatever you want here just because you are now a super mage? You are unaware of the true essence of the super level. You are as weak as an insect in front of my super power. Ji Xiong knew the normal disciplinary mags, who were mostly advanced mags, were no match for Mu Ningxue, so he had come in person to deal with her. It was time to settle a job that was long overdue. Not a single disciple of the Mu clan could escape the disciplinary hall's punishment. The sentence to cripple Mu Ningxue's cultivation was already final. He would make sure it was carried out as planned. The earth element was very effective against the ice element, too. Ji Xiong immediately made his move. He did not want the mountain of the clan to be troubled by a single Mu Ningxue. His superiors would think the disciplinary hall was unreliable. Horn Flash Rock, Thousand Jin Clench. Ji Xiong half-clenched his right hand at first and slowly curled his fingers. The ground started shaking vigorously. A black rock emerged where Mu Ningxue was standing. It formed a giant hand with half-clenched fingers. The fingers were curling slowly, meant to wrap around Mu Ningxue with great force. Chapter 24:19. Wind Superpower, Swastika Scar. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The clenching hand was extremely powerful. It could crush a full metal tank into pieces, let alone a human. Unlike most destructive magic, it had appeared very quickly. Ji Xiong had cast the spell with a very simple gesture. Mu Ningxue reacted quickly. Her wind element was impressive, too. Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan did not have anywhere near the same fighting style. Mo Fan was strong because of the support of his extra elements, which made him unpredictable and flexible. On the other hand, Mu Ningxue had put most of her focus on her ice and wind elements. Her wind element was not necessarily weaker than her ice element. She floated backward as the rocky fist appeared, leaving a faint wind trail behind. Wind Trace! Mu Ningxue moved agilely, sliding elegantly across the snow at lightning speed. She did not remain in the same stance all the time. She only used it when Ji Xiong was attacking with his special earth spell. She was like a dragonfly hovering in the wind. Whenever someone tried to grab the dragonfly, it would agilely dodge the hand and hover in a different spot. It was almost impossible to catch it. Ji Xiong was enraged. His Horn Flash Rock was still too slow. He was struggling to hit Mu Ningxue, regardless of the magic's form. Wind Trace Bow. Mu Ningxue appeared behind Ji Xiong and pulled her finger back. A taut white string as thin as a steel wire took shape in front of Mu Ningxue. It was already extended to its full limit. It produced a piercing sound like a string being plucked, and fired a white wind arrow at Ji Xiong. Despite its thinness, it stirred up a huge wave of energy along its path. The force knocked Ji Xiong a dozen meters back. His body was shaking slightly, and several of his bones might have been broken if he had not shielded himself with the horn flash rock. How did she produce such a strong gust of wind by just pulling her finger? You won't stand a chance against me, even if you are using the wind element. Ji Xiong shouted defiantly, something that contradicted his thoughts. He was not going to show his emotions. The truth was, he did not have to worry too much about Mu Ningxue's little tricks. Her ice and wind elements were nothing compared to his earth superpower. Superpower, rolling sand river. Ji Xiong stood in the open and raised his arms. Loud rumbles echoed out first, followed by tiny rivulets of sand rolling down the mountainside. The rumbles kept getting louder as more sand appeared. A river of sand suddenly poured through the snow-covered woods like a landslide. The sparkling black sand looked like a sand dune from a few kilometers of a desert was pouring down from the mountain's heights. No matter how quick Mu Ningxue was, she could not escape an earth spell with such a huge area of coverage. Ji Xiong's superpower had transported an entire river of sand to fill the area. It was even going to swallow and drown the stairs Mu Ningxue had taken to get up here. The sand river surged at Mu Ningxue with loud rumblings. She was like a tiny leaf that would be shredded at any second. White gusts of wind intertwined and set up a howling barrier around Mu Ningxue like a nest. The wind was constantly moving with incredible force. It was not just a simple wind wall. The sand particles were deflected as the sand river reached the barrier, creating sparks similar to when a bullet bounced off a sheet of metal. Ji Xiong had been planning to knock Mu Ningxue down the mountain. In his opinion, the woman had no right to set foot on the sacred mountain. She could only be brought up like a criminal, and was not permitted to force her way up aloofly. However, Mu Ningxue had only slid 100 meters back at the first impact. She was able to hold her ground close to the pillars covered in icy vines. The sand was flowing down the mountain on both sides of her, but she remained as unmoving as a planted stone. Down you go! Ji Xiong snarled. How dare a little junior who was expelled by the clan act atrociously on Mu Clan Mountain? It was not exaggerating to describe the Mu clan as the country's royal family. Every decision made in the clan meetings was like a decree to the disciples. No one could disobey them, nor challenge the authority of the clan. The density of the sand increased. It felt like an entire black desert had fallen on the mountain. Ji Xiong unleashed the full potential of his superpower to control the black sand of death. Wind superpower, Swastika Scar. Swirling wind blades made up of compressed air swept in from the distance. The swastika symbol they formed covered half the plain. As the enlarged river of black sand returned, strong winds rose from the deep marks and formed a shocking white curtain in the shape of the swastika. Mu Ningxue was standing gracefully in the center of it. The area had become her sacred ground. She remained unmoved, no matter how strong the current of sand was. The rolling sand river was as deadly as an avalanche occurring on a huge mountain. The black sand river extended from the waist of the mountain to its foot, breaking and shredding countless trees and covering their remains. Even so, it had failed to knock Mu Ningxue from her feet. Both the woman and the symbol on the ground were untainted. Impossible, this is impossible. Ji Xiong was struggling to believe it. Wasn't a superpower an indicator of super mags who had long achieved the super level? It had to be difficult for Mu Ningxue to achieve the super level without the Mu clan support. How could she possibly awaken a wind superpower, too? It has only been how many years? How did her cultivation improve so much? I told you, you aren't worthy enough. Mu Ningxue's gaze sharpened. She stomped the ground, and the symbol expanded further. The wind curtain retained the shape of the swastika, but it was no longer a barrier protecting Mu Ningxue. It had now turned into a deadly weapon, bringing utter destruction upon the mountain. Chapter 2420. You Are Nothing Now. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. A.H. Yinfeng cried out in pain as his chest was sliced open. Blood sprayed out of the wound. He immediately lost all his strength and fell to his knees after his muscles gave way. His blood quickly formed a pool underneath him. A few other disciplinary mags were helping Mu Tingying up from the ground not far away. Mu Tingying had insisted on staying, despite enduring enormous pain. She had wanted to see Mu Ningxues end up just like her, but it had not happened. Yinfeng had lost. As the leader of the disciplinary hall, he was already one of the stronger mags in the Mu clan, but he had still lost to Mu Ningxues. Mu Ningxues could not have cared less about Yinfeng. She continued on her way through the field. In front of her was a landscaped garden of bamboo given delicate care. The garden remained in bloom throughout all 4 seasons. The green branches and leaves were now covered in snow, making the garden look like a scene from a poem. The main buildings of the clan were visible from the bamboo woods. The buildings looked like ancient palaces, as the Mu clan had been around for a long time. Tall walls, blue slabs, red roof tiles with a slight golden tint, and a clear stream from the mountain running through the area. The road leading to the main buildings was built alongside and over the stream. People walking on the pavement could enjoy the sight of fish playing around in the stream right through the icy glass panels under their feet. Mu Ningxues was now walking on that icy glass. The tall bamboo trees nearby were swaying in the wind. The canopy was swaying 50 meters above her head. More disciplinary mags showed up around her. Unfortunately, their leader Yinfeng was still lying on the ground unconscious after he was defeated by Mu Ningxues, and the disciplinary mags did not dare take any bold actions. They simply gathered around Mu Ningxues like a flock of crows. Mu Ningxues was close to reaching the magnificent buildings when she saw a man in a blue collarless shirt standing in her path. The disciplinary mags did not dare stand in her way. They were only tailing her or sticking to the sides. Everyone who tried to stop her was quickly left with serious injuries. The man was obviously a strong mage sent by the Mu clan to stop Mu Ningxues. He looked very young. His handsome face had a faint confident smile. His expression remained the same even when he saw the murderous look on Mu Ningxues' face. Impressive. You have defeated Yinfeng in such a short time. The disciplinary hall has been in a slump in recent years. Perhaps it's because a useless piece of trash like Yinfeng was in charge. It's time to give it some new blood, the man proclaimed, addressing the disciplinary mags. Mu Ningxues, you have always been outstanding. If the things that brought shame to our clan had never happened, I believe you had a high chance of becoming the next me, the man said calmly. There's no reason for you to hold a grudge against the Mu clan. The Mu clan has retained its status for so many years because we are willing to put in resources and efforts on every disciple with a bright future. We also have the determination to abandon those we should when the clan is being threatened, the man explained. Who's he? Mu Ningxues recognized the man. The Mu clan was scattered across many cities throughout the country. Every 4 years, the Mu clan would send representatives to the different branches to filter out the disciples. Those who were chosen would be sent to Mu Clan Mountain and compete with thousands of other disciples. Huzi was a senior brother in the same batch as Mu Ningxues and Mu Tingying. He had been considered a role model among them. The trainers had often mentioned his name. When Mu Ningxues stood out in her batch, she was described as the female counterpart to Huzi. Huzi was also not a disciple of the main clan. He had caught the main clan's attention with his talents and climbed his way to the top. However, Huzi was luckier than Mu Ningxues. Not only was he not abandoned by the Mu clan, he had rendered meritorious contributions time and time again, and become a star of the Mu clan. Huzi now had a seat in the clan meeting, and was an important member of the Mu clan's committee. His power was almost comparable to an authority like Mu Feiluan. In fact, Huzi was just like Mu Ningxues had been for years ago. He was able to crush his peers and climb his way up. The Mu clan had given him plenty of resources. Even if many of the talented disciples in the same batch as him had also achieved the super level, they still had no chance of catching up to him. I've always kept an eye on you. To be honest, I was often impressed by your courage. It's not unreasonable for an outsider to boldly declare war against the Mu clan, since they have no idea how massive the Mu clan is, Hu Zi went on. Hu Zi was well aware of the Mu clan's strength. Despite standing out among his peers, he only realized how powerful the Mu clan was after he earned a spot in the clan meeting. It had been only the beginning. Many members of the Mu clan were stronger than him, but there were still other people who were controlling their fate beyond them. Mu Ningxue was trying to do the impossible. Hu Zi's tone changed. Even I have to bow and bend my knees in front of the leaders. What right do you have to think you can throw a tantrum in the Mu clan's territory? You have injured 2 important members of the Mu clan. Do you really think you are only going to be crippled after you lose? You have seriously underestimated the Mu clan. Hu Zi and Mu Ningxue used to refer to one another as senior brother and junior sister. Hu Zi was attracted by Mu Ningxue's beauty and potential. He had tried to approach her in the past. However, Mu Ningxue did not respond. Improving her cultivation was all she had cared about. Hu Zi was not a patient man. He believed there were lots of beautiful women other than Mu Ningxue, and he had no reason to waste too much of his time on an ice bell. The two were almost close acquaintances, but when the clan decided to cripple Mu Ningxue's cultivation, Hu Zi did not oppose it. His opinion might actually have made a difference. It would at least have delayed the execution until after the World College tournament ended, but Hu Zi did not do so. Even he did not know the actual reason. Perhaps he thought Mu Ningxue would be easier prey after she became an ordinary human, or perhaps he was worried the woman with the outstanding innate talent of the ice element would pose a threat to his status after she was given more resources to grow. I always saw you as a role model when I first came to the Mu clan. I always hoped to compete with you one day, Mu Ningxue replied coolly. But now, you are nothing to me. Chapter 24-21. Absolute Ward. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. I am nothing to you. Hu Zi had a weird expression after hearing those words. He was both amused and angry. If I'm nothing, what about you, who were expelled by the Mu clan? Do you think you are still at the top after losing the Mu clan support? Defeating Ji Xiong, who's good for nothing, doesn't mean anything. Hu Zi had come to convince Mu Ningxue to accept her punishment willingly after revealing the difficulties to her. She might have a chance to come back to the Mu clan. However, she was being too arrogant. Show me your strongest move. I've only said so much because I still see you as my junior sister, but I won't show you any mercy from now on. Hu Zi declared. My strongest move? Mu Ningxue did not think she needed to use her bow against him. She understood the importance of continuing to improve if she wanted to climb to the top. Every step she took had been difficult, but it was also a type of trial for her. It was tough for her at first, but she was slowly getting used to it. Every new power she obtained had not come easily. It had also helped her to realize what she was lacking, thus giving her a chance to improve herself more in her upcoming attempts. It was common to see strong mags in a renowned clan. However, those who were at the top were mostly grassroots members in the past. When Mu Ningxue was still in the Mu clan, she had met a lot of bottlenecks. She often wondered if she was really talented, or if she only grew in power because of the Mu clan's support. Mu Ningxue had visited Tuanshan Mountain twice after leaving the Mu clan, and had finally found her direction. She was able to climb the mountain with her gaze fixed on the prize, as every return was closely related to her changes and hard work. Only the power she had earned by herself truly belonged to her. It did not matter if the mountain she had to climb was taller than the previous one. The hardship she had faced in the past would only give her more confidence in conquering the next mountain. It was Mo Fan who had helped her find her own path. He was strong for a reason. Hu Zi was merely following the path the Mu clan had planned out for him. He represented Mu Ningxue's old self, when she was still on the same old path. The enemy she was facing was what she would have become if the incident had not happened. It was time to see which version of her was stronger. It's meaningless to compete with other elements. Let's settle it with the ice element. Ice superpower, Ice Mountain Coral. Huzi was extremely confident in himself. He did not bother hiding the traits of his superpower. A colorful icy swirl appeared above the woods. The temperature nearby dropped rapidly. Ice crystals began appearing like clusters of crystals on the ground. They were growing and spreading in irregular shapes. The bamboo woods were soon filled with ice corals. The corals were enormous. Some grew taller than the bamboo trees, just like emerging boulders. It looked like a spectacular view under the ocean had been relocated onto the mountain. The corals were mixed with the bamboo trees, as if an ocean had combined with the mountain forest. "Show me your strongest ability," Huzi demanded loudly. Only by crushing Ningxues' strongest ability, the one she was most proud of, would teach her how idiotic her actions today were. She was supposed to offer the Mu clan a humble apology. That way, she might convince the clan to be more lenient toward her. She should never have forced her way up the mountain and challenged the Mu clan's authority. "Is this your ice superpower?" Ningxue resumed her pace forward. She had paused after Huzi had appeared. She continued to walk toward the main building. Everything before it was only part of the entrance. It was normal for intruders to force their way through the entrance. It had happened to many renowned clans when arrogant intruders thought they could challenge a clan's authority. However, the intruder making it to the main buildings would show how incompetent the faction really was. Ji Xiong of the disciplinary hall had failed to stop Ningxue, thus the clan had sent Huzi after her. Huzi was not going to let Ningxue advance any further. He was extremely displeased by Ningxue's arrogance. Who did she think she was? Even he had never raised his voice against the Mu clan. Where did she, someone who was expelled by the clan, find the confidence and arrogance to force her way up the Mu clan mountain and challenge him? "Another step forward, and you won't have a chance to beg for mercy," Huzi snarled. "I didn't come to beg, I came to settle the debt." Ningxue followed her path with a determined face. She had sworn to destroy the Mu clan's empire after she burst into tears in Venice. The day had arrived earlier than she had expected, but she had no reason to back away now. "Do you think you stand a chance against my superpower? Ice coral shift!" Huzi yelled from where was standing on top of an enormous ice coral. More ice coral emerged from the ground, while those on the surface began to move around. The destruction they were causing could easily wipe out an entire tribe of demon creatures. The world of ice corals began to collapse. The path Ningxue was treading was in grave danger too, as the debris of the corals fell from above and cracked the ground. It felt like the mountain was sinking due to a tectonic shift. "Ward, defiance of the snow god." Ningxue's eyes glowed like brilliant stars. She continued forward at a steady pace right through the collapsing world of ice coral. A ring of silver light swept forward, and the apocalyptic sight ahead of her suddenly froze. It felt like time had frozen at that instant. The spectacular world of ice corals turned completely to dust after that brief pause. The giant coral mountains, the irregular coral reefs, and the falling debris that was cracking the ground apart had all turned into powder. How was mere dust and powder going to threaten her life? They would only be lifted into the sky and swept into the distance as the wind blew. Ningxue had overwhelmed Huzi's ice superpower with a single glance, not to mention it was the ability Huzi was most proud of. A ward, an absolute ward. Huzi's pride sank to the bottom of his heart together with the corals that had turned into dust. An ice ward. Ningxue has a heaven seed. A real heaven seed would grant its bearer the power to establish an absolute ward. Even the strongest mage had to obey the rules of the absolute ward once inside it. Absolute ward, defile of the snow god. The rules of Ningxue's absolute ward were able to restrict every other magic within it. Whether it was an enemy domain, a spell, or the special effects of an element, they would all turn into dust inside Ningxue's absolute ward. Huzi's superpower was the ability to expand and strengthen his ice magic like a domain, but even it had to obey the rules of Ningxue's absolute ward. As a result, everything in its influence had turned into dust. It was the absolute ward of a heaven seed. Mu Ningxue had once only had a domain because of her innate soul seed. But now, she had mastered the much stronger absolute ward. She now owned a real heaven seed. Chapter 24-22. She is the master. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Huzhi clenched his teeth. His face was full of anger and discontent. His handsome face was gone, now ugly and twisted. He was the star among the disciples of the Mu clan. He had earned himself a seat in the clan meeting after awakening his superpower. He had worked harder than anyone else. He had even fawned upon the leaders of the clan. How did Mu Ningxue manage to acquire a heaven seed before me? If one was given the option to choose between a superpower or a heaven seed, anyone would choose the heaven seed without any hesitation. A heaven seed was from the outside world, a godly object that was incredibly difficult to find. It would significantly increase the strength of a mage. Even if it did not have an absolute ward, its power could still overwhelm most of the mage enemies. A superpower was only a mage specialty, awakened after cultivating diligently. Certain superpowers might be incredibly powerful, but only a few managed to awaken them. An ice superpower against a heaven ice seed, the odds of him winning were extremely low. Even so, Huzhi was not going to surrender. He finally understood why he had not stepped forward when the clan decided to cripple Mu Ningxue's cultivation. He was worried that she might overtake him one day. Ice Islet! Huzhi snarled. A huge mountainous chunk of ice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was like a monstrous living thing had emerged from the abyss of the ocean. A gargantuan wall of ice charged at Mu Ningxue at high speed. The bamboo trees were around 50 meters tall, but they were like weeds compared to the oncoming wave of ice. It even blocked the view of the mountain's peak. Huzhi's attack was a manifestation of his anger and jealousy. The erupting ice crashed onto the ground. Mu Ningxue took a few steps back to avoid the debris that was flying at her. She suddenly came to a stop. Crystalline frost spread from her wrist to her palm before rising into the air. The frost instantly took the shape of a long blade. Mu Ningxue tossed the blade into the sky. With a loud chime of power, the icy blade suddenly straightened and emitted an icy glow from its tip. It had combined with Mu Ningxue's wrist and hand, allowing her to control it with ease. The oncoming ice was already inches from Mu Ningxue. She quickly jumped backward with the help of Wind Trail. She did a backflip in midair while swinging the blade. The blade let loose an arc-shaped light filled with remarkable force. The slash was oddly powerful. Mu Ningxue slid a great distance back after releasing the enormous force, allowing her to escape the impact zone of the ice river. The splinters of ice that had fallen to the ground previously were swept into the air. Meanwhile, the slash had sliced the towering wall of ice in half. The ice river split into two, and its trajectory changed. Mu Ningxue eventually came to a stop after doing another backflip and landing on a bamboo. Its half-frozen stem bent like an arc-shaped bridge to support her weight. Mu Ningxue remained on the bamboo stem for a moment. The oncoming ice might have been sliced in half, but it was still sliding toward her with great momentum. Mu Ningxue stared at it, her face calm. The bamboo tree began to bend beneath her. It abruptly snapped forward, and threw Mu Ningxue ahead like it was launching a white sword. Mu Ningxue flew through the gap in the middle as the two halves of the bisected glacier continued forward, looking like a sparrow flying through a canyon. She lost her hairpin in the strong rush of the wind. Her hair immediately fell to her shoulders like a shining waterfall, further setting off her dazzling figure. In contrast, the blade in her hand was brimming with a murderous aura. The arrogant Huzhi was standing right at the end of the crack split into his massive attack of ice. Huzhi had already said he was not going to show any mercy. Therefore, Mu Ningxue had no reason to show him any mercy, either. No person with a seat in the clan meeting would escape her vengeful blade. The great blade was as thin as a willow, but it was surprisingly sharp and firm. Her slash extended from Huzhi's left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Since the blade was made of frost, Hu Zi did not shed a single drop of blood, but the shocking cut had split open to reveal his bones. The cold was also spreading throughout his body. Hu Zi was standing there like an ice statue. The frost pouring into his body through the cut was freezing his blood and organs. His face was not frozen yet, but had stiffened in confusion and shock. Did I lose? Hu Zi uttered the words with great effort. He had gone from scorning Ningxues for not knowing her place to losing the fight miserably. He felt humiliated and terrified. How is she so strong? How did she manage to overtake me without the Mu clan's resources after she was expelled? Did I not work hard enough over the years? Did I not act lowly enough in front of the leaders? How did you do it? Hu Zi grabbed Ningxues' blade, allowing the frost to spread freely. However, he did not let go of the blade. He simply watched it freeze his hand. Ningxues did not say a single word, and calmly raised the blade instead. The blade did not slide out of Hu Zi's hand, it broke his frozen hand into pieces instead. Ah! Hu Zi screamed in pain. His hand had broken off, just like that. Its clotted blood and bones fell to the ground. Hu Zi knelt on the ground with a twisted expression, smearing his tears on the snow. He only caught a glimpse of Ningxues' heels as she continued along the path. His job was to stop Ningxues from reaching the main building, but he had failed. He remembered the time when Ningxues was just a beautiful junior sister to him. She had a cold personality, but he had assumed he could still get his way with her. Today, he had learned the true face of his junior sister. She was strong and brutal, just like her personality. If the Mu clan had not expelled her, she would eventually have stood at the highest level of the Mu clan's hierarchy. Her cruel, merciless, and tough personality was just like the leaders of the Mu clan. Hu Zi fell to the ground. The disciplinary mags did not dare to carry him away to be treated for some time. Outsiders might treat the disciplinary mags with great respect, but they were so irrelevant right now that they only dared to be bystanders, like shrimp soldiers. Ningxues' overwhelming strength had given them the impression that she was the master, while they were the ignorant intruders. Chapter 24-23 Mu Yinfeng Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Every Mu clan meeting was very strict and serious. Every member of the clan had to obey the rituals and ceremonies that were planned. Even those who had no right to take part in the meeting had to wait outside the room if they did not have any urgent business. While a meeting took place, the members of the clan were forbidden to contact outsiders. They also had to make sure no one interfered with the meeting. The monthly meeting was scheduled to last from 1 to 5 in the afternoon. When the door of the room opened at the end of the meeting, the people who were closely related to the clan would gather around their representatives and ask whether they had managed to convince the clan to allocate more resources for them, if the clan had assigned them the positions they had striven to gain for years, or if they were being punished for the mistakes they had committed in the previous month. Many people called the Mu clan the Ice Element dynasty of the country, as their clan meeting was similar to the morning assembly of the officials before the emperor during the era of ancient dynasties. The people involved in the meeting would dress nicely and prepare their speeches for the meeting. They would be mindful of their actions and words while competing for the resources allocated during the meeting. The meeting today had not started yet. The participants were having lunch in the clan hall to prepare for the meeting in the afternoon. What did you just say? Ningxues has already forced her way to the main buildings. Feiluan lost his temper after hearing the update from his men. Feiluan was one of the elders of the clan, in charge of the clan's internal affairs. He was solely responsible for the arrangement, discipline, training, and punishment of the young disciples. The Mu clan had too many branches and vassal clans. Not every elder was familiar with the details of what had happened to Ningxues. It was Feiluan who had the most say in how the clan dealt with Ningxues. Thus, it was Feiluan who had decided to cripple Ningxues' cultivation and expel her from the clan. Panshi was Feiluan's subordinate. He had chosen Ningxues when she was still in Bow City and recommended her to Feiluan. Mu Feiluan used to think Mu Ningxue had the potential to lead the new batch of disciples, and had treated Mu Ningxue like a pearl in the palm. Many young disciples had been jealous of her. If Mu Feiluan decided Mu Ningxue had to go and have her cultivation taken away, Mu Ningxue was not allowed to resist. Everyone had to obey his orders. It was also Mu Feiluan who had brought Mu Zhuiyun to Mu Clan Mountain. However, the situation had now exceeded Mu Feiluan's expectations. First, Mu Ningxue had managed to retain her cultivation. Second, Mu Ningxue had never surrendered herself and asked for the appropriate punishment so she could return to the clan. Lastly, Mu Ningxue was not defeated at the entrance to the clan. She had reached the main buildings instead. She would soon be at the clan hall if she went only a little deeper. If Mu Ningxue reached the clan hall, the patriarch was obviously going to scold Mu Feiluan and hold him responsible. He would lose a lot of influence in the clan meeting. Most importantly, Mu Feiluan had many powerful mags under his command. How had they failed to stop the petty woman? Were they trying to make him the laughingstock of the clan and ruin his reputation? Why did I even bother taking care of Hu Zi? He can't even bite the person I want him to. Mu Feiluan cursed. Mu Ningxue has really gone crazy. She dares to stir up trouble in the Mu Clan Mountain. Humph, I can't wait to see who's going to protect her this time. Mu Yinfeng spoke up. They had gone easy on Mu Ningxue in recent years because she had won the World College Tournament. Mu Ningxue had been a member of the national team. On the other hand, the Mu clan was closely affiliated with the country's powerful organizations. Some of the seniors in the clan were very concerned about the clan's reputation. They were worried that the public might condemn them if their disciplinary mags were too harsh on Mu Ningxue. As a result, Mu Ningxue's punishment had been put on hold over the years. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng had used other ways to keep Mu Ningxue in check, instead of threatening her directly. A few years had passed since the last World College Tournament, and the next World College Tournament was already around the corner. People's attention on Mu Ningxue had diminished over the years. It was time for the Mu clan to settle their debt with Mu Ningxue. Don't worry, if she keeps behaving unscrupulously, we will have an excuse to cripple her cultivation on the spot. I will be able to justify myself in the meeting too, Mu Feiluan said reassuringly. It turned out that he would have to take care of the threat that Pan she had left behind. What a pity. Even if we crippled her cultivation, she still has a pretty face. Some stupid men are fond of her aloof personality, Mu Yinfeng commented coldly. Sister, the clan meeting is extremely important to me. She must have come today to interfere with the meeting. You have to take care of her in the main garden for my sake. You can deal with her however you like, Mu Feiluan told her. Humph, are you asking me to do your dirty jobs again, while you enjoy your flourishing fame in the clan? Mu Yinfeng grumbled. Didn't you have high hopes for Nanrong Ni? If you help me take care of Mu Ningxue, I will try to secure Nanrong Ni a spot in the clan meeting, Mu Feiluan proposed. That sounds more like it. Mu Yinfeng nodded in satisfaction. As a matter of fact, even without Mu Feiluan's promise, Mu Yinfeng had still been planning to take care of Mu Ningxue. Some women would turn the clan into a mess if they stayed around, as if they were the only women in the whole clan. Mu Yinfeng was annoyed when she heard Mu Ningxue's name. She was as troublesome as her mother. That being said, Mu Yinfeng had managed to banish her mother to the wilds, so she would have no trouble getting rid of Mu Ningxue either. Nanrong Ni, do you want to go with me to the main buildings? Mu Yinfeng asked her. Sure, I heard Tinjing was seriously injured. Her face is covered in blood, Nanrong Ni mentioned. It won't be as simple as crippling her cultivation if I am told to deal with her, Mu Yinfeng grinned. She had been troubled for not having a legitimate excuse to get rid of Mu Ningxue, but the woman had come looking for trouble and broken the Mu clan's rules. She felt more comfortable now that the conservative elders of the clan no longer had a say in the matter. The main buildings numbered over 20 palatial structures. They looked like the residences of ancient emperors, generals, or officials on the outside, but inside they had elevators, French windows, and marbled floors. All of the lighting and decorations were extremely expensive. Even the paintings and rhyming couplets on the walls were no ordinary works. Dueling grounds for the disciples were built close to the main buildings. They were planted with grass and maintained in great condition, with little snow adorning them. When Mu Ningxue reached the main buildings, a different path had been opened. It was guiding her to take it, sparkling like diamonds before her. The special path was only opened when the Mu clan had organized an important duel. The path would lead the guests straight to a big dueling ground, the battleground at the peak. It was obviously not open to receive any guests. It was directing Mu Ningxue to the battleground at the peak. Someone was waiting for her there. The battleground at the peak was very close to the main buildings. People would see the duel from inside them. Mu Ningxue followed the path to the dueling ground without any hesitation. She did not care who was waiting ahead for her. She would beat anyone who tried to stop her. Chapter 24-24. Ice Phoenix, one of the strongest talents. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The dueling ground's altitude was high enough for snow to be falling on it. The sky was grey and free of clouds, tiny snow particles falling from it like white sand. A woman was already standing in the dueling ground. She was wearing a luxurious emerald green long robe with a mink-hooded windbreaker draped over her shoulders. The woman was Mu Yinfeng. She was waiting for Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's hair was already silver-white. The traces of snow on her hair did not look out of place, and were sparkling like crystals. The disciples of the Mu clan are scattered across the country. The clan will never run short of great talents or rising stars. Mu Yinfeng was pacing back and forth. Her antique embroidered shoes left faint footprints on the ground as she gradually raised her voice. Why do you think of yourself as someone unique and special? Do you really think your innate talent is that powerful? Mags with innate talents were the minority, but there was still a difference in strength between their innate talents. The Ice Phoenix, second on the innate talents ranking, Mu Ningxue answered calmly, calling out Yinfeng's talent. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng both had extraordinary ice innate talents. That fact alone made them irreplaceably powerful mags. It was the reason why the two of them had retained their superior status in the Mu clan, even when their cultivation had not reached the peak of the super level. The Mu clan had high hopes in their innate talents, the Ice Luan and the Ice Phoenix. Mags opposing them of the same level might lose the fight before they could make their moves. Not only did they grow up with golden spoons in their mouths, they also possessed extraordinary ice innate talents that many people wanted. As a result, Mu Yinfeng had not lost a fight against any ice mage in recent years. Even the ice mags of some ancient clans from foreign countries did not stand a chance against her. Mu Yinfeng was not too surprised that Mu Ningxue was able to defeat Hu Zi. Mu Ningxue's innate soul seed was unmatchable on its own, while Hu Zi had nothing. However, the situation was different if Mu Yinfeng were to fight Mu Ningxue. Mu Yinfeng's innate talent could easily be regarded as the strongest, if the late Qin Yue was excluded from the comparison. The outcome of the duel was too obvious. I believe you still aren't sure about the details of everything that happened in the past. I have some time to spare today. I can explain them all to you, especially things about your mother. Mu Yinfeng grinned coldly. Such a similar event, your arrogant mother also challenged me here, but after suffering a humiliating defeat, I exiled her to the mountain in the south for her to die in grief and sorrow, and today, it's your turn. Mu Yinfeng was still walking back and forth, not even looking at Mu Ningxue. She kept talking to herself. Sometimes, I feel sorry for you for having such a useless mother. I can imagine how wrong she felt and how much she wanted to come back here, but sadly, she was just a cripple. She could only place all her hopes on you. She was strict on you so you could be stronger and reclaim the things she had lost, the things she couldn't take back herself. And neither will you. No woman dares to stand opposite me in the Mu clan. I went too easy on you and your mother in the past. This time, I'll make sure I kill you over and over again. Silver wings made of ice feathers erupted from Mu Yinfeng's back. She went from a delicate woman to an imperious empress by just changing the look in her eyes. Her eyes were full of disdain and murderous intent. A cold chime exploded in Mu Ningxue's head. She felt dizzy, as if an icicle was stabbing her bones. Mu Yinfeng did not feel like a human. She was more like a phoenix about to take off into the 9 heavens and bring a bloodbath upon the land. Mu Ningxue rubbed her temples. The screeching cry was still echoing in her mind, leaving her in great pain. However, Mu Yinfeng was already diving at her. The phoenix was a greater ruler of the sky than eagles, but Mu Ningxue was as vulnerable as a rabbit. The dive was deadly. Ice wing crystals! Mu Yinfeng picked up her speed and flew at Mu Ningxue like a silver ray. She flung the sharp-feathered ice wings forward. The wind they produced was chilly and bone-piercing, and instantly covered a distance of half a kilometer. Mu Ningxue's mind was still in a mess. She had no choice but to back away, but the area covered by the powerful wind was utterly shocking. She failed to escape from Mu Yinfeng's ability, even with wind trace. Heavenly Phoenix scattering feathers! Mu Yinfeng soared into the sky. Her figure looked tiny, but her magnificent phoenix wings were extremely clear. She fully extended her wings, and the sharp silver feathers started falling from the sky. The dense feathers even left silver trails in the grey sky, like they were tiny white raindrops. Mu Ningxue did not have any chance to catch her breath. The feathers falling from the sky were deadly. Not only could they puncture the rocks, they landed around her like ice needles. Mu Ningxue did not have a spot to step on because of the ice needles. She had no choice but to fly into the sky. Her wind wings provided Mu Ningxue with a layer of protection. The feathers were bouncing off them with metallic chimes. Down you go, you only have the right to crawl on the floor. Mu Yinfeng opened her mouth and let out a piercing screech. It was the same wind cry. It entered Mu Ningxue's head and attacked her mind. Her wind wings disappeared under the influence of the wind cry. Mu Ningxue started falling from 100 meters in the sky. The bed of needles formed by the sharp feathers was right beneath her. It would hurt her badly if she fell right on top of the needles. In the nick of time, the ring on Mu Ningxue's hand emitted a blue light. A special barrier wrapped around Mu Ningxue like a bubble. Not only did it absorb the impact of her falling to the ground, it also kept the needles away. Nice one, Arent, she had to use the Ring of Venice so quickly. Nanrong Ni blurted out with a smile. She was standing a great distance away from the battle. Mu Ningxue had obtained the Ring of Venice from the World College Tournament. It was like a one-time protective talisman that would be activated when her life was in danger. Nanrong Ni naturally knew about it all along. Mu Ningxue had to use the Ring of Venice when the fight had only just begun. She would no longer stay unharmed if the same sequence happened again. Ningxue, you say you don't like red, but I'm afraid you will have to wear a bright red outfit today. Didn't people always say you are beautiful regardless of what you wear? I bet you can handle a red outfit too. Nanrong Ni mocked her. Chapter 24-25 Valkyrie. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Nanrong Ni was smarter than Mu Tingjing. She had never thought she was stronger than Mu Ningxue just because of her high self-esteem. Mu Tingjing was narrow-minded, but she was also naive in some ways. She was stupid to think she could take on Mu Ningxue directly. As a result, she ended up in a miserable state with serious injuries. Nanrong Ni would never do something like that. She was well aware of Mu Ningxue's strength. She had easily achieved the super level with Feiluan Mountain's resources. It was important to pick the right side and hide behind stronger people when the time was right. It did not matter how good Mu Ningxue was, Nanrong Ni just had to say a few pleasing words to provoke Mu Yinfeng to take out Mu Ningxue. There were many powerful mags in the world. So what if Mu Ningxue had defeated Mu Tingjing with ease and surprisingly beat both Ji Yisheng and Hu Zi? Could she be stronger than Mu Yinfeng, one of the strongest mags in the Mu clan? Mu Feiluan had promised to make Nanrong Ni the successor of the Ice Crystal Bow, but Mu Ningxue had managed to escape in Venice. But now, Mu Ningxue had presented herself. Once Mu Yinfeng took down Mu Ningxue, she would claim everything that was supposed to be hers. She would be the final winner. It did not matter how outstanding Ningxues was, and how brilliant her achievements were in the World College Tournament. Nanrong Ni had already set a death trap for Ningxues. Ningxues' clothes would soon be covered in blood as she fell miserably to the ground before Nanrong Ni. The Ring of Venice was impressive. Even Yinfeng had failed to overwhelm its protection in advance. It had bought Ningxues some time to catch her breath. Her face was a little pale. Even with her innate talent, Yinfeng's ice was freezing her. She felt like her whole body was being stabbed with sharp thorns. Ningxues took a deep breath. It soon turned into a white mist. Absolute Ward, defiance of the snow god. Ningxues' eyes started glowing dazzlingly. A lunar white light sprang into the sky and spread across the area in the shape of a ring. The sharp feathers and frost had all turned into white dust, like they had just received a tremendous blow. Even Yinfeng's Ice Phoenix had to obey the rules of the Absolute Ward. Ningxues' Absolute Ward quickly nullified all of Yinfeng's attacks. The strong wind swept the white dust into the air like a beautiful veil. I was wondering why Huzi lost to you. No matter how weak he was, it was impossible for you to overtake him so quickly. So it turns out that you have a heaven seed with an absolute ward. Yinfeng was a little surprised when her attacks were no longer effective. If Ningxues had an absolute ward, Huzi's power would surely be suppressed, even if his cultivation was a level higher than Ningxues. Not bad, you have an absolute ward at such a young age, but do you know, it's difficult to win a fight in the end if you reveal your trump card too early. Yinfeng was very patient. She even stopped using her ice magic. She merely circled in the air while beating her wings. Yinfeng was not just a normal super mage that was getting by. She was more experienced at fighting other super mags than Ningxues. The absolute ward was referred to as the user's period of absolute power. Unless their opponent was a lot stronger than the person using the absolute ward, no one would be stupid enough to confront a person directly while the absolute ward was still in effect. Yinfeng did not mind giving Ningxues more room to breathe. She was using other elements to harass Ningxues and make her feel uncomfortable. She just had to wait until the absolute ward reached the end of its duration. An absolute ward would not last forever, as it cost a huge amount of mental energy. Once a mage's mental state was overburdened, even a super mage could no longer construct star orbits and star patterns. What was there to be afraid of? The only downside was that Yinfeng was out of range to use her wind cry. Otherwise, she could make sure Ningxues did not have an edge even with her absolute ward. Ningxues raised her head and looked at Yinfeng, who was flying a great distance away. She had to admit that the Ice Phoenix was far too powerful. In the past, Ningxues could abuse her innate talent and purposely drag the fight out for a longer time when she was against a powerful enemy. She would gradually grow stronger as the ice continued to spread. Once an area was covered in ice, no one would stand a chance against her. However, the situation was completely different when she was fighting Yinfeng. Yinfeng was the one controlling the time. Even Ningxues' Heaven Seed was weaker than the Ice Phoenix. If Ningxues allowed Yinfeng to keep spreading her ice, she would be the one being frozen instead. In terms of cultivation, Yinfeng was also stronger than her. Ningxues did not have any edges over Yinfeng. The Ring of Venice had bought her some time, and she had managed to chase Yinfeng away with the absolute ward, but there was still a huge difference between their strength. It's the only option I have, Ningxues murmured. Ningxues had not listened to a single word of Yinfeng's speech. Her mother was not as bad as Yinfeng had described. Ningxues did hold a grudge against her mother when she was younger. She did not understand why her mother had to put all the grudges she had on her. She had a tough time cultivating, especially with her innate talent and the thing inside her body. However, Ningxues had learned something important after she grew up. In the environment she grew up in, she would become a slave if she was weak. Her mother did not want Ningxues to avenge her, nor did she want Ningxues to take back the things she had lost. She was more familiar with the Mu clan than anyone else. One day, they would come and take everything from her daughter, just like they had to her. Her mother did not want the same thing to happen to her. She understood the humiliation, the helplessness, the pain, and the despair. She wanted Mu Ningxue to train hard and inherit the ice crystal bow because she wanted her daughter to be strong enough to make her own decisions, and strong enough to fight back when she was treated unfairly, instead of letting others take advantage of her. Perhaps her mother had long known that her daughter would be opposing the Mu clan one day. Compared to kneeling on the ground and bursting into tears after losing all her pride, the hardship and pain she had gone through until now meant nothing at all. Mu Ningxue could no longer remember her mother's face. She only remembered her strict teachings, her anxiety, and her yells. She had not done all of that because she did not love her daughter. She was willing to become someone her daughter hated, in exchange for her daughter's freedom and power. Ice crystal bow. Mu Ningxue's hair drifted in the wind after a loud chime sounded. The phoenix was a noble creature. Her brilliance when extending her wings and soaring into the sky overshadowed the light of the sun. As for Mu Ningxue, when she raised the magic bow made of ice crystal, she had completely turned into a Valkyrie who dared to challenge the authority of the sacred gods. She looked as fragile as a willow, but her temperament was magnificent. Chapter 24-26. Mu Ningxues Ice Bow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Silver powder sprinkled around Mu Ningxue like the particles produced when diamonds were being ground. The particles floated in the air and gathered on Mu Ningxue's fingertips as she wrapped her fingers around the bow. The crystalline particles spread rapidly across the sky and the mountain. When they were all being absorbed into the bow like a vortex, it made the area around Mu Ningxue as dazzling as the inside of a kaleidoscope. The sky and the ground were sliced into thousands of stacks and shuffled with the mountain and the falling snow. In the end, countless slices of them were combined and assembled to project a fascinating world of snow. Mu Yinfeng felt like she was looking into a kaleidoscope when she looked down from the sky. She could see thousands of the same figure holding an icy bow. There was no place she could run to. It had all happened because of an arrow constructed from ice crystals. Mu Ningxue extended her arm, her index and middle fingers holding the arrow narked until the string formed a full arc. The white sky and the magnificent mountain fell silent. It felt like the restless world was also holding its breath, together with the woman who was holding the bow and arrow. The arrow flew out from the bow. Unlike the perfect silence from before, the peak of the mountain collapsed as soon as the arrow left the bow, but the sound of the arrow was significantly slower than the arrow. If the sky was a vast grey mirror, it would have been covered in cracks as soon as the arrow was fired. It felt like the heavens were about to be destroyed. Mu Yinfeng was soaring proudly in the sky, but the proud look on her face disappeared when she noticed the annihilating arrow coming at her. It was replaced by the fear of death. The ice wings on her back shattered into pieces. She started falling from the sky and fell into a deep abyss full of sharp spikes. Her windbreaker and emerald green robe were full of bloody holes. The colorful cloth on the inside was also damaged. Fresh blood was scattered across the ground. Mu Yinfeng had fallen into the crack of the collapsed peak. She was lying perfectly still, as if she had broken all her bones. Nanrong Ni stared at Mu Ningxue in gaping disbelief. She had expected Mu Ningxue to end up covered in blood, but it was her aunt who was lying in her own blood. If Mu Yinfeng had not shuddered a little, Nanrong Ni would even have assumed she was dead. That arrow had been too terrifying. It was pointing at the sky, but it had caused the peak of the mountain to disappear. If the arrow had landed on her, she would die for sure, even if she had hundreds of pieces of magical equipment protecting her. The ice crystal bow. It was indeed a sacred artifact of the ice element. She had tried everything to claim it from Mu Ningxue. It seemed like Mu Ningxue was slowly gaining full control of it. Mu Yinfeng's body was a little distorted. She endured tremendous pain to reconfigure the broken bones of her arms and waist. Reincarnation of the Ice Phoenix. Blue flames engulfed Mu Yinfeng after she used a great effort to utter the words. The cold flames set her whole body on fire, but surprisingly began reconstructing her flesh and bones, not harming her. Her spilled blood had disappeared. Her broken bones were repaired. Her flesh had fully recovered. She was holding on to her final breath just a moment ago, but now had recovered from the injuries in the blink of an eye. It would look like the arrow had never hit her if her clothes were not so ragged. Ningxues smiled. As expected of her aunt, she was able to recover from such serious injuries. The Ice Phoenix did live up to her name. Yinfeng touched her face to make sure she had fully recovered. Her eyes were on the verge of spitting out flames. Ningxues had wasted her reincarnation. Reincarnation meant Yinfeng's ability to swiftly recover from injury when she was at the brink of death. It was Yinfeng's superpower. She had to consume massive resources of the ice element to replenish the energy required for her innate ability, Ice Phoenix's reincarnation. Yinfeng finally understood why Ningxues had dared to force her way up Mu Clan Mountain. Even if she had achieved the super level and obtained a Heaven Ice Seed, she would only be asking for her death, knowing how many powerful mags the Mu Clan had. But the Ice Crystal Bow. She had cracked the seal on the forbidden bow that the Mu Clan had forgotten to retrieve from her. Yinfeng would be half dead by now if it weren't for her Ice Phoenix's reincarnation. You won't be leaving this mountain alive today. Yinfeng screamed at Ningxues. The ice crystal bow in Ningxues' hand did not disappear. In the past, she had to deplete her energy and overburden her soul just to fire a single arrow from the ice crystal bow. However, the special bow was no longer consuming her like a devil. Ningxues had gradually controlled it and made it hers. Yinfeng was significantly stronger than Ningxues, it was true. Ningxues would only add more burdens to herself if she kept fighting with her own strength. Therefore, she had decided to use the ice crystal bow instead. She had sworn to set foot on the mountain today. Ningxues would step over the bodies of the people who wanted her to fall without any mercy. Yinfeng was threatening to kill Ningxues, even though the remains of the peak were lying between them. The mountain was huge, but everyone would easily notice the disappearance of the mountaintop. The main buildings had almost collapsed from the enormous impact. The leaders of the clan in the clan hall immediately looked in the direction of the loud impact. Who dares to damage our clan's mountain? Elder Mu Dao demanded angrily. Mu Dao could sense the strong vibrations in the distance. He thought some super mage was fooling around with a super spell, but when he turned around again, the peak of the mountain was gone. Feiluan had to step forward. I'll take care of it. Please continue on with the meeting, I'll be back soon. Feiluan, why haven't you sorted it out even now? You have seriously let me down, an old man with his eyes closed, said. I'll deal with it right now. Feiluan repeated firmly. He had no choice but to leave the meeting early, even if it meant breaking the rules. Rocks which had once belonged to the peak of the mountain were still rolling, and had almost raised the main buildings to the ground. Luckily, a group of disciplinary mags was around to stop them. If the main buildings had been brought down like the peak of the mountain, they too would soon disappear from the world. Even though Yinfeng had just put on a tough front, her face paled when she noticed Ningxues was still holding the ice crystal bow. Without the Ice Phoenix's reincarnation, she might actually die to the bow. Yinfeng decisively summoned her ice feathers once more and headed for the clan hall, despite her unwillingness. She could sense Ningxues' strong murderous intent. The next arrow would surely claim her life once Ningxues caught her breath after firing the first one. Aunt, wait for me. Ningxues was terrified when she saw Yinfeng running away without her. Chapter 24-27. The Luan and the Phoenix join hands. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Ningxues knew a little about Yinfeng's ability. Unfortunately, her arrow had not killed Yinfeng instantly. Otherwise, she would not have had the chance to complete her reincarnation. Ningxues took a deep breath. She was not too worried about it. There was still a long way to go. The Mu clan would not be taken down so easily. However, it was time for her to settle the debt with certain people. Ningxues had come to watch Ningxues bleed. She had forgotten she was currently standing in front of Mu Ningxue. Without Mu Yinfeng's protection, she was no different from Mu Tingying. Since you like the ice crystal bow so much, as a friend for many years, I shall gift it to you myself, Mu Ningxue offered with a wicked smile. She pulled back the string of the bow again, but this time, she did not pour all her energy into it. An ordinary arrow flew through the air like a cold meteorite after Mu Ningxue let go of the string. It looked spectacular from afar, but it was absolutely terrifying when it came closer. The arrow struck Nunrong Ni's stomach and sent her flying toward a cliff that was a part of the broken peak. Blood sprayed over Nunrong Ni's body, including her seemingly innocent face. The arrow stuck in Nunrong Ni's stomach nailed her to the cliff. She hung on the cliff like a pinned butterfly, unable to move at all. Huge cracks spread across the cliff behind her like a giant spiderweb. Nunrong Ni's face contorted in pain. She eventually let out a loud cry of agony, which echoed across the mountain. Nunrong Ni did not die. Mu Ningxue had simply nailed her to the cliff with an arrow. The cliff was facing the main buildings. Every member of the Mu clan in the main buildings could see her. The unnerving sight sent a great chill down their spines. It was unlikely that anyone in the Mu clan did not know who Mu Ningxue was by now. However, most people only remembered her captivating beauty. They had never seen her behaving like this, cruel and merciless as she vented her anger on the woman who had betrayed her. She was the real goddess of the ice mountain. Mu Ningxue did not chase after Mu Yinfeng. She knew clearly who Mu Yinfeng was looking for, the man who was responsible for sending her to the abyss. As for Nunrong Ni, Ningxue could just hang her on the cliff for now. The brother and sister could come and take her down if they wanted. The wound on Nunrong Ni's stomach started freezing, and she had stopped bleeding. The pain was fading away, but when she noticed the people in the main buildings watching her, the pain in her heart was 100 times worse than the pain she felt from the wound. She would rather have been killed by the arrow, instead of being hung on the cliff and humiliated. No one had dared to call her a traitor in the past, but she could now hear some of the people laughing at her. Why did Mu Ningxue leave Mu Tingying behind after leaving her with serious injuries, but nailed her to the cliff for everyone to see? It was the punishment for being a traitor. A super mage did not need a lot of time to cross 1 or 2 mountains. Mu Yinfeng did not dare fight Mu Ningxue and her ice crystal bow alone. She soon returned with her backup. Mu Feiluan was the overseer of every disciple in the Mu clan. His face twisted in rage when he saw the person he had chosen as a candidate for the clan meeting nailed to the cliff. Mu Ningxue. Mu Feiluan did not expect Mu Ningxue to go so far. Mu Yinfeng had also clenched her teeth. Mu Ningxue was not merely humiliating Nunrong Ni. She was giving both of them a huge slap in the face. I was considering sparing your life at first, but after seeing what you have done, I believe even dismembering your corpse isn't being too harsh on you. Mu Feiluan snarled. Mu Ningxue did not come to negotiate with Mu Feiluan. They had kidnapped her father Mu Juyin brazenly. Mu Ningxue did not even know if her father was still alive. She was not NA-VE enough to assume Mu Feiluan would let Mu Juyin and her go, even if she were to ask humbly. The two sides were already irreconcilable adversaries. Why would Mu Ningxue show mercy to her enemy? Do you seriously think you can challenge the entire Mu clan because you have control over the ice crystal bow? I, Mu Feiluan, have never been scared of it. A shitty magic bow is nothing compared to my Icelwan. Mu Feiluan declared. Mu Feiluan's cultivation was even higher than Mu Yinfeng's. Otherwise, why would he have such great power in the clan, and be trained as a potential candidate to become the next patriarch? Most importantly, their innate talents of the Ice Luan and the Ice Phoenix were already overwhelming, let alone when the brother and sister joined hands and combined the power of the Ice Luan and the Ice Phoenix. It was the reason why the Heresy Judgment Court had invited them both to hunt down Qin Yue, who was considered a heretic. Mu Feiluan was not afraid of the ice crystal bow. As a matter of fact, Mu Ningxue had helped him by repairing the ice crystal bow. If he could take away the ice crystal bow and find a suitable successor to inherit it, he would have another reliable subordinate under his command. Brother, you have to look out for her bow. It almost killed me just now. If I didn't have the Ice Phoenix's reincarnation, I would definitely be the person nailed to the cliff right now. Why don't we ask the elders to take her down, since she has crossed the line first? She won't be able to escape this time, Mu Yinfeng advised him. That arrow had planted great fear in her heart. She was a little afraid now, as her Ice Phoenix's reincarnation was no longer available. If we involve them, wouldn't they point at my nose and scold me for being useless in the upcoming meetings? Mu Feiluan harumphed coldly. The ice crystal bow might be powerful, but it was not strong enough to dominate at the super level. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng were almost unbeatable whenever they joined hands. It was already embarrassing for Mu Feiluan that he had to deal with Mu Ningxue himself. After thinking about it, Mu Yinfeng realized there was no reason for her to be afraid of the ice crystal bow. It was just a corrupted piece of magic equipment that had been abandoned by them. So what if Mu Ningxue was able to control it? With her brother Mu Feiluan around, her strength would increase significantly. It was unlikely she would be hurt by the bow again. In addition, Mu Ningxue had managed to outsmart her in the previous battle. She used the Absolute Ward to force her back so she was not in range to use her Wind Cry. Her Wind Cry would greatly hinder Mu Ningxue's control over the Ice Crystal Bow. The Absolute Ward was obviously still on cooldown. Mu Yinfeng was confident she could prevent Mu Ningxue from firing another arrow with the bow. Let's stop her together, Mu Yinfeng declared. Mu Feiluan nodded. It went without saying that they would be joining hands against Mu Ningxue. People always say how shameless the Mu clan is, but I've finally witnessed it with my own eyes. The voice arose from close to the main buildings. A confident figure was approaching them. A middle-aged man obsessed with cleanliness, with the face of someone suffering from kidney failure, and an ugly woman in the middle of menopause. The scummy brother and sister are picking on a beautiful young woman. Can the Mu clan be any more shameless? The man was wearing a white shirt. It was supposed to be a fashionable shirt, but he looked like a thug because several buttons at the top of it were undone. Mo Fan did not seem to be bothered about it. A fight was about to break out. Why wouldn't he undo some of the buttons? Chapter 24-28. The Staredown from the Heavenly Luan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Who do you think you are? A nobody like you has no right to be on this sacred mountain. Mu Feiluan immediately recalled the stone covered in the little cub's saliva after he saw Mo Fan. Mu Feiluan, is there something wrong with you? It's obvious that I forced my way up the mountain. Did you think I would be holding an invitation from you? Mo Fan was amused, and flagrantly looked behind himself as he was speaking. Mu Feiluan was startled. He looked at the main buildings and the mountain path in that direction, and saw many disciples of the Mu clan on the ground. They were either unconscious or rolling around in pain. Useless pricks! Mu Feiluan was enraged. The main buildings and the mountain path were supposed to be heavily guarded by the disciples, yet no one had managed to stop either Mo Fan or Mu Ningxue. Did the clan feed all its resources to pigs? Brother, Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow is our only threat. Mo Fan is simply asking for his death if he dares to interfere with the battle. Mu Yinfeng declared. Let's take them out. Mu Feiluan agreed. Mo Fan exchanged glances with Mu Ningxue. It's been a while since we last joined hands, he said. Be careful, they are strong. Mu Ningxue was extremely focused. Mo Fan did not talk any further, and now was not the time to display public affection. The Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix were the best ice mags in China. Even the Ice Painter White Leopard was not as impressive as they were. Give me some cover, my fire and lightning elements are also effective against. You should cover me, and watch out for Mu Ningxue's wind cry. Mu Ningxue interrupted Mo Fan, and raised her bow. Mo Fan swallowed his words when he saw Mu Ningxue's bow. He subconsciously stepped behind her. In terms of destruction, Mo Fan's destructive spells would not necessarily be stronger than Mu Ningxue if she had the time to accumulate her magic. After all, Mu Ningxue also had the blessing of the God Seal. Demon King Mo Fan believed it was better if he played a little supportive role while Mu Ningxue had the Ice Crystal Bow. He should let the Valkyrie worry about defeating their enemies. "How many arrows do you have left?" Mo Fan asked her. Every arrow fired with the Ice Crystal Bow would draw on the energy of Mu Ningxue's soul. Mu Ningxue was only using it as a last resort. The Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix started to apply pressure on them before Mu Ningxue could answer. "Sky-freezing heavenly Luan!" Mu Feiluan shouted. The grey sky immediately turned icy blue. Mo Fan looked up and realized it was not the sky that had changed, but a blue godly bird with its wings extended was looming over them. Its sapphire eyes were more brilliant than the sun of the hottest summer. It was staring down at the tiny humans on the ground. Mo Fan initially thought it was some kind of illusion created by the enemy's aura, but the others could obviously see the blue Luan in the sky, too. Even the snow falling from the sky had turned blue. The huge snowfall was covering dozens of kilometers. It was like tiny fluffs of down the blue Luan was shedding in anger, yet capable of freezing mountains and rivers. Not only was Mo Fan feeling a strong chill, he also felt like the magical bird of death was looming over him, and he would die a tragic death if he dared to act impudently. Mo Fan was under strong mental pressure. He could barely stand when the wind cry exploded in his mind. He fell to his knees below the enormous creature, panting heavily. Mo Fan had to adjust himself. The enemy's aura was just too strong. If he had not been a space mage with a high will, he would have lost before the fight even took place. "Can you do it?" Mu Ningxue stared at Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue was also under great pressure when she faced Mu Yinfeng. She could barely use her magic. "It seems like I'll have to fight with everything I have right from the start," Mo Fan answered grimly. Both Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan had obviously achieved the third tier of the super ice element. Mo Fan could hardly rely on his other elements. Their enemies were not going to give him any openings. If he failed to hold off the pressure, he would lose the fight. "Little Flame Bell!" Mo Fan called out, his face turning grim. A pure flame sprouted on the frozen ground under his feet. The tongue of flame grew rapidly and immediately spread across Mo Fan's body. Even his hair turned into swaying flames. A spectacular soul shadow appeared on Mo Fan's back and protected him like a godly envoy of the heavenly flames. The whole area was currently full of chilling blue ice crystals, ice branches, and drifting snow. Normally, a small fire like this could not have come alive in such a cold environment, but Mo Fan's calamity fire and heavenly flames surged wildly, like they were ready to set the whole place on fire. Mo Fan transformed into the King of Hell without any hesitation. He would not last for more than a minute if he tried to preserve his strength in front of powerful mags like Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan. He would not allow the enemy to suppress him with their aura. Soul Formation Arrow. Mu Ningxue pinched the air. A crystalline silver arrow appeared in her hand. She did not set the arrow on her bow. She poured her magic into the arrow and stuck it into the ground. The arrowhead sank into the ground. A dark blue ripple spread outward from the jutting shaft. Ice magic lingered in the air like blue flashes of lightning. It established a magical boundary between the shaft and the rippling energy outside. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue stood in the barrier set up by the Soul Formation Arrow. The pressure from the terrifying Luan finally eased up a little. Mu Yinfeng's wind cry was no longer effective on them, and the Soul Formation Arrow had suppressed the other disturbances. "There should be red wherever I go." Mo Fan dashed forward after his mind was freed, stirring up a shocking red wave along his wake. Mu Feiluan's location was covered by rapidly spreading blue crystals. The frozen branches surrounding him made him look like the king of a frozen jungle. Those ice branches broke into pieces and melted as Mo Fan's flames devoured them. His red wake was not made up of mere water, but scorching lava. Mo Fan was the only non-ice mage in the battle, but he was fearless in the form of the King of Hell. The icy environment could not prevent his calamity fire from devouring the area. Even the Ice Luan would taste a piece of his flames. Chapter 24-29. Fiery God Serpents. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Arent. Feiluan initially thought Fan was retarded. How different was using fire magic in his world of ice than trying to start a fire on a wetland? However, the disdain on Feiluan's face dissipated when the calamity fire surged at him. The flames continued to grow stronger. Feiluan suddenly found himself alone on a vast beach as a catastrophic scarlet tsunami was pouring down on him, ready to devour everything. Feiluan was stunned. How did Fan possess such overwhelming power? Ningxues had to rely on the ice crystal bow just to stand a chance against them. Still as a mountain. Feiluan might have been shocked, but he was not afraid and remained unmoved. The enormous Luan above him was like his shadow, reflected in the sky like an ice mirror. A thick wall of crystals took shape in front of Feiluan as the flames surged at him. The blue crystals quickly formed a giant hill. The rolling wave of flames was hot enough to melt steel and metal, but it only melted the outer layer of the hill. Feiluan did not feel any of the heat while inside it. He grinned coldly. Fan and Ningxues' abilities would indeed overwhelm super mags like Hu Zi and Ji Xiong, but the super level itself was a boundless range of mountains. When one climbed to the top of a mountain, they would discover a taller mountain above the clouds, and those two had not even reached its waist. Feiluan was smiling because he knew exactly where he, Fan, and Ningxues were standing on the range of mountains. The two would never cross the gap between them. Lava Fist River? Fan sent for lava fist rivers at Feiluan's mountain, but even the scorching lava struggled to break through Feiluan's defense. The lava fist rivers that were supposed to last for a long time were even cooling down rapidly. Little Flame Bell, our fire isn't strong enough, Fan told her. Flame Bell Empress was displeased by the outcome. She began to refine her flames. The calamity fire had different levels too, like the difference between a normal flame and a welding flame. It was just a mountain of ice. She would melt it into a pool of water. Fan heard Ningxues calling him as he was about to press forward. He looked behind him and noticed Yinfeng was hovering above Ningxues. She was circling in the sky while spreading sharp ice feathers in the air and on the ground while stirring up two vortexes. The vortex on the ground was made up of sharp feathers. They were spinning rapidly and shredding everything in their path. The vortex in the air consisted of ice fangs. They were spinning and coming together at times, like a ferocious beast tearing at its prey. Ningxues was stuck between the two vortexes. Her soul formation arrow was only protecting her mind. It did not provide her with any physical defenses. I forgot I'm just a support. Fan palmed his head. Fan always broke into the enemy's territory like a missile, but the situation was obviously different today. Fan had already had a go at it, but it would require a lot of effort just to break through Feiluan's defense. He quickly used his space magic to return to Ningxues' side. Feiluan was preparing his counterattack and could not stop Fan from blinking away. It was difficult to restrain a space mage unless someone had established certain magic formations to hinder the space element ahead of time. White wind trails rose under Ningxues' feet, resisting Yinfeng's powerful attacks. Ningxues thought Fan would be unable to make it in time to defend her, but she soon saw a white beam of light flickering toward her. Each blink was covering a distance of 400 meters. Fan was literally traveling at the speed of light as he managed to travel 3 kilometers in an instant. I'll defend you, just draw the arrow. Fan stood in front of Ningxues. The ice crystals nearby melted as soon as he landed on the ground. They were replaced with scorching flames, which gradually grew into a forest. Fire God Pillars! Fan slammed his fist on the ground as if he had connected the punch with the lava under the earth's crust. Hundreds of cracks appeared, blazing red lava jetting out of them. The rising lava formed an enormous pillar of flames in front of Fan and Ningxues. It had the width of a mountain as it connected the ground and the sky. Yinfeng's ice feathers and fangs melted almost instantly, nullifying her attacks. She thought that would be all there was to it, but Mo Fan's fire god pillar was obviously not that simple. The flames under Mo Fan's feet expanded into a fiery sea, with hundreds of serpents rising from it. The serpents seemed to have found the gate to the heavens. They were gathering toward Mo Fan from every direction. A moment later, the serpents followed Mo Fan, who was now flying into the sky and charging at Mu Yinfeng. Mu Yinfeng was shocked. The long and enormous fiery serpents were interweaving with one another as they faced her. Even the Ice Phoenix felt her scalp turning numb upon witnessing the terrifying sight. She was the one who had claimed Mo Fan was not a threat to them, but she no longer thought the same when she saw his shocking fire magic. Still as a mountain. A blue mountain formed rapidly in front of Mu Yinfeng. Its sturdy surface prevented the fiery serpents from getting any closer. Mu Yinfeng let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, her brother had lent her a hand in time. Otherwise, the heavenly flames would surely have burned her. "Sister, don't let your guard down. The soul shadow behind him is most likely a ruler-level flame bell," Mu Feiluan warned her. Ruler level. Mu Yinfeng glanced at Mo Fan in shock. A ruler-level elemental spirit had the ability to possess their summoner and greatly enhance the power of their respective element. It explained why Mo Fan was able to cause so much destruction when his cultivation was weaker than theirs. He was relying on a ruler-level flame bell. The flame bells were the sacred spirits of the heavens and earth. Their primordial flames were not afraid of other elements. Even if the Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix had the strongest talents of the ice magic, even they could not suppress a flame bell's flames. "Brother, look out!" Mu Yinfeng suddenly remembered something after catching her breath. Chapter 2430. Forming a valley with a single arrow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Arent. The Ice Crystal Bow. Mu Ningxues had placed an arrow on the ice crystal bow with the time Mo Fan had bought her. Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan did not sense its presence at first, but a strong chill struck their souls as soon as the crystalline arrow touched the bow. Mu Ningxues pulled the string back. The siblings felt their hearts pounding heavily, as if the god of death was staring at them. Their pupils dilated as a strong chill spread from their heads to their feet. Mu Ningxues was standing in the middle of fierce flames. The aura of the arrow swept the red element into the air. She looked like an absolute beauty with her silver-white hair surrounded by falling maple leaves of fire. Mu Ningxues took a deep breath. The fiery maple leaves drifted wildly as a silver arrow wrapped in wind strings flew straight at Mu Feiluan. Mu Feiluan's expression shifted instantly. Not long ago, he had mentioned the ice crystal bow was not a threat to him, and that the magic bow was a mere trick compared to his innate talent. However, his reaction said otherwise. He quickly withdrew the ice magic around Mu Yinfeng, forming a giant mountain to be his shield while he was backing away. The icy arrow swept forward and left a tiny hole in the mountain. A second later, cracks started spreading from the hole. They were as tiny as the lines on a leaf, but they quickly grew as thick as the trunks of aged trees. The whole mountain collapsed into pieces. Mu Feiluan was hiding behind the mountain and given a massive fright. His defenses were able to stop Mo Fan's heavenly flames, yet they could not stop a single arrow. How much power did the magic bow give that arrow? Tungsten clam shield. Mu Feiluan held his arms and braced himself for impact. The backs of his arms had the pattern of a clam emblazoned on them. When the two patterns combined, a dark light burst out of them and formed a giant black shield in front of Mu Feiluan, which sank into the ground. The ice arrow, still wrapped in white winds, struck the shield with a piercing clank. Mu Feiluan and his shield were driven backward as the shield was covered in frost. Damn it! He initially thought his incredibly expensive magic shield could stop the arrow, but he saw the frost was penetrating it regardless. The black tungsten was not the same as ordinary rocks, which had a loose composition the frost could pass through easily. But the chill of the ice arrow still penetrated it without effort, making its internal structure as fragile as ice. The tungsten clam shield shattered into pieces as Feiluan was knocked into an indoor training area by the impact. A strong wind swept across Feiluan's face. He was standing on the remains of the tungsten clam shield. He turned around and saw an icy rift valley had replaced the training ground. He only let out a deep breath after a long moment. Luckily for him, the tungsten clam shield had deflected the ice arrow slightly before it shattered into pieces. Otherwise, the arrow would have split Feiluan in half while he was defenseless. It was too terrifying. No wonder Yinfeng was forced to use the Ice Phoenix's reincarnation after Ningxues fired an arrow at her. Feiluan's defenses were stronger than Yinfeng's, but he had still barely survived the arrow. "Sister, we can't let her use the bow again," Feiluan wheezed. The tungsten clam shield was Feiluan's best defensive item. He would die for sure if he was unprepared for the next arrow. The battle was happening behind the main buildings, back where the training grounds were located. There were over 30 such areas of varied sizes. Even the smaller ones were the size of a soccer field. The vast opening had been replaced by an ice rift valley. It extended from where Ningxues stood to the furthest training area, somehow creating a rift valley which would normally be found on a wild and ancient ice mountain. The disciples of the Mu clan did not dare get involved in the battle, and were watching the battle from a great distance. They subconsciously moved even further away after seeing the damage caused by Ningxues' arrow. The arrow was strong enough to shake the heavens and leave ghosts in tears. Even the threads of wind wrapping the arrow would shred anyone under the super level to pieces. Feiluan was soaked in cold sweat. He was now considering whether he should accept Yinfeng's suggestion of asking the elders for help. "Stay in the air and keep them busy," Feiluan snarled. He did not want the others to see he was afraid. Yinfeng remained flying at a great altitude. She was a little relieved that the arrow had not been fired at her. "There's no way you are using that bow again," Yinfeng screamed. Her voice echoed in the sky, stabbing at Fan's mind like a needle. Fan frowned. He found Yinfeng's ability annoying. She was acting rampantly again after the soul formation arrow's duration had ended. Sharp ice feathers had started falling again. Feiluan's multi-layered wings loomed over Fan and Ningxues like clouds, firing their icy feathers at Fan and Feiluan with every beat. The sharp feathers did not disappear after reaching the ground, and were spreading across the place like a carpet of needles. Fan did not immediately understand why Yinfeng kept using the same move. He immediately set up a barrier with his will to protect Ningxues and himself when he saw Feiluan approaching from the other direction. Ice feathers explosion! The new wave of feathers struck the feathers on the ground and created strong explosions. Fan's barrier struggled to fend off the combination of sharp feathers and the splinters from the explosions. Eyes of the rock demon, Heaven's Gate! Fan realized his space magic was at its limit. He immediately added an extra layer of protection with his earth element. He activated the circle of crystal teeth with a star constellation. A huge gate emerged from the ground, but it was covered in holes in just a few seconds. Ningxues immediately gathered more ice magic to strengthen Fan's defense. However, Fan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. You should gather your breath and take them out with your next arrow." Fan held his wrist after finishing his words. Hand of Silent Thunder. He activated the magic tool that would transform all incoming destructive energy into lightning magic. The powerful ice magic did not weaken when it passed the special magic tool. After all, it was not a defensive item. It was just a magic tool capable of transforming other elements into lightning. The sharp feathers turned into lightning drills after passing through the vortex created by the Hand of Silent Thunder. Chapter 24-31. Blood Release, the Strongest Stance. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. "You will still be injured," Ningxues protested. "I won't die so easily. Stop being distracted and prepare to fire the next arrow." Fan answered her. The lightning spikes tore Mo Fan's shirt to pieces, leaving scorched marks on his tanned skin, like countless whips were lashing at him. Mo Fan took a deep breath. It hurt much more than he had expected. He had weakened the enemy's attack with his will and the Heaven's Gate. He had also transformed it into lightning magic, which he was very resistant to, but he was still in great pain, like he had been sentenced to flagellation. Their two enemies were ridiculously strong. He found it difficult to resist them with his current strength. However, he had already stood his ground. The two of them could cut through metal when their minds were one. Mo Fan was well aware of his duty. Lightning meridian points, give me your strength. Mo Fan switched his approach as the burden on his body increased, asserting control over the lightning magic that was whipping at him. His eyes darkened and started flickering like wild lightning. He looked up and saw two white flashes slicing through the clouds. The wild lightning surged down at the world of ice like serpents. Lightning Dragon Tail. Mo Fan's meridian points glowed like lightning. He had constructed a star palace merely by connecting the lightning meridian points. Yinfeng tried to interrupt Mo Fan's channeling with her wind cry. To her surprise, Mo Fan was not using his mental strength to construct the star palace. He was using his meridians instead. Huge lightning bolts appeared in the thick clouds, flickering with destructive red flashes of light. More lightning bolts intertwined and formed a dragon's tail, slamming down towards the ground. It instantly blew Feiluan's icy mountain straight into powder. The lightning dragon tail was heading straight at Yinfeng. She tried to dodge it with her speed, but the dragon tail was too massive, consisting of hundreds of huge lightning bolts. Yinfeng couldn't fly out of its range. The sky and the ground shook violently. The people on Mu Clan Mountain could not see a thing in the face of the blinding light. The wings on Yinfeng's back almost snapped in half as the dragon tail sent her spiraling to the ground. Its lightning wrapped around Yinfeng like snakes as she fell into the rift valley Ningxues had created. A deep pit the size of a lake appeared in the long rift valley. The disciples of the Mu clan could see it clearly from a great distance away. They had thought the battle involving Feiluan, Yinfeng, and Ningxues was a showdown between supernatural entities. Little did they know, Mo Fan's strength was not lacking to any of them. His lightning magic could easily slaughter thousands of demon creatures in an instant. Feiluan was stunned when he saw Yinfeng crash into the pit. He thought Mo Fan would sustain great injuries from Yinfeng's attack. To his surprise, Mo Fan was able to counter it with a single strong move. The lightning dragon tail was almost as strong as a tier 3 super spell. Most importantly, the guy's lightning did not even have a heaven seed. If Mo Fan was lucky enough to acquire a lightning heaven seed one day, the spell would be even more terrifying. How are these two so strong? It has not been that long since the World College Tournament. If they had not kidnapped Wei to force Ningxues to come to Mu Clan Mountain, these two might have ended up strong enough to challenge them without relying on the ice crystal bow, given enough time. Heh, I did it again, Mo Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. His teeth were oddly white, because his whole face was scorched black by lightning. Ningxues had no idea why Mo Fan was still able to smile in such a grim situation. Her heart was tingling when she saw Mo Fan covered in wounds after withstanding the combined attack from Yinfeng and Feiluan. Mo Fan had remained at her side regardless of what happened over the years. He was always on her side when she was humiliated and challenging unbeatable opponents. Meanwhile, she had only done everything for her own sake. She had never done anything for Mo Fan. When she was young, she chose to run away when she could not handle the hardship, as she did not understand her mother's motives. She had asked Mo Fan to run away with her. You knew we couldn't run away back then, right? Ningxues asked him. Mo Fan did not understand what Ningxues was referring to. After all, Ningxues had never discussed their NAVE elopement in the past. A poor kid eloping with the rich daughter of a wealthy family? Mo Fan's thoughts had matured when he was still young. He knew how stupid his action was. He knew Ningxues was not really going to run away with him. She would eventually return to her castle. She would only receive a scolding from her family, but the consequences were far worse for him. If it had happened in ancient times, they would have beaten him to death. As for the modern era, he might not die as a consequence, but he would lose all his dignity. After all, the poor were always working for the rich. Of course I knew, Mo Fan replied. He did not understand why she would bring it up now. Nevertheless, talking would not disturb them from gathering their breath. Why did you have to destroy your future then? Mu Ningxue wanted to know. Her arrogance had almost cost Mo Fan his chance to enroll in a magic school. If I hadn't done it, how would I have learned the difference between us? If I hadn't done it, would I have clenched my teeth and worked so hard to earn what I want? After all, your heart is already mine. I just lack the strength to claim it. Now that you mention it, I'm still not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have long beaten those two *** to the ground and rubbed the soles of my shoes on them. Mo Fan said. They aren't the only ones in the Mu clan. It has many more strong mags, Mu Ningxue warned him. That's fine, it's not like I have come unprepared. I can teach them what a real demon is if necessary. Mo Fan poured a sacred potion from the Parthenon temple into his mouth. The sacred potion was imbued with many blessings. It would heal his injuries like a healer's healing spirit. Mo Fan had great resistance to any lightning magic. He also had outstanding physical attributes from the demon element. The wounds would not affect him much. Mu Ningxue picked up the arrow stuck in the ground that had long lost its effects as Mo Fan finished drinking the potion. It seemed like she had gathered her breath, too. She put the arrow on her hand and sliced her palm. Fresh blood immediately oozed out of the cut. Mo Fan was stunned. He had no idea what Mu Ningxue was doing. Mu Ningxue grasped the arrow firmly with her bleeding hand. The blood spread down its shaft to its feathers. The soul formation arrow erupted into flames after absorbing Mu Ningxue's blood. It was supposed to be an ice arrow, but the runes on it were burning like an ancient power had been awakened. Blood release is the final seal of this bow. Even though removing the final seal is pushing myself a little too far, I don't want you to be hurt again because of me. Mu Ningxue's whole body turned red. The ancient bow also pulsed with a sinister red light, blazing with jagged edges, as if it was burning her soul. The red flame was not releasing any heat. An evil chill spread across the whole area instead, as if it had been placed into the depths of a freezing bottomless abyss. Chapter 24-32 Ice Abyss, Soul Slaughtering Arrow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. A strong chill engulfed Mu Feiluan. His surroundings had turned pitch black. He could only see Mu Ningxue and her wicked red light. The ancient bow in her hand was emitting a formidable aura, and Mu Feiluan was struggling to stand properly. He felt like he was going to drop to his knees. I won't let you use the ice bow again. Mu Feiluan was enraged, angry that Mu Ningxue and her bow were putting so much pressure on him that he had an urge to surrender. His Ice-Luan was the strongest ability of the ice element in the world. He would only allow others to kneel before him. The Ice-Luan's armored wings appeared on Mu Feiluan's back. An icy material as firm as steel wrapped around his body, making him look like he was wearing some metallic heavy armor. The Ice-Luan had finally shown itself. It was not as agile as Mu Yinfeng's Ice Phoenix. Its whole body was made of icy metal, it looked sturdy, magnificent, and was brimming with power. Mu Feiluan stepped towards Mu Ningxue. He knew how serious the threat of Mu Ningxue's arrow was. He could not afford to let her finish the blood release and set the arrow on the glowing bow. His sister Mu Yinfeng also flew out of the pit, smashed into the Rift Valley after Mu Feiluan transformed into the Ice-Luan. Ice feathers circled her as she took off into the sky. Her face turned pale when she saw the glowing red bow in Mu Ningxue's hand. They were already having trouble withstanding the Ice Crystal Bow's normal arrows, let alone when the Ice Crystal Bow's full power was unlocked through blood release. Its power could instantly kill them. Mu Ningxue was really determined to kill them at all costs. Mu Yinfeng had no time to worry about the wounds inflicted on her by Mo Fan's lightning. She summoned even more ice feathers around her. The ice feathers were not as hard as they were before. They attached to one another and took the shape of ice sparrows with sharp feathers and icy beaks. More ice sparrows appeared, scattering above Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. They let out piercing screeches and dove at Mu Ningxue at Mu Yinfeng's command. Mu Ningxue stuck the burning magic bow into the ground, and plucked the string like she was playing a harp. The bow did not fire anything, but the string started emitting glowing ripples. There was a loud chime, and the ice sparrows scattered across the sky dissipated like the distracting thoughts in her mind. The ice sparrows were Mu Yinfeng's strongest attack when combined with her superpower. However, it was nullified so easily. Most amusingly, Mu Yinfeng thought Mu Ningxue was going to fire an arrow at her. She subconsciously flew a great distance away, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. She was embarrassed and angry, but could only fling the ice phoenix's tail, trying to trap Mu Ningxue. Meanwhile, Mu Feiluan's heavy-armored Luan was diving from the sky. A piercing blue light sliced at Mu Ningxue. The ice phoenix's tail was incredibly long, extending clear from the clouds down to Mu Ningxue. The tail was very odd and impossible to dodge. The tail wrapped itself firmly around Mu Ningxue's bow. Mu Feiluan was diving at her like a meteorite. Mu Ningxue had to either abandon the ice crystal bow, or receive the direct impact of Mu Feiluan's dive. Abandon the bow? Mu Ningxue had no intention of doing that. She held the crimson bow tightly. More blood oozed out of the cut on her palm, and the bow's aura grew stronger. She suddenly let go with her right hand, taking a step back and placing her bleeding hand on the invisible string. The ice phoenix's tail was tied to the bow. It was dragging the bow up with an enormous force. Mu Ningxue placed both her hands on the string, standing her ground as firmly as a rock. As the bow was dragged higher, Mu Ningxue leaned backward. Her figure was as thin and tender as a willow. Her silver-white hair spread out like a muslin gown. The string suddenly released a terrifying energy. The bow fired a bright red arrow brimming with murderous intent. It soared into the clouds. Mu Feiluan thought Mu Ningxue was aiming at him, but to his surprise, the arrow brushed past him as he was diving from the sky. Mu Feiluan glanced after the arrow in shock. The arrow had already flown into the distance like a red star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mu Feiluan did not overthink it as he slammed into Mu Ningxue. The ground immediately cracked open. However, Mu Ningxue remained in place despite the strong collision, maintaining the same stance of an archer with an upraised bow. How is she not hurt? Mu Feiluan thought anxiously. Mu Feiluan did not give up. He was about to attack Mu Ningxue again when he heard Mu Yinfeng scream, as if something had given her a fright. Mu Ningxue lifted her gaze then. She was no longer holding the bow. A red arrow hovered beside her like a guardian spirit. She was staring at the sky, which had turned pitch black all of a sudden. There was not a single hint of light from the stars, moon, and sun. The darkness had devoured all the light, turning the sky into a bottomless abyss. People could feel their souls trembling as they looked deep into the sky. A strange sound occurred. A burning red bow slowly appeared in the sky. The bow extended from one end of the sky to the other, like it was at the bottom of the abyss. It looked like the grin on a devil's face. It was covering the entire horizon. Mu Yinfeng was screaming because the burning red bow had appeared above them. An arrow soon appeared. It was as red as blood, with an evil and icy aura. The arrow was terrifyingly huge, as if it was joining the top and the bottom of the abyss. It had split the heavens and earth apart. The whole place fell silent. The magic bow hung in the sky. Its arrow was not pointing at a specific target. It was going to slaughter every creature in the world. Ice abyss, soul-slaughtering arrow. Mu Ningxue uttered clearly and remorselessly. The magnificent bow trembled as it fired the arrow. It destroyed the peaks on Mu Clan Mountain before it even landed on them. Mu Yinfeng was still up in the sky. She considered herself the invincible Ice Phoenix, but she was no different from a tiny bird compared to the soul-slaughtering arrow. Chapter 2433. The Elders of the Clan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Arent. Feiluan was standing close to Ningxues. He was so angry that he wanted to tear her into pieces on the spot. However, he could not move at all. The body of the Ice Luan and the royal blood of the Mu clan flowing through him, the things he was the most proud of, had stiffened in fear. He could not take, even, half a step forward. It was Feiluan's first time feeling the threat of imminent death, like his head was under a black guillotine. There was nowhere he could run to, despite the vast opening. This was the strongest form of the ice crystal bow. Many people had tried everything they could to repair the magic bow. Feiluan had simply shunned their attempts, as he had more faith in his outstanding innate talent. In the end, he was the one being treated with disdain. The peaks on the mountain were destroyed. The Mu clan mountain was a huge mountain. It was a luxurious clanhold, where each peak was considered a historical site, while also serving as a scenic spot. The disciples of the Mu clan often cultivated in seclusion atop them. However, the peaks had now disappeared. The red arrow did not touch anything, but nothing in the same plane as its altitude remained intact. The soul-slaughtering arrow only lasted for a brief while, but it felt scarily long to Feiluan and Yinfeng. It was like the god of destruction had frozen time. All lives were going to perish, and it would soon be their turn. There was nothing they could do except watch it happen. The disciples of the Mu clan were crawling on the ground. They shared the same feelings as Feiluan and Yinfeng. Ningxues did not come here merely to start a bloodbath. The mountains had collapsed while the buildings were razed to the ground, and even the gardens were destroyed. The people who fell to the ground in fear were physically unharmed, but their hearts were almost shattered by the arrow's destructive aura. Mo Fan stood beside Ningxues with a blank face. He looked around himself, and saw nothing but destruction. He had always been proud of his destructive magic. He always called himself the Demon King of Destruction, but when he compared himself to Ningxues' arrow, he was just a little shrimp stirring up some ripples, while Ningxues was the daughter of the Sea Dragon King who could summon waves and stir up the oceans. Everything calmed down after a long time. A gentle breeze on everyone's faces brought them back to reality. Ningxues' face was extremely pale, whether it was caused by the excessive loss of blood, or because her soul was in a delicate state. She did not ask Mo Fan to lend her a hand, and walked toward Feiluan and Yinfeng instead. The soul-slaughtering arrow had targeted Feiluan and Yinfeng, instead of the disciples of the Mu clan. There was no way they would be unharmed. She was not just trying to scare them. If you kill me, you will only find your father's dead body. Feiluan's head was covered in blood, and he looked quite miserable compared to his previous appearance. He no longer had the strength to stand, so he was crawling away from Ningxues. Ningxues was a little surprised that he was still alive. He must have had some special protection to survive the arrow. As for Yinfeng, Ningxues saw she was buried under a pile of mud. She could not have cared less whether Yinfeng was still alive. Even if the Mu clan tried to save her with magical herbs and pills, she would never recover from her injuries. Ningxues, that's enough, an aged voice demanded. Ningxues was already standing in front of Feiluan. Feiluan somehow found the strength to rise to his feet, and ran toward the old man. "Great Elder, save me," he screamed. Ningxues waved her hand. Several chains with sharp tips sprang out of her fingers and stabbed into Feiluan's limbs. She pulled the chains that were hooked onto Feiluan's limbs with great force, dragging him back like a dog. Ningxues, if you dare to kill him, the Great Elder threatened her. Before he could finish, the glowing red bow hovering beside Ningxues flew into her hands. She raised the ice crystal bow and aimed it at the Great Elder, even though there was no arrow on it. "One more word, and you will die with him." Ningxues pulled the string back, her face colder than ice. The Great Elder froze. His face flushed with anger, but he did not dare say another word. The Great Elder was sure that Mu Ningxue would kill herself if she fired another soul-slaughtering arrow. However, under the circumstances, Mu Ningxue might not hesitate to take the entire Mu clan mountain down with her. The Great Elder was a peak super mage, but he still was not confident he could stop Mu Ningxue's soul-slaughtering arrow. The ancient bow had once been the Mu clan's strongest weapon, but it was now under Mu Ningxue's control. It was a great nightmare for the clan, especially since Mu Ningxue was now standing on the opposite side from them. Mo Fan came forward and glanced at the Great Elder, who was trying his best to swallow his words. The other members of the clan meeting had arrived now. Mo Fan was disgusted by the smug looks on their faces. The battle had been going on for some time, yet none of them had bothered to show up. They had only intervened when Feiluan was close to death. "Old man, shouldn't you bring Mu Zhuyin out by now? You better hope he's unharmed, or this place is going to turn into a cemetery holding the graves of thousands of your disciples. As for you old pricks, we'll do our best to kill as many of you as possible." Mo Fan swore while pointing at the Great Elder. Mo Fan, can't we just sit down and talk properly? Why do we have to complicate things further? Mu Dao spoke up. "You old punk, you asked me to give Wu Ku's remains to the highest enforcement union, but you asked your men to kidnap my father-in-law? You're such an asterisk. Mo Fan retorted. Did he think he could just show up at the end to settle the dispute? What do you want, then? Are you seriously trying to take on the whole clan? Do you think the ice crystal bow is unstoppable? A skinny tall man in a blue outfit harumphed coldly. Mu Fangju, you be quiet. Go and bring Mu Zhuyin here, Mu Dao ordered him. Mu Zhuyin was soon brought over. The people had obviously changed him into some clean clothes in a rush. He looked haggard and worn out, but he was not in any danger. Mu Ningxue's emotions finally calmed down a little after she saw her father was fine. Ningxue, I'm fine, let's just go. Mu Zhuyin seemed nervous and uncomfortable. Mu Ningxue might have the ice crystal bow, but Mu Zhuyin knew she could not take on the entire clan. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng were not even ranked in the top 10 in the clan, not to mention the Mu clan also had a forbidden mage. Chapter 2434 Crippling Mu Feiluan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. You're leaving? Do you really think our clan is someone else's farm, that you can just barge in, destroy everything, and leave after saying sorry? Mu Fangju snarled. Even the most respected mags in the world would not dare to be so insolent in front of us, let alone some young mags who are just a little outstanding, another middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit declared. These people were the elders of the Mu clan. Not only did they have a formidable status in the country, they were far stronger than Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan. Mu Fangju and the middle-aged man were both peak super mags. You might have misunderstood. We have no intention to apologize, Mo Fan replied airily. Mu Fangju almost lost his temper when he heard the words. Mu Dao quickly stopped him. Everyone, Mu Feiluan has already messed up. Why don't I take over from here? Mu Dao suggested. Letting you take over will only bring shame to our name. We'll take them down and decide what we should do with them later. Mu Fangju was not in the mood to talk peacefully. There was no need to negotiate when they were absolutely stronger. Mu Ningxue had never planned to talk nonsense with these people from the beginning. Mu Feiluan might be responsible for the decision to cripple her cultivation, but without the clan meeting's consent, he would not have dared to come up with such a bold decision himself. The ice crystal bow was still emitting a red light. Mu Ningxue fixed her eyes on Mu Fangju, who had the urge to start a fight. Her pupils dilated as the bow released its power again. A strong chill spread over the people of the clan, especially the hostile Mu Fangju. Mu Fangju was enraged. Mu Ningxue was seriously not treating the elders of the clan with any respect. The rest of the elders were obviously not going to let Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue do whatever they pleased, and quickly unleashed their abilities. Their auras were as formidable as enormous glacier. The pressure alone could crush a person's heart. They were all using ice magic, constructing star palaces at a shocking speed, as if they were doing something casual. Their auras were comparable to the ice crystal bow's aura. Guys, shouldn't you look behind you first before you do anything?" Mu Dao said helplessly. Had they been living a comfortable life for too long? Couldn't they sense the terrifying presence behind them? If the creature ambushed them from behind, it might kill several peak super mags with a single move. In the end, humans were still inferior to demon creatures. The elders who were planning to start a fight, including Mu Fangju, finally looked behind themselves. Their bodies stiffened after just a quick glance. They were immediately overwhelmed by fear and despair, as if they were falling into the mouth of an enormous snake. How long had the enormous snake been watching them from back there? The peaks of the nearby mountains were destroyed, but the remains of the mountains were still around. A gigantic body had filled up the gaps between them. Its black scales were clear and terrifying to behold. Its head was the size of a skyscraper as it moved forward and hovered above a valley. It was not very far from the group of elders. Its eyes were fixed on the backs of the elders, but it did not make even the slightest sound despite its size. It was simply staring at the elders who were about to make their moves. The elders were given a huge fright as soon as they turned their heads around. It was rare for them to break out in a cold sweat at their age and cultivation, let alone almost suffocating from the sense of death. They immediately realized why Mu Dao had insisted they should calm down and talk things out peacefully. What the heck? They were at their capital. They were at Mu Clan Mountain. Why did he release the totem beast, who was supposed to be the guardian of Hangzhou? The enormous snake had grown even stronger after shedding its skin. It had an overwhelming aura now. It might be close to achieving the Emperor level. Mofan, what do you mean by this? You brought the national beast and stirred up chaos in Greece when you threw a tantrum at the Parthenon temple. Are you trying to do the same thing on Mu Clan Mountain? Do you really think you can do anything you want because you have the Black Totem Snake support? Mu Fangju snarled. He had managed to stay the calmest among the elders. Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng have you old punks supporting them. Why can't I ask for the Black Totem Snake support, too? You shameless pricks even agreed with Mu Feiluan's decision to cripple someone. I'm telling you, I won't forgive anyone who dares to harm my Shue. I might not be able to take down the whole clan, but I will kill as many of you as I can. Mo Fan shot right back. Mo Fan turned to Mu Ningxue after he was done scolding them. Shue, why don't you cripple Mu Feiluan, since he wanted to cripple you first? Let's see who dares to bully you again. Mu Ningxue had the same thought. The frost of the ice chains that were hooked onto Mu Feiluan's limbs were penetrating his soul continuously. In just a few minutes, he would lose all his cultivation and turn into a cripple. It was not a common skill, but Mu Ningxue had spent some time learning it to get even with the Mu clan. Her mother Mu Shumian had been the one who had taught her how to cripple one's cultivation with the ice element. Mu Shumian was once a member of the disciplinary hall. Mu Fangju had quickly realized Mu Ningxue was using the soul crippling chains of the disciplinary hall. It was why he had insisted on starting a fight, even when Mu Ningxue was pointing the ice crystal bow at him. He wanted to stop Mu Ningxue from turning Mu Feiluan into a cripple, as the clan had invested a lot of resources in training Mu Feiluan. However, the others were too afraid to make a move. The Black Totem Snake was watching them. He had not made a single sound, nor did he release his poison mist. He was simply staring at the elders. As soon as anyone moved, he would tear them to pieces. So, can I take over now? Mu Dao inquired calmly. Just pay for the damage, they can settle their personal conflicts between themselves. I have no time for disputes of the young ones, an elder with a white beard spoke up. In his eyes, Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan were still young members of the clan. It turns out Mu Feiluan has indeed made a terrible mistake. He has proven it with his tragic defeat. Mu Feiluan had convinced the clan to abandon Mu Ningxue by claiming Nanrong Ni and Mu Tinjing had more potential than her. Mu Ningxue was replaceable, and they would retrieve the ice crystal bow from her. But now, how old was Mu Ningxue? How old were Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan? The outcome of the battle had proven Mu Ningxue was a lot more talented than either of them. Mo Fan grinned coldly. These old pricks had only changed their attitude after the Black Totem snake showed up. In the end, only whoever was stronger had the right to say anything. Luckily, Mo Fan had long been aware of that. He had brought the Black Totem snake along as just such a precaution. Chapter 2435. She's one of yours. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The elders stopped troubling Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue in front of the Black Totem snake after Mu Dao convinced them to let him handle the rest of the matter. Not only did they hold prestigious roles in the clan, they also had countless people under their command. It was not worth risking their lives for Mu Feiluan, who was almost crippled. The Black Totem snake might be the Hangzhou's guardian beast, but it was still a ruthless animal. It could escape back to Westlake after killing them. The authorities and people of Hangzhou would certainly take its side, and the matter would remain unresolved. The Black Totem snake would not suffer any consequences, but the elders of the Mu clan might die for their recklessness. Who would be willing to take a risk for something so meaningless? Mu Fangzhu and the Great Elder eventually calmed down after Mu Dao whispered something into their ears. After a while, Mu Dao approached Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. He held his hands in front of him and bowed insincerely to Ningxue's father Mu Zhuyan to express his apology. He then turned to Mu Ningxue. You are indeed a rare talent, being able to control the ice crystal bow. You were in the Mu clan for some time, so you should know Mu Feiluan has been managing everything related to the disciples. Mu Feiluan is mainly responsible for everything that you have gone through. He might have a little say in the clan meeting, but he still had a long way to go before he could rule the Mu clan. If the other members and elders weren't restricting him, do you think you could have lived a peaceful life on Fanxue Mountain during these recent years? Mu Dao was telling the truth. At least he had disagreed with the clan's decision to cripple Mu Ningxue during the World College tournament. Unfortunately, Mu Feiluan had the most say when something involved the Mu clan's disciples. Mu Dao had no reason to question Mu Feiluan's authority regarding the matter. However, the situation was different now. Mu Ningxue was currently holding Mu Feiluan hostage like a dying dog. She could decide his fate in an instant. Shue, brother Mu Dao is right. The rest of the elders didn't know Mu Feiluan brought me here. Mu Zhuyan was more worried about starting another fight with the Mu clan. Going against Mu Feiluan and going against the whole Mu clan were two very different things. You should put the bow away. If it continues to overdraw your energy, you will only have several years left to live. Even if you don't want to admit it, your surname is still Mu. We have already lost Mu Feiluan and Mu Yinfeng, two great talents, and we wouldn't want you to die so quickly. It would be another great loss to our clan, Mu Dao added. Mu Dao looked at Mu Feiluan after he finished the sentence. Mu Feiluan's face was extremely pale. It twisted further when he saw no one was willing to help him. Mu Dao, you F*** king hypocrite, he screamed. She retaliated because of what you did to her, and you lost. What else can you say? Mu Dao mocked him back. Great Elder, Mu Fangzhu, are you really going to let those two act so atrociously in our territory? Is our clan so cowardly? It's just the Black Totem snake. Just kill it. Mu Feiluan screamed. He could already feel his body failing as the frost continued to spread inside him. The Great Elder and Mu Fangzhu did not react to his words. If they did, the Black Totem snake would most likely move too. You can't cripple me, you can't turn me into a cripple, Mu Ningxue. Mu Feiluan shrieked. Mu Dao ignored the shouts and walked toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan, you should know our reputation matters more than anything. The Black Totem snake might hold the elders back for now, since fighting that thing won't bring them any good, especially at their age. But they won't let the matter go so easily. If the Mu clan starts pulling strings, there won't be any peace left for Fanxue Mountain. Just spill the beans, enough with the twists and turns, Mo Fan replied irritably. Can't you show the elderly some respect? I have been friends with Feng Li for a long time. If he's your mentor, that makes me your senior, too. Do you understand? Mu Dao hinted at him. Mo Fan dug into his ear and pretended he did not hear a thing. Mu Dao went closer and said with a softer voice, "The Mu clan needs to protect its reputation, but what you two did is a huge slap to their face. They will definitely try to get their revenge. If you want my help to settle it, hand over Wu Ku's remains." Mu Dao was currently a councilman of the highest enforcement union. He needed Wu Ku's remains to earn back the highest enforcement union's reputation after the series of troubles the Black Vatican had caused in the country. After all, the people would question the highest enforcement union's reliability as long as Salon was still on the run. Wu Ku's remains might be able to pacify those people a little. If the highest enforcement union did not have any results, its formidable status would be threatened by people's complaints. Deal, Mo Fan agreed promptly. Mu Dao's face darkened. This little jerk was acting like he was going to fight the whole clan until the end, but he did not hesitate to agree with the condition. Wasn't he reluctant to yield just a moment ago? The old guys were already shameless at times, but Mo Fan was a cut above them. You may cripple Mu Feiluan, but you must spare his life. This is very important, or the Great Elder and Mu Fangju won't let you leave unharmed, Mu Dao warned them. What did you tell them just now? Why are they willing to let us go? Mo Fan was curious. You are asking too many questions. Just take your snake and go. If those old men lose their temper again, you won't be able to leave, and they will peel off that snake's skin, too. Mu Dao replied stiffly. So be it, but I'm not going to pay for the damages. I'm broke, Mo Fan shrugged. Mo Fan left without any hesitation. There was no point in starting a fight with the elders of the Mu clan, but it was important to let them know he was not someone to mess with. I would like to ask you for another person's remains, too. Mu Dao's tone had changed. Mo Fan frowned. He was still not sure which side Mu Dao was on. Blue Bat, Mu Dao whispered to him. Mo Fan was startled and looked at Mu Dao in disbelief. Only a few people knew about Blue Bat's existence. Why would Mu Dao mention her name? What? Do you think a cunning old politician like me has never done any good deeds? Mu Dao sniffed. She was one of yours. Mu Dao did not answer the question. He waved his hand, indicating Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue could leave now. After they walked a few steps away, Mu Dao bent his knees and helped Mu Feiluan up. Mu Feiluan's face was blank. He never thought this day would come after he had arrogantly decided to cripple Mu Ningxue's cultivation. Despite his extraordinary innate talent and status in the Mu clan, he was turned into a cripple in front of everyone. How had something so bizarre happened to him? Chapter 2436. No One Can Escape. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The black totem snake turned into a thick mist after Mo Fan left. The mist did not dissipate for a long time. The elders were a little displeased, as they could not tell if the snake was still on the mountain. The great elder, Fang Ning, was sitting inside a secret chamber with walls made of jade stones, half lying on a chair. A dim light was hanging above him, giving him a sinister and cold appearance. How is Yinfeng? Fang Ning asked. She's done for. She can only lie on a bed for the rest of her life, unless we send her to Parthenon Temple and a great muse or someone with a higher rank heals her, Mu Fangju said. Then just send her somewhere random with a scenic view, Fang Ning said indifferently. What about him? Mu Fangju pointed at Mu Feiluan, who was lying on a bed. Mu Feiluan was awake, and glaring at the great elder with great resentment. Don't look at me like that, you should be relieved that you are still alive, Fang Ning chided him. Great elder, since when is our clan so petty that we would allow two little jerks to bully us? Humph, once I find a way to recover my cultivation, I'll kill everyone on Fanxue Mountain. Mu Feiluan swore. Since the Mu clan had a way to cripple one's cultivation, it would also have a way to recover one's cultivation. The only problem was finding a 1,000-year-old Twenshan sacred lotus. Luckily, the Mu clan was resourceful enough to find something even as rare as a Twenshan sacred lotus. Don't you worry about it, Fang Ning waved his hand. Are you going to avenge me? Mu Feiluan's eyes glittered with excitement. The Great Elder was unable to do anything because of the Black Totem Snake. He was not necessarily afraid of the Black Totem Snake, but if a fight broke out between him and the Black Totem Snake, it would surely cause massive destruction to the Mu clan mountain. Besides, Fang Ning's greatest ability was not his impressive cultivation, but his cunning and cruelty. Even the old foxes of other clans were no match for him. Ningxues Ice Crystal Bow is close to being perfect. We can't afford to leave it in the hands of someone we can't control, Fang Ning declared. Everyone had witnessed the power of the Ice Crystal Bow. It had made Mu Ningxue extremely powerful even though her cultivation was weaker than Mu Yinfeng and Mu Feiluan. Even Fang Ning was wary of her. Ha ha ha, it's only a matter of time until Mu Ningxue ends up dead if the Great Elder is involved. All these sufferings I endured are nothing. Oh Feiluan, I'm sorry to tell you that you might have to suffer a little more. After all, you have brought our clan such a troublesome enemy. Many clans are constantly watching us, so we can't really do anything that would damage the clan's reputation. They will surely make a huge fuss if we try to do anything to Mu Ningxue, Fang Ning told him. I'll do everything I can to help if Great Elder is planning to teach those two a lesson. Unfortunately, I've lost my cultivation, so I would need Elder's help to recover first, Mu Feiluan said sincerely. I just want to make sure you understand. Don't worry, I promise I will avenge you. For now, you just need to give Mu Fangju your full cooperation. It's very simple, Fang Ning said. Mu Feiluan was confused. What did he need his cooperation for? Did they want him to hand over his spot temporarily? It was not a big problem. After all, he needed time to recover his cultivation. No one was going to listen to a cripple. The people of the Mu clan might look civilized on the surface, but everyone was vicious and greedy inside. The clan strongly followed the law of the jungle. Well, Feiluan, we have established a private military camp in the north and conducted some research on some forbidden magic. Unfortunately, none of them have succeeded. The magic to cripple one's cultivation is only a byproduct of our research. The actual thing is stronger and more impressive, the Mu Fangju said. What is it? Mu Feiluan had a bad feeling about this. A black aura suddenly rose from Mu Feiluan's body. Something similar to tentacles flew out of the aura and attached themselves to Mu Feiluan's forehead, wrists, ankles, stomach, and heart. Mu Feiluan's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to scream, but Fang Ning casually stuck his staff into Mu Feiluan's mouth. Mu Feiluan started shrinking, as if the tentacles were sucking his life away. His delicate body continued to wither. A noble ice Luan with its wings spread appeared behind Mu Fangju. Its feathers were delicate and gorgeous, each with a mythical rune that contained strong ice magic. The feathers of the ice Luan gradually became clearer. Mu Feiluan could not believe his eyes. My innate talent. The ice innate talent that he was the proudest of was being transferred into Mu Fangzhou's body. Impossible! Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow was transferable because it was a piece of magic equipment bound to her soul. They could retrieve the bow by destroying her soul and passing it on to the next successor. However, the ice Luan was his innate talent. How was it possible to take away one's innate talent and transfer it to another person? Oh Feiluan, you should know by now that the Mu clan has always followed the basic rules of survival. If you had won, you would still be Mu Feiluan. Unfortunately, you lost. Mu Ningxue is stronger than you. The ice crystal bow is more valuable than you. As for you, we should not waste your outstanding innate talent. Consider it a bargaining chip so Mu Fangju will avenge you. I believe you can accept the offer for our clan's glory, right? Don't worry, it won't kill you. You can keep your sister company. The clan can still afford to take care of two people in a vegetative state. Fang Ning pulled out his staff from Mu Feiluan's mouth and rubbed it clean on the carpet. Mu Feiluan was covered in blue veins. His shrunken body greatly contrasted with his usual handsome appearance. He was almost beyond recognition. Shouldn't you have the resolve, since you were born into the Mu clan? You only have yourself to blame. We will avenge you, but you should also sacrifice yourself when the Mu clan needs it. The Mu clan had always been cruel and cold. It was only interested in growing stronger. Those cruel rules had applied to both Mu Ningxue and Hu Zi. Mu Feiluan was no exception to them. The Mu clan had never had any compassion for losers. However, the clan had a different punishment for traitors. Chapter 2437. Lesser Heaven Earth Seed. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The mountain woods were covered in green maple leaves. Several young adults with earphones on were taking a morning run on the quiet paths. Higher on the mountain stood a pavilion with a view of Fanxue City. Two middle-aged men were playing chess inside it, each with a pot of tea on their side. People who walked by would give them a quick glance. Even the squirrels on the branches were eating nuts and watching the match in silence. Brother, you always went easy on me when we played chess back in the old days. Why did you checkmate me so quickly? Mu Zhuiyun asked helplessly. Why don't you say my skills have improved over the years? Mo Jiasin laughed and poured tea into Mu Zhuiyun's cup. Mu Zhuiyun immediately stopped him and said, I can do it myself. It's fine, Mo Jiasin insisted on pouring half a cup of tea for Mu Zhuiyun. He added, forgive my son for his immature acts. Either way, you have taken good care of me over the years. The two had known one another for almost 30 years. They enjoyed each other's congenial company. To be honest, I've wasted so many years pursuing fame and power. I should really learn from you by enjoying my life and fulfilling my responsibilities as a father, Mu Zhuiyun murmured. I'm just a good-for-nothing. How can I compare myself to you? Speaking of which, how come you called me here to play chess today? Oh, I remember now, Mo Jiasin took a sip of his tea. He drank the tea without noticing the tiny branch that had fallen into the cup. I'm really grateful for what you did. Otherwise, I would have been late back then. Your driving skills are unmatched, Mu Zhuiyun recalled. It all happened when we were still young. I must say, Mu Ningxue always reminds me of her whenever I see her. She was really like a phoenix in our little city back then. Every man our age was fond of her. You had a lot of competitors too, Mu Jiasin recalled the past. It somehow added some extra taste to the bitter tea he was drinking. Speaking of which, you were the final winner in the end. Your son has taken my daughter, Mu Zhuiyun said. Ha ha ha, so the father is unwilling to let go of his daughter. I used to think it was good to have a daughter. She's just as gorgeous as her mother. I treated her like a pearl in the palm, but now that I think about it, having a son seems better, Mu Zhuiyun remarked. We are already family. Why are you saying that now? If Mo Fan dares to be disrespectful to you, just beat the crap out of him. He won't dare to fight back, Mo Jiasin said. By the way, brother, didn't you always want to go around the world when you were young? You should do it before the sea monsters show up. Who knows what the world will become in the next 2 or 3 years? I remember you were collecting stamps from different countries. Perhaps the cities on the stamps might be gone by then, Mu Zhuiyun mentioned. That was a long time ago. Do you think I still have the mood to go traveling? Mo Jiasin shook his head. Think of it as fulfilling your dream. I will be visiting a few countries soon to find buyers for the golden reefs. You can come with me, but I won't have much time to accompany you. Perhaps I can ask my nephew to bring you around. Mu Zhuiyun inquired. Well, Mo Jiasin was a little hesitant. He had not gone to many places in China, let alone going overseas. I'll help you with the visas, Mu Zhuiyun smiled. Fine, I'll go, but there's no need to ask your nephew to accompany me. I can go around myself. If I can't speak their language, I'll just use hand gestures. If it's not enough, I'll just download a translation app with my phone. Mo Jiasin nodded. It's decided then. Let us play one more match. I don't believe I can't win a single match today. Mo Fan was deeper in the mountains. Yushasha was still living like a woman in a hidden land of peace and prosperity. She spent her days drying red beans and living a peaceful life that was nothing like the lifestyle of a city. Have some red bean soup. Yushasha handed Mo Fan a bowl of soup and asked him, "How is Ningxue doing?" "She needs more time to rest. She was consuming her lifespan when she overdrew the power of her soul. Perhaps she thinks she isn't aging quickly enough." Mo Fan grumbled. Ningxues Ice Crystal Bow had several seals on it. She only had control over a small portion of the seals. She could barely control the Ice Crystal Bow's full power. She was already forcing it when she fired the arrow that had forced Yinfeng to use the Ice Phoenix's reincarnation. She could only fire 2 of the same arrows at most. As for blood release, she was firing the arrow at the cost of her own lifespan. She might have crippled Feiluan, but she had paid a huge price for it. It was difficult to heal damage inflicted on a person's soul. Mo Fan was worried that her body might deteriorate greatly after she reached 30. "I still have a tiny petal of the Qianshan sacred lotus. I'll mix it with some herbs for her. She'll be fine," Yushasha said. "That's great. Hang on, why do you still have the Qianshan sacred lotus? Didn't you use it to refine my heaven seed? Did you take some of it as your commission?" Mo Fan inquired bluntly. "Do you still want me to heal Ningxue? I'll only believe half of your words from now on." Mo Fan sniffed. "Your lesser heaven earth seed is almost ready. You should really thank Ningxue. She has been using Fanxue Mountain's resources to find the ingredients for you. She even went out to the sea to look for some of them. You know how dangerous the sea monsters are now," Yushasha sniffed. The words filled Mo Fan's heart with warmth. He had finally conquered Ningxue's body and heart after so many years. She was acting more like his wife now. "You should hurry up and improve your earth element. A heaven seed is powerful, but without the support of your cultivation, it's no different from a rock on the side of the road." Yushasha went on. "Do you think it's easy? Try looking after so many elements on your own. I'm already a genius, being able to improve 4 of my elements to the super level. What else do you want me to do? How many universe veins will I need?" Mo Fan grumbled. "How uneducated are you? Even a woman who barely goes outside knows a mage can only use a universe vein once. Its effects are only a 10th as strong when you use a second one." Yushasha told him. "Who?" Mo Fan was lost for words. A mage can only use 1 universe vein? Did that mean he had to look for another way to improve the rest of his elements to the super level? Mo Fan's head started to spin. How am I supposed to improve the summoning element to the super level now? His earth element and chaos element were still lacking some maturity, too. By the way, did you know the little cub went home with her mother? Yushasha continued. I was wondering where she was. I only saw the little moth playing on her own. The ice on Qianshan Mountain has melted, so the mountain is accessible again. One night, I heard a howl in the distance. Not long after, the little cub came up and licked me to say goodbye, Yushasha told him. Chapter 20:38. The Contradictory Totem Beast. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The hut was not as lively after the naughty little cub departed. Little Moon Moth Phoenix was motionless on the ground. She was obviously a little unhappy after her friend had left. Little Flame Bell was comforting Little Moon Moth Phoenix like a big sister. Why didn't you figure out a way to convince Ningxue to sign a contract with the little cub? As a matter of fact, Ningxue would benefit greatly if she took the little cub as her contracted beast. After all, her innate talent makes her body abnormal. If she doesn't find a way to condition it, Yushasha prodded him. I'll try, but Ningxue seriously didn't like the little cub. Once Ningxue signed a contract with the little cub, it would be a lot easier for the little cub to escape from Qianshan Mountain. The contract summoning would not teleport the little cub to Ningxue right away, but the little cub's mother would not worry too much if her child had a valid agreement. Does that mean you agree with me? Yushasha asked. Are you willing to convince Ningxue to sign a contract with the little cub? Yushasha asked in a strange voice. Mo Fan did not understand what Yushusha meant, and he just nodded. However, he immediately smelled some conspiracy after he agreed. You can come out now. Yushusha smiled. A creature like a round white potato rolled out from the shadow. She had a cunning grin on her face, exposing her fangs. Mo Fan was left speechless. The little cub was still here. Mo Fan immediately looked at the moon moth phoenix, who was pretending to be down just a moment ago. She quickly turned around, like she was ashamed of doing something wrong. These guys were putting on an act to trick him. Well, her mother did come here from Qianshan Mountain. She was howling from a few thousand kilometers away, asking the little cub to come home with her, but the little cub did not want to go. She says her mother won't force her to go back anymore if she forms a contract with a human, Yushusha explained. Mo Fan was lost for words. Had the little cub already turned into a human? She had already learned how to deceive people by playing the emotional card. Ling, tilde. Little Flame Bell seemed very happy and flew around the little cub in circles. They were having a great time, despite the incompatibility of their elements. Little Flame Bell soon flew back to Mo Fan and hovered in front of him like she was saying, "Daddy, if you don't agree, I'll leave home right now." He sighed. The little creature has bribed everyone, Mo Fan caved helplessly. The little cub rolled her eyes. She looked both cunning and adorable. The mountain was indeed livelier when the little cub was around. By the way, if Ningxues signs a contract with the little cub, it might help with her injury. The little cub eats more Tuanshan sacred lotuses than we eat vegetables. Her powerful soul should be able to help Ningxue condition her body, Yushusha encouraged him. The little cub nodded like she was beating garlic, telling them how impressive she was. Can't you behave more like a totem beast? Do you know Baxia? He always regards his guardian with disdain, but you are doing everything you can to offer yourself, Mo Fan said, pointing at the little cub. The little cub just lifted her head defiantly. If the little cub could heal Mu Ningxue's soul, Mo Fan was more than willing to let her sign a contract with the little cub. The ice crystal bow was too damaging for her soul. The side effects would slowly become apparent as time went by. Mo Fan did not want Mu Ningxue to die at a young age like her mother had. Mo Fan decided to try his best to convince Mu Ningxue, even though she was not too fond of the little cub. Mu Ningxue was not interested in little animals. She also mentioned she did not like the little cub. She would rather leave her summoning element empty than have a contracted beast she did not like. The little cub was the sacred tiger of Qianshan Mountain, with the lineage of one of the 4 sacred totem beasts, but her situation was the worst. She had finally found a potential guardian she was fond of, but the person did not want her. To think that a totem beast would be so desperate to offer herself to a human. Luckily, there were not many totem beasts left. Otherwise, she would be treated as a laughingstock by the others. Shue, I'm doing this because I'm worried about your well-being. If you don't want her to annoy you, you can just leave her at Yushusha's place. She enjoys staying there, too. Mo Fan was sitting in front of Mu Ningxue. The little cub was sitting beside him. She was parked upright with her little ears dangling to the sides, like she did not have any confidence. She did not know why Mu Ningxue disliked her. She had purposely washed her fur very clean in case Mu Ningxue was avoiding her because she was dirty. She wanted to make sure she was compatible with Mu Ningxue's untouchable temperament. Even though the little cub was from the scar of Qianshan Mountain and had grown up eating Tuanshan's sacred lotuses, she had a feeling Mu Ningxue's aura resembled Tuanshan Mountain more than her own. In comparison, the little cub felt like she had spent her days rolling in mud. Fine, but we'll only sign a contract, Mu Ningxue finally agreed. She sounded reluctant and unwilling. It sounded like she was saying, I don't mind having children, but you will have to take care of them. Mu Ningxue still disliked the little cub. She had only considered this because Mo Fan was worried about her. It was not like Mu Ningxue did not find the little cub adorable to look upon, but the thing was too naughty. Mu Ningxue did not like her personality. If Mo Fan had not been so exceptional, Mu Ningxue would rather have spent the rest of her life alone in peace. Mu Ningxue was fond of the moon moth phoenix, rather than the little cub. As for Little Flame Bell, she did not prefer Mu Ningxue, and Mu Ningxue did not like Little Flame Bell overmuch. It had nothing to do with their personalities. They were just incompatible because of their opposing elements. Fine, I'll deal with her. You just need to sign the contract, Mo Fan sighed. I'll take care of the naughty kid. As a matter of fact, the little cub had always liked messing around with Mo Fan. She would show up whenever Mo Fan came back. They were just giving the little cub a valid identity and reason to be outside the sacred mountain. Nothing else would change. Mu Ningxue successfully signed a contract with the little cub. Mo Fan noticed an immediate improvement in her complexion. It turned out Yushasha and the little cub were not lying to him. The little cub's soul could indeed heal Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue needed more rest, so Mo Fan left with the little cub. Ningxue looked relieved. The little cub was normally fearless. She even dared lie to her mother, but she was like a well-behaved kid in front of Mu Ningxue. She felt like she had lost her dignity as a totem beast, but she was happy now. She no longer had to go back to the boring Tuanshan mountain. Chapter 2439. Crossbreed Dragon or Pseudo-Dragon. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The little cub suddenly remembered something. She bit Mo Fan's pants and tried to pull him in another direction. What now? Are you regretting it? Mo Fan asked helplessly. The little cub had a thick coat of fur. Things started falling to the ground and clanking loudly as she shook herself. It was surprising how many things she was hiding under her fur. The little cub growled and waved her paws around. Little Flame Bell, can you translate for me? What surprise is she trying to give me? The little cub lowered her head and picked up a small jade bracelet before running into Mu Ningxue's room. She cautiously placed the special bracelet in front of Mu Ningxue's door before running back to Mo Fan. What? You followed us to Mu Clan Mountain. Mo Fan opened his eyes wide. You took all of this from their treasure vault. The little cub put on an embarrassed face. She told Mo Fan she was secretly following Mu Ningxue so she could lend her a hand if anything went wrong. She could at least help Mu Ningxue escape. However, Mu Ningxue was unstoppable after she took out the ice crystal bow. The little cub had decided to sneak into the clan hall and take some valuables since she had nothing else to do. If the mage there at the doorstep of the forbidden level had not sensed her presence, she would have robbed the entire treasure vault. Mo Fan was left speechless. Aren't you supposed to be the sacred tiger of Tuanshan Mountain? Why do you keep stealing other people's stuff? I bet that ice jade bracelet will be useful for her recovery. Are you giving the rest of the loot to me to thank me? Mo Fan said. The little cub nodded. She finally had a valid purpose to stay on Fanxue Mountain thanks to Mo Fan. She was willing to offer up her possessions. No wonder your mother keeps asking you to come home. She's likely worried that you might be beaten to death if you were caught. Mo Fan had to say. The little cub had unique tastes. She would only take things that were extremely valuable. The other 4 items might not be as valuable as the ice jade bracelet, but each of them was worth a decent ongoing business. Mo Fan just so happened to be running short on funds, too. The little cub told Mo Fan that there was a rare sacred lotus in the scar of Tuanshan Mountain. It would be 1,000 years old after the next winter. She promised to pluck it and give it to Mu Ningxue to extend her lifespan and help her retain her youth. Mo Fan was greatly pleased. The little cub had been a huge help in solving his biggest problems. Mo Fan headed back to the Magic City after staying at Fanxue Mountain for a few days. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was in the Magic City. He was planning to accept a few jobs to fill up the black hole that had sucked away all his money. He had always thought he would be rich after becoming a mage, but he later realized that he still needed money for everything after reaching the super level, and it was huge sums every single time. Mo Fan, I found something great. Are you interested? Zhao Manyang called him as soon as Mo Fan reached the Magic City. He had finally come out of seclusion. It seemed he had almost mastered Wu Ku's water-praying beads. Mu Bai was in the Magic City, too, acting as a member of the South Wing platoon. He had spent most of his time at its headquarters in the Magic City lately, but Mo Fan was not sure what he was busy with. Don't tell me it's some special show of human body art again. Mo Fan asked righteously. Of course not. Zhao Manyang replied forthrightly. Then I'm not interested. Mo Fan immediately switched tacts. Zhao Manyang just shook his head. Just call Mu Bai and come with me. Zhao Manyang had a lot of connections in the Magic City. Whenever he said he found something, he usually meant women, but Mo Fan was quite surprised when it was not the case this time. The pedestrians shouted out in glee when a group of heavenly eagles swept past the sky. After all, unlike helicopters, the mags who were permitted to fly their heavenly eagles in the city were not only well respected, but had high statuses in the military. The magnificent heavenly eagles' feathers were white as snow. The silver feathers on their crowns were long enough to reach their backs, giving them a sleek dignity. The eagles flew across the Magic City in an orderly fashion and landed on a nearby island. A few men and women in suits and formal attire greeted them on the landing pad. You must be General Zhong. This way, please, the tuxedo-wearing man in front said respectfully to a middle-aged man, the oldest of the soldiers there. You've misunderstood. This is our general. The middle-aged soldier smiled and pointed at a younger tanned man. The man did not have a handsome face, but he gave off a heroic temperament. His tanned skin further set off his demeanor. The man in a tuxedo was shocked. This general looked so young. Based on the information he had reviewed, this general had been in charge of the safety of along the Qinling Mountains and Beijiang for a long time. Both places were infamously dangerous, but the demon creatures had not invaded their territory even once after this general was placed in charge. General Zhong, we have heard that you are very interested in our tamed beasts. I'm here to receive you on behalf of the Bai clan. May I know if you are representing the military, or you've come in your own interest? The man asked him courteously. We will soon join the Violet Imperial Battalion. Every member needs a mount more powerful than the Heavenly Eagles, so we are interested in what your exhibition has to offer, General Zhong answered with a friendly smile. He was not as aloof and expressionless as were most generals. The Violet Imperial Battalion, the Bai clansman was surprised. They were a special force that was only sent out for important missions, even though it did not have many members. Please come with me, a few of our honorable guests haven't arrived yet. I hope you won't mind waiting a little longer. After all, our exhibition isn't just a small project. It's open to famous people from across the world, the representative of the Bai clan told him. That's fine, we have not rested for a long time. Please arrange a few rooms for my men and myself. Of course. The man immediately signaled a woman in a cheongsam. The woman greeted them with a smile and asked the other women present to lead the way. General, please feel free to tell us if you need anything. It's rare to have a reputable guest like you, the woman in a cheongsam told him. Her eyes were very attractive, reminding him of a flowing stream. Oh, I heard dragons will be auctioned this time. Is that true? General Zhong asked her. The woman blinked. It turned out that the general was not that experienced, and did not notice her obvious hint. Yes, we are working together with a renowned clan of dragon tamers in England. They have new tamed dragons to offer. Are they crossbreeds or pseudo-dragons? General Zhong inquired. The woman smiled. She placed her finger in front of her sexy lips and answered after a brief pause, that is confidential. Chapter 2440. Dragon Mounts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Knock knock knock. A woman with a military belt around her waist entered the room and saluted General Zhong after knocking on the door. The woman in a cheongsam picked up the hint from her sharp gaze. She smiled graciously and left the room. The attendant took a quick assessing glance at the female soldier before leaving the room, noticing the female soldier had a slim waist. Her belt had almost gone 2 circles around her waist. It was very likely that she had an alluring figure under the military uniform. I shall excuse myself. The woman closed the door as she took her leave. The female soldier did not turn around. However, she harumphed after the woman left the room. Was every woman so shameless nowadays? Weren't they ashamed of staying in a man's room for so long in the middle of the night? Is there a problem? General Zhong asked her. No, sir, the woman answered. Why did you come here then? You should get some rest in your room. We are all worn out from our last mission, General Zhong chided her. Why didn't you ask that woman to leave sooner, sir? The woman, who are you, asked him. I was asking her about the dragons, Zhong Xiaohu replied. Do they really have dragons? Who are you could barely believe it. Many merchants like to boast and exaggerate as part of their marketing strategy, but the real products were often terrible. I think so, but they might cost a lot. Zhong Xiaohu had a slight headache. Many factions would bid for the dragons, which would surely drive the prices up. Even if they were representing the military, they also had to compete fairly in the bidding. Most importantly, their superiors would not reimburse them too much for it. If we had dragons, we wouldn't have lost to the evil hound ruler last time. The heavenly eagles are too weak against a creature like that. They were too scared to fly once they picked up a ruler-level creature's presence, Hua Yuzhu commented. The military and hunters had different approaches when they were in the wild. The hunters had fewer people, so they could move around more freely. Even if they were in danger, they could split up and regroup again. The military was different, as their numbers were greater. If they had to avoid demon creatures' dens all the time, they would waste all their time doing so. Troops with mounts and tamed beasts were able to roam freely in the wild, as long as they did not encounter brainless species like the undead. Most demon creatures would back away and avoid contact with troops accompanied by strong beasts. The tamed beasts were thus crucial to guarantee a smooth journey in the wild for the military's forces. Their tamed beasts were able to intimidate the roaming demon creatures with their auras. When the military did not want to waste time on irrelevant demon creatures, the tamed beasts came in very handy. It saved a lot of their time and energy. Tamed beasts had stronger physical attributes, too. If the military was tracking down demon creatures, a wind mage would often deplete their energy after flying for only 1 or 2 hours non-stop, much less than a flying creature. If the soldiers were in danger, the tamed beasts would react swiftly and escape in the safest directions. The soldiers would not lose their way in the demon creature's territory. Most importantly, their tamed beasts were capable of fighting. They might lack synergy with the soldiers compared to truly summoned beasts, but these tamed beasts were very useful after they were trained properly. They could serve as powerful shields when fighting demon creatures at close distance, and keep stronger enemies busy. The heavenly eagles were the standard tamed beasts for higher-ranked troops. Certain heavenly eagles had better lineages, but they were extremely rare. England had the lead when it came to tamed beasts, especially the renowned clans of dragon tamers. Duchess Elaine's clan was a perfect example. They had recently released a piece of shocking news to the world. They had tamed a certain kind of dragon beast and were able to mass-breed it for the militaries and other formidable factions. Many advanced psychic mags were able to tame 1 or 2 draconic beasts, but breeding them and setting up a supply chain to do so on scale involved shockingly advanced magic technology. The dragon tamer clans of England had set up an exhibition in China. Zhong Xiaohu had come on behalf of the Violet Imperial Battalion as soon as he received the news. If the tamed dragons were suitable for them, he would want to buy some of them to help make his troops stronger. I'm just worried these so-called dragons are just lizards mixed with the lineage of some petty dragons. They are exaggerating things to grab the world's attention. If they are real dragons, wouldn't it make those clans unbeatable, sir? Hua Yuzhu spoke up. Let's take a look first. Even if the dragons are crossbreeds with a weak lineage, they are still useful to us, Zhong Xiaohu answered calmly. If the soldiers that were often undertaking missions in the wild did not have reliable mounts, they would struggle greatly, regardless of how outstanding their cultivation and numbers were. The cunning demon creatures just had to dig into the mountains and caves. The soldiers would never find them, even if they broke their legs from running around. Our mission is so dangerous, but they only gave us such a small amount of funds, Hua Yuzhu grumbled. That's enough, we are here to rest for several days. We'll buy the dragons if they are suitable for us, but if we can't afford them, there's nothing we can do. We must focus on our mission, Zhong Xiaohu told her. Got it, sir. You may go back now, Zhong Xiaohu directed her. Hua Yuzhu saluted with a straight back. She was a very tall woman, almost Zhong Xiaohu's height as she leaned forward a little as she was saluting. Hua Yuzhu left the room and closed the door. She stumbled into a handsome, blonde man in the red carpeted corridor. The man was looking her up and down with a mischievous grin. TSK, why didn't they tell me they were offering special services here? The man murmured before approaching Hua Yuzhu and asking with a serious face, how much? Name your price. What do you mean? Hua Yuzhu did not understand him at first, but she realized something when she saw the perverted look in the man's eyes. Her face instantly went cold as she snarled, "Prick, you're asking for your death." "Wow, what are you doing?" the man yelled. Hua Yuzhu was furious. She had heard some men were looking for all kinds of fantasies. Some of them had a fetish for military outfits, so their prostitutes would dress up like soldiers to fulfill their fantasies. However, Hua Yuzhu was a real soldier. She would not allow anyone to violate her sacred duty. She did not care if using spells was forbidden here. She just wanted to blast the perverted man to pieces. Holy crap, a star constellation right away. The man was shocked. He did not expect the woman to complete an advanced spell so quickly. Luckily, the man was a powerful mage. He waved his hand and summoned a pond of water to resist the woman's advanced fire spell. Chapter 2441. Imperial Bodyguard assigned by the government. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Arent. Girl, why can't we talk properly? Why did you have to greet me with powerful spells? The blonde man was soaked in cold sweat. Hua Yuzhu was surprised. She did not expect the hoodlums nowadays to know magic and be so good at it. Die! Hua Yuzhu did not stop attacking despite her surprise. If an advanced spell was not going to do the job, she would use a super spell, then. Zhao Manyang was initially pleased with himself, but his jaw almost fell onto the carpet when he saw a brilliant star palace taking shape beside the woman. What did I even do to her? Yuzhu, what are you doing? The door swung open behind her, and a tanned face poked out. General, this pervert dares to take liberties with a soldier. I have the right to execute him on the spot. Hua Yuzhu exclaimed. Do you think we are still in Beijing? Not only is your super spell going to kill him, it will kill everyone in this building too. Zhong Xiaohu shouted at her. Hua Yuzhu did not dare disobey her superior. She cancelled the super fire spell, but her chest was heaving with rage, like it was about to burst open. Zhao Manyang was stunned. Were the prostitutes all super mags nowadays? Who? Brother Zhao? Zhong Xiaohu instantly recognized the man from his eye-catching blonde hair and handsome face. Zhong Xiaohu. Zhao Manyang recognized the tanned face too. Cough cough. Brother Zhao, you never change, do you? Zhong Xiaohu looked at Hua Yuzhu before looking at Zhao Manyang. He immediately realized what had just happened. Zhao Manyang pointed at the fierce woman. My Imperial Bodyguard, Hua Yuzhu. Zhong Xiaohu smiled, and invited Zhao Manyang into his room. Goddamn! You're doing fine. Does our country assign generals such heroic and dashing female bodyguards? I'm joining the army. Zhao Manyang was so jealous that his drool was about to pour out of his mouth. Hua Yuzhu's skin was not as pale as the women living in the city, but her bearing was too unique. Zhao Manyang remembered Nanyu being a relatively gorgeous soldier, but her beauty was more on the neutral side. Hua Yuzhu might have had an imperious bearing, but it did not affect her charm as a woman. She was taller than many men, too. Not only would it not destroy men's self-esteem, it would wake up their desire to conquer her. Zhao Manyang was not the kind to ask every woman he saw on the street to name their price. He had extremely high standards, indicating Hua Yuzhu was a true beauty. Her beauty did not come from the luxurious cosmetics available in a city. She was more like an unyielding flower blossoming in the middle of the wild. Yuzhu, he's my brother. He was just joking with you. Don't mind it, Zhong Xiaohu told her. Humph. Hua Yuzhu did not believe it was a joke and left with her chin in the air. Zhao Manyang felt awkward. Was his eyesight getting worse, or was he driven by the sperm in his brain? Why didn't you tell us you were in Shanghai? Zhao Manyang asked him. We are only stopping by for 2 days. We have to leave for our next mission soon, so I was thinking of finding you guys next time. I didn't expect us to meet here. Zhong Xiaohu was very excited. After they had parted ways in the Qinling Mountains, Zhong Xiaohu had been sent to Beijiang. His phone reception in Beijiang was not great, and he had not contacted Mo Fan for a long time. Mo Fan even mentioned you to me not long ago. Zhao Manyang patted Zhong Xiaohu's shoulder. It sounds like Brother Fan has missed me. Zhong Xiaohu was ashamed. He had not told Mo Fan how he was doing after he went to Beijiang because of the poor phone service there. Yeah, he said that we might hear about your death one day after we woke up. He told me to retrieve your remains if I received the news. The feeling of shame in Zhong Xiaohu's heart vanished. Beijiang was indeed more dangerous than Qinling Mountains. Zhong Xiaohu had volunteered to go to Beijiang after eliminating the threat from the Qinling Mountains. He was literally associating with demon creatures and sleeping with them. It was a miracle he had survived his term there. Mo Fan was not necessarily wrong to say that. Are you still a major general, or a full general now? Zhao Manyang asked curiously after he recalled Hua Yuzhu's words. Beijiang's general was slain by a ruler hound that had trespassed into the safe zone. I was the acting general for some time. They officially promoted me to a full general after I killed the hound, Zhong Xiaohu confirmed. Does that mean you have eliminated the threats from both the Qinling Mountains and Beijiang? Zhao Manyang knew a lot of confidential information and was familiar with the troubles the military was having. Zhong Xiaohu had relieved some huge pressure from the military's back by maintaining security at the 2 infamous places. Hee hee. Zhong Xiaohu laughed. Impressive. You sure deserve to have an Imperial bodyguard like her. Brother Zhao, you should stop having weird thoughts. Hua Yuzhu is the daughter of a famous general. She's not necessarily weaker than me, she just lacks experience and achievements. She has a lot more potential than me. She's only been assigned to me so she can climb the ranks quicker, Zhong Xiaohu said humbly. Then you have even more reason to take her down. Oh, I got carried away from talking to you. Come with me, Mo Fan and Mu Bai are up on the rooftop. Zhao Manyang told him. Did they invest in stocks? What are you talking about? They are drinking on the rooftop. The air is fresher there for us to enjoy our drinks. Don't tell me you can't drink because you are leaving for a mission soon. Zhao Manyang asked. It's fine, we are here to buy some tame beasts and rest for a few days. Oh? Is the military interested in the dragon beasts? Zhao Manyang raised his brows. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head. Heavenly eagles were the standard tame beasts for China's military. The system of breeding heavenly eagles was mature. Only those at Zhong Xiaohu's rank needed a higher-level tame beast, as the heavenly eagles were no longer useful for them. I heard several rich countries in the Middle Eastern have already ordered the dragon beasts in huge quantities. The supply isn't going to meet the demand, Zhao Manyang told him. Brother Zhao, is Brother Fan interested in the dragon beasts, too? We are just looking around. I might consider bidding if they have a nice inferior dragon. As for Mo Fan, he used to fancy the thought of having a dragon as a mount, but he hasn't been that interested lately. He only came to broaden his knowledge, Zhao Manyang answered. The two had reached the rooftop while they were talking. The area was open. There was a bar on one side, closer to other buildings. The other side was closer to the sea and had plenty of seats. It was relaxing to have a few drinks while enjoying the sea breeze. However, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had always been free and unconstrained. They were suddenly in the mood to have a barbecue, so they moved the wooden chairs to the beach and set up a barbecue stand. The smoke had filled the bar, and the number of people had dropped significantly. It was now more like a barbecue stall beside the road. "Look who I brought!" Zhao Manyang called out. Mo Fan was fanning the charcoal with a flyer promoting the dragon beasts. His mouth dropped wide enough to fit a whole chicken wing when he saw Zhong Xiaohu. Chapter 2442. Selling Dragons. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. "Brother Fan, aren't you a fire mage? Why are you going through so much trouble to start a fire?" Zhong Xiaohu laughed. "Don't you know that the fish you catch yourself always taste more delicious? Otherwise, why wouldn't I just buy them from the market?" Mo Fan explained. Zhao Manyang suddenly put on a deep grin and added, "I like eating fish, too. I usually fish myself, but I occasionally buy from the market because it offers a lot more options." "Is that why you always hook up with prostitutes?" Mu Bai mocked him. "Shut up, you don't even know what a fish tastes like. Why are you acting so proud?" Zhao Manyang retorted. Zhong Xiaohu chuckled, as Mu Bai was not wrong. Zhao Manyang had asked his Imperial bodyguard to name a price not long ago. "Stop arguing, have a taste of the chicken wings. It's my secret recipe." Mo Fan served everyone 2 chicken wings. The 4 of them immediately feasted on them. Their lips were covered in oil. It did not matter if the hot chicken wings had burned their tongues, as they just had to take a sip of their cold beer. Words could not describe how satisfying it was. It was getting late, but the fire on the beach was burning even brighter. The 4 had a lot of drinks, lying on the sand instead of going back to their rooms. They all eventually fell asleep. The sunlight sprinkled on the beach early in the morning and painted the calm surface of the sea with a hint of scorching red. The whole sea was soon blazing red, with waves rolling across its surface. The 4 hungover men crawled to their feet and went back into the hotel to have breakfast. The exhibition was happening at 8. They had almost overslept. Luckily, the exhibition had just begun by the time they reached the venue. Mo Fan initially did not have much interest in the dragon beasts, mainly because he was too poor to afford them. However, he had already sold the booty the little cub had offered to him, and had received the full sum while he was drinking last night. He now had some funds to bid for a dragon beast that pleased his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now showing you a ground-fang dragon. Even though it's only a pseudo-dragon, its body is covered in sturdy bone armor. Its bones are as strong as an inferior dragon. It does not know any magic, but it's an adept fighter. It's the perfect beast for charging into enemy lines and fighting in close combat." The ground-fang dragon had a fierce appearance. Sharp bony spikes covered it from its horns to its tail. The pseudo-dragon could easily crush any commander-level creatures. Many of the mags who were present would have no trouble defeating the ground-fang dragon, but it was extremely difficult to tame it, so it would take orders from a human, especially after it was sold to a buyer. Taming demon creatures had always been the specialty of psychic mags. "What do you think?" Zhao Manyang asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan shook his head. The ground-fang dragon seemed to be a powerful creature, but he didn't think it could withstand a single lightning spell from him. Even if he only used it as a mount to travel long distances and pursue an enemy, he did not think he would feel comfortable while riding it. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head as well. He would be disappointed if the exhibition was only auctioning pseudo-dragons. He was more concerned about the mobility of the dragon beasts. The ground-fang dragon could not fly. The ground-fang dragon is unstoppable if it's used as the vanguard of an army, Hua Yuzhu mentioned for them. As she had expected, many factions were interested in the ground-fang dragon. They ended up submitting some huge orders for it. The exhibition was not selling the dragons in small numbers, but in bulk. The buyers could even reserve the amount they wanted every year. For example, a renowned clan in the north bought 30 of the ground-fang dragons in stock, and it had ordered another 30 ground-fang dragons for next year. The dragon-taming clans in England were supplying dragons in huge numbers. Their dragon taming skills were worth more than gold and silver mines. This is the triumphant eagle dragon. Its tamed level has reached 6 stars. Not only has it inherited the powerful wings of the dragons, it has also inherited the bravery of the eagle species. The triumphant eagle dragon had an eagle's crest instead of draconic horns. Its claws were similar to those of demon eagles, but its chest, back, and wings resembled a western dragon. It was also a pseudo-dragon, but the soldiers with Zhong Xiaohu opened their eyes wide. 6 stars? Isn't that the same level as our heavenly eagles? The middle-aged Imperial bodyguard escort to Zhong Xiaohu asked. How did the English do it? How are they able to tame these creatures with a draconic lineage? The stronger the lineage of a demon creature, the harder it was to tame them. Western dragons were the hardest creatures to tame, being naturally aloof and fierce. The real dragons saw themselves as superior to humans. The crossbreeds that had inherited a dragon's lineage would also inherit the dragon's unruliness and disdain toward other species. General, that triumphant eagle dragon is a lot stronger than our heavenly eagles. Should we make an order? Let's wait for now, Zhong Xiaohu demurred. The next one is the highlight of our exhibition. Have a look! The crowd immediately focused their attention on the stage. The attendees thought the tamed beasts would be tied in magic chains as a safety precaution. However, the dragon that appeared next did not have any chains on it. Its saliva was even dripping from its exposed fangs. The guests in the front row almost fainted in shock. The creature was the size of a small hill. Its scales were like well-refined armor plates, expanding and contracting as the creature was moving. The sturdy scales did not hinder its movements at all. Its wings were wrapped in draconic skin, its visible bones brimming with power. The wings attached to the creature's back were also connected to its front claws. Its lower limbs were thick, like the limbs of a huge lizard, but their bright scales made them look more impressive than the rough skin of a clumsy and ugly reptile. The audience held their breaths as the creature was brought onto the stage. Was that just a dragon beast? It was more like a real dragon. Its body, wings, claws, and scales were similar to those of a drake. Most importantly, its imperious aura made it feel like the owner of the exhibition, instead of just a tame beast that was being displayed. Holy crap, is Elaine's clan selling drakes now? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The creature was a lot smaller than a drake, but it had clearly exceeded the level of a pseudo-dragon. It was a lot closer to the level of a true drake than most inferior dragons. Chapter 20:43. Can't afford. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. This is a flying dragon. Its tamed level is 6 stars too, so there's no need to be afraid of it. It's even more obedient than some of the summoned beasts. Of course, it might be stronger than some contracted beasts when it fights. It's the greatest work of the master of England's dragon-taming clans. The flying dragon is going to make history once we reveal it to the world. The MC did not reveal the details of the flying dragon's strength, physical attributes, defense, and fighting capacity. The people just needed to know it was a tamed flying dragon. The flying dragon would be a hot seller if it was to be offered for a contracted beast, but it was currently being sold as a tamed beast. It had overturned everyone's understanding of the tamed beasts. Tamed beasts could establish a master-servant relationship with anyone, allowing mags who were not summoners to control them. In other words, anyone could take the flying dragon and ride it, just as long as they could afford it. Even a summoner had difficulties making a dragonblood a contracted beast. If mags who were not summoners had a chance to own a flying dragon, it would have a huge impact on the summoning element and the whole field of magic. The world is about to change. Elaine's clan is going to evolve into a dragon clan and rule over the world. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Mo Fan took a deep breath too. He remembered when he was still at the Eris Sacred Institute, and a student had asked Sharja why she was interested in Mo Fan's theory of combination magic. If combination magic was put into practice and became common, it would allow mankind to take a huge leap forward. Combination magic would significantly increase the average strength of human mags by giving their magic more flexibility. Perhaps mags would be able to modify their magic when they were only at the basic and intermediate levels. Their spells would be more modular. Similarly, the ability to tame dragons would give all mags a chance to own a dragon. Having a mount was no longer exclusive to summoners. Anyone could now have a powerful creature as their mount, to protect them and fly everywhere they wanted. Would they have trouble destroying the demon creatures' kingdoms once they had enough tamed dragon beasts? A man in a Chinese military outfit stood up and asked, "Is it just a prototype, or can we really buy the dragons now? Can you guarantee you can meet our demands if we place orders for the flying dragons?" The man was most likely from a different division. He had to be highly ranked, too. If you are the highest bidder, the flying dragon is yours once you contract as its master with your blood. We will also disclose the price of the flying dragon soon and accept pre-orders across the world, the representative of the Bai clan replied with a confident smile. Can you guarantee you will have the supply for all the orders? As long as you can afford the price, we will deliver the goods within a promise period. The quantities are of course limited, but the Duchess ensured she has more than just a few flying dragons, and her clan will provide a certain number of flying dragons for the powerful factions around the world every year. Unbelievable! The Bai clan brought everyone to an open patio close to the ocean to showcase the flying dragon's strength. A few super mags volunteered to challenge the flying dragon. After a few rounds, the guests were convinced that the flying dragon's strength was on par with an adult inferior dragon. It would be extremely useful when fighting against certain ruler-level creatures. Its ability to fly made it an absolute king of the sky, but most importantly, its scales had inherited the greatest ability of the dragons, immunity to magic. The flying dragon was immune to all elemental spells below the super level. It was a crazy ability. It meant the flying dragon could ignore the spells of a regiment of 1,000 soldiers. The flying dragon would have been a nightmare to both the Wind Fleet warships of the Brown Rebels or the Federation armies cross-chaos formation if it had appeared in the battles in the Andes mountain range. Everyone thought the flying dragon was the finale of the exhibition. Countless factions would be bidding insane amounts of money to buy a single flying dragon. To everyone's astonishment, the host of the exhibition had provided 7 flying dragons in total. The first flying dragon was bought by the officer who had been the first to voice his concerns. The second flying dragon went to a core member of the Mu clan. The third and fourth were secured by the Zhao clan. Only 3 flying dragons were left. Hua Yuzhu clenched her teeth and bought one of them. Zhong Xiaohu was a little hesitant because the price had been raised too high, but Hua Yuzhu insisted on bidding for it. Mo Fan tried bidding for the 6th flying dragon, but he eventually gave up when he checked the balance in his account. These people were too crazy, raising the prices as if they had robbed banks ahead of time. Each bid went up by at least 100 million. Mo Fan would rather travel on foot or ask someone with magical wings to give him a convenient ride. Only the last one left. Should we try and get it? Zhao Manyang asked. We might be able to if we combine our money, Mu Bai said with a wry smile. These flying dragons were priceless. Zhao Manyang knew he had no chance of awakening the summoning element. He believed it was necessary to secure himself a suitable mount. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuqian had taken all his possessions, or he might have dared to bid for all 7 of the flying dragons. I can consider it if we want to combine our money to buy it. After all, it has plenty of space to carry the 3 of us, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan, aren't you close with Elaine? These dragons are imported from England and the Bai clan is their dealer. There must be a lot of taxes involved. Why don't we ask Elaine and buy one from her factory? Surely it's a lot cheaper, Zhao Manyang proposed. Mo Fan scratched his head. If he had known Elaine had such a formidable background, he would have fawned upon her more when he had the chance. He might be close with Elaine, but they were not close enough for Elaine to sell the dragons at a crazily cheap price. The cost of taming these dragons had to be extremely high. Xinxia is closer to her. I'll ask Xinxia to ask on our behalf, Mo Fan offered. Zhong Xiaohu is richer than us. He bought the dragon right away, Mu Bai reported. Mu Bai had only finished the sentence when he heard Hua Yuzhu ask, General, are we taking all the triumphant eagle dragons, too? All of them. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai's expressions complicated further. In the end, working on their own had led them to live poor lives, while serving the country would give them riches that would last for their entire lives. Only a setting that needed a lot of money like this would show who was the real Puvo. Say, how much do you think a totem beast would be worth? If we kidnap the moon moth phoenix, can we get ourselves a nest of flying dragons? Zhao Manyang wondered aloud. Chapter 20-44. Do you want this? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo Fan would have been lying if he said he was not interested after seeing the exhibition, but the flying dragons were too expensive. Not everyone's family owned a gold mine and could afford to buy the flying dragons. Zhao Manyang was obsessed with the dragons. He kept asking Mo Fan to contact Elaine or Xinxia. Mu Bai was also interested in the flying dragons. Mu Bai was not a summoner, but he was raising insects. Zhao Manyang had seen Mu Bai summoning a creature that looked like a dragon. If he could mix a dragon's lineage into the creature, its strength would increase significantly. Look, Zhong Xiaohu now has a flying dragon, while his men have the triumphant eagle dragons. How cool will they look when they are flying on their mounts? Zhao Manyang said jealously. Are you really that obsessed with dragons? Mo Fan asked him. Of course, women, cars, tamed dragons. I like everything that I can ride on, especially the luxurious ones. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Mo Fan sighed. I'll make a call. I think she is still up at this time. Mo Fan counted the time difference with his fingers. Xinxia should be preparing for bed now. If he called at a different time, he would most likely reach the old woman Tata instead. Xinxia. Brother Mo Fan, Xinxia always sounded energetic, but she sounded a little bitter this time. Mo Fan had an awkward face. He had just seen the logs on his phone. He had not called Xinxia for a long time. It sounded like Xinxia was about to turn into a resentful wife. Mo Fan was not the kind who enjoyed long phone calls. He would visit Greece if he really missed Xinxia. He found a quiet corner to comfort Xinxia first. The call went on for half an hour. Zhao Manyang came 3 times to check on him. He was starting to run out of patience. Enough chit-chat, hurry up and tell her about the flying dragons. Zhao Manyang yelled. Xinxia heard Zhao Manyang's outburst on the other end. Mo Fan sighed and finally told her about the exhibition. The exhibition was clearly going to influence the whole world greatly. Mo Fan was still struggling to believe it. How had they obtained so many flying dragons and tamed them to be as obedient as the heavenly eagles? The difference between the flying dragons and the heavenly eagles was quite vast. The flying dragons had a proud lineage, and it was extremely difficult to make them contracted beasts. How did they possibly tame the dragons with the psychic element? The Black Vatican was powerful because they had mastered cursed magic to control the dark beast monsters, allowing everyone who joined the Black Vatican to become a mage. Every member would be given a dark beast monster to help them with their evil deeds. However, the dark beast monsters were incomparable to the flying dragons. There were also the Crossbreeds and Pseudo-Dragons, too. Would the militaries across the world abandon their unique tamed beasts and make every soldier a dragon rider? Brother Mo Fan, if you really want a mount, the Parthenon Temple has a half-blood crimson dragon. Its tamed level has already reached 4 stars. Do you want me to send it to you after its tamed level reaches 5 stars? Xinxia offered to him. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide, having trouble thinking. Why did he feel like a gigolo? What level is the dragon? He asked despite himself. It's a drake, Xinxia informed him. Mo Fan coughed in shock. Does the name Half-Blood Crimson Dragon mean it has half the lineage of a crimson drake? Is it stronger than a flying dragon? He had to ask. Half of its lineage is drake, and the other half is inferior dragon. It's in the lesser ruler level now, but its tamed level isn't that high. Xinxia flipped through a file to confirm the information. The tamed levels of a beast had a max of 7 stars. A tamed level of 5 stars was the lowest requirement for a tamed beast, but it was not allowed to come into cities. A 5-star tamed beast might rebel or attack people if it was frightened. 6 stars was the safest level for a tamed beast. The Heavenly Eagles had a tamed level of 6 stars. The revolt of the Heavenly Eagles in Hangzhou was a special case, and unprecedented. 6 stars was the international standard for a tamed beast. Such tamed beasts were allowed to enter a city after requesting certain permissions. 7 stars usually referred to as summoners' beasts. Those summoned beasts were summoned with dimensional summoning, like Mo Fan's old wolf. The summoners had full control over them. Contracted beasts did not have a tamed level, as they were one with the summoners. Their problems were their summoners' problems. 6 stars was already perfect for a tamed beast. People rarely went for 7 stars. 5 stars was a qualified tamed beast. 4 stars meant they would not take orders from humans. 3 stars did not take the initiative to attack humans. As for 1 and 2 stars, they were only pacified and could regain their savage nature at any time. The half-blood Crimson Dragon was only 4 stars, meaning that its master had to expect the creature would simply ignore him. "Brother Mo Fan, if you want, I can tame it for you, but I'll need some time," Xinxia went on. Xinxia was indeed a psychic mage. She had to make sure nothing went wrong, thus she would tame the half-blood Crimson Dragon herself. The half-blood Crimson Dragon was almost a direct descendant of a drake, so it had to be proud and aloof. Even the great muses of the Parthenon Temple would struggle to tame a creature to 5 stars. Xinxia would have to rely on the soul of the Parthenon Temple to tame the half-blood Crimson Dragon. "Forget it, you already don't have enough time to rest," Mo Fan shook his head. He did not want Xinxia to waste her effort on a creature he was only going to use as a mount, not to mention Xinxia would have to use the soul of the Parthenon Temple. Xinxia had already given up her heart to bring Little Flame Bell back to life, and now shared a heart with Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan immediately turned down the offer when he heard she had to use the soul of the Parthenon Temple. It did not make sense to let her wife sell her blood for money just so he could drive a BMW. "What about the Radiant Unicorn? Do you want that? Dragons aren't the friendliest creatures. The Parthenon Temple's Radiant Unicorn isn't any weaker than dragons." Xinxia asked him. Radiant Unicorns. Mo Fan had never heard of the creature before, but Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai's lips were twitching. The Radiant Unicorns. They were the most sacred beasts in Europe. Most clans could not secure one, even if they spent all their fortunes. Having a gold mine was no longer enough. They would have to own a country. Speaking of which, the Parthenon Temple was one of the top 3 factions when it came to taming beasts. Why did they have to ask Elaine? What about the Apollo Divine Bird? Mo Fan didn't know what to say. You don't like that? What about the Lion Scorpion King? Mo Fan still couldn't say anything. I just took a quick look. We also have the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, 5-colored Zeus Peafowl, Poseidon 9-headed Snake, Shadow Unicorn, Athena Dragon Deer, and Quartz Winged Tiger. Brother Mo Fan, why aren't you saying anything? Do you not like them? I should ask Elaine then. I guess all men like dragons. Luckily, Mo Fan did not repeat the names of the creatures, or Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai would have been foaming at the mouth right now. Chapter 2445. Leading Dragon Beasts. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Mo Fan believed it was fine being a gigolo at times. He just had to pick a random creature and ride it. No one would dare to look at him provokingly. Brother Mo Fan, I'll think of a way, Xinxia told him. No, it's fine, the 3 of us are only looking for mounts. The flying dragon suits us best. We can switch to a stronger mount once we are stronger, Mo Fan said quickly. Tamed beasts were not as reliable as summoned beasts. Even a 5-star tamed beast might revolt if their master was not significantly stronger than them. The stronger a tamed beast, the higher its intelligence. The chains binding their hearts would loosen up gradually as they spent more time with their master. They would eventually betray their master and escape one day. Tamed beasts could also not be stored in another dimension like summoned beasts and contracted beasts could, and they were not allowed in the cities if their levels were too high. If Mo Fan received a 5-star tamed beast from Xinxia, he would have nowhere to keep it. It would be easier if it was a 6-star tamed beast, which he could just keep at Feiluan Mountain. He would have to live in the mountains away from the cities if he had a 5-star tamed beast. It's important to reach a tamed level of 6 stars, Xinxia agreed on the phone. It was important for a tamed beast to be obedient. The Parthenon Temple had few outstanding 6-star tamed beasts. The Radiance Unicorns were the only 6-star tamed beasts it had at present. Unfortunately, the Radiance Unicorns were only willing to be mounts to those with the unique blessing aura of the Parthenon Temple's muses. Ordinary people had difficulties approaching Radiance Unicorns. Xinxia had one to ride. Mo Fan had tried touching it, but the creature had regarded him with disdain. Zhao Manyang quickly asked about the outcome after Mo Fan hung up the call. It was inconvenient not having a reliable mount after reaching the super level. Mo Fan might be a summoner, but the old wolf was from a different dimension. He was not on standby 24 hours a day. He had his own battles to fight in the summoned beast plane. Besides, the old wolf was more of a fighter. He was not good at rapid travel over land and water. He also lacked endurance compared to tamed beasts who were specifically trained to be mounts. Mo Fan was starting to regret using his second contract on Apers. Not only was he unable to ride her, she kept playing mind games with him and only knew to act coquettishly around him. All his problems would be solved if he had a strong and reliable contracted beast instead. Elaine invited us to her place, Mo Fan relayed to them.
Ooh? Are we going overseas again?
I haven't even enjoyed myself after coming back, Zhao Manyang half protested. I'm a summoner, so I don't really need a tamed beast. If anything, I can just find a flying creature with my dimensional summoning to make up for it, Mo Fan said indifferently. Damn it, what do you mean? Fine, we'll go. It's just a renowned clan in England who's even richer than my family. Do you think I'm scared of them? Zhao Manyang was desperate to get his hands on a flying dragon. Mu Bai was more interested in the technology Elaine's clan had used to tame the flying dragons. He knew the technology would be confidential, but he might learn something when they visited Elaine and in doing so expand his knowledge on raising his insects. I feel like Elaine will need a favor from us, Mo Fan commented. Well, we don't have the money to afford the flying dragons, so we can only work for them. It's nothing, Zhao Manyang had to agree. Does that mean we might get ourselves a flying dragon each? Mu Bai's eyes glittered. She said she has another species that is better than the flying dragons that are being sold on the market. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai immediately became more energetic. By the way, the government has cancelled a lot of flights. We won't be able to leave the country easily, Mu Bai said after recalling the latest news. We'll just ask Elaine to arrange a private jet for us. Besides, we no longer have to worry about that once we have the flying dragons. We can fly wherever we want and visit any country. Zhao Manyang exclaimed enthusiastically. Elaine was a true heroine. She immediately made the arrangements when she heard about the strict restrictions on international flights. A flying dragon landed on a helipad at Feiluan Mountain the next morning. A middle-aged man in a butler's outfit was waiting for them. Are you three Duchess Elaine's honorable guests? The butler asked with a smile. This private jet isn't bad, either. Mo Fan had to admit. Come, let's pay England a visit. We'll be crossing a few infamous mountain ranges, so the journey might be a little dangerous, but don't you worry, the flying dragon's presence will stop ordinary demon creatures from troubling us, the butler informed them. Sure, let's go. The land was spreading before them like a giant painting. Some grey-blue areas were occasionally visible meandering to the east. Thick white clouds like a sea of bubbles were floating under them. It felt like they could just walk on the clouds while the bright sunlight was shining on them from above. The air was slightly chilly, but it was fresh and clean compared to the air below the clouds. The flying dragons were able to fly above the clouds. Even though they were covered in sturdy scales, their scales were almost combined with their skin. The strong cold wind could not inflict any damage on their skin, making it useful when flying at great altitude. They could also avoid the brainless demon creatures and prevent unwanted troubles. General Zhong, these dragon beasts are so much better than our heavenly eagles. The heavenly eagles have to rest and eat after flying for 2 to 3 hours. It was a waste of time and effort just to find a safe landing spot, but now, we can fly for a whole day after buying these flying dragons. We will arrive at our destination soon. Advisor Tan Feng spoke up. Isn't that right? A bunch of predator demon hawks just flew right past us. I was ready for a fight, but they ran away as soon as they saw the dragon beasts. It feels good to have green lights throughout the journey, a soldier exclaimed excitedly. General Zhong, why are you so quiet? Another soldier asked. Zhong Xiaohu collected his thoughts and looked behind him. Even though the triumphant eagle dragons were only pseudo-dragons, they were covered in sturdy scales and had powerful eagle's claws. They were strong enough to lift an armored commander-level creature 1,000 meters into the sky. The soldiers behind him were each riding a triumphant eagle dragon. It was impressive when over 50 triumphant eagle dragons were beating their wings and flying in pattern. Zhong Xiaohu was quiet because he was recalling the dream he had a long time ago. When he had first joined the army, his greatest dream was to become an officer, even if it was only the lowest rank. He just wanted to have a heavenly eagle as his mount. He formed the dream when he saw Zhong Kong and his men leaving on their heavenly eagles to hunt the dark-winged wolf. But now, he was riding flying dragons and dragon beasts. He was riding a flying dragon and leading his men on their dragon beasts. Chapter 20:46. The Bohai Dragon King. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The terrain of northern China largely consisted of vast valleys. Zhong Xiaohu and his men were flying to the north along the coastline of the East China Sea. A meandering black line of mountain ranges was splitting the boundless land and the majestic sea apart. White waves were splashing on the cliffs between the land and the sea. The waves gradually dissipated in ripples at the gentler spots, but rose over 7 meters high at the stormier locations. The coastline is extending further to the east, Hua Yuzhu pointed out. It means we are close to the Bohai Sea. We will soon arrive at Qinhuangda. The dragon beasts had only stopped for a rest once between the journey from the magic city to Qinhuangda located to the north of Bohai Sea. Their endurance was significantly better than the heavenly eagles. If their country had a dragon tamer clan like England, the whole military could turn over a new leaf. I can see the towns and villages. It's strange how they still haven't built dams along the coastline. I can still see people living there. Aren't they afraid of the sea monsters? A scout asked, puzzled by what he was seeing. The south is prone to typhoons, huge storms, and even tsunamis throughout summer. Most of the sea monsters have gathered in the East China Sea. The Bohai Sea is much less dangerous in comparison, Tan Feng told him. But it's still too dangerous. The coastlines across the world are currently under orange alert. Certain countries have even placed their coastlines under blue or red alerts. Human territory is shrinking rapidly, and our agriculture is heavily impacted. Once the headquarters cities are finished, each of them will have tens of million people. What are we going to eat without land to plant food? Tan Feng asked rhetorically. The situation was looking grim for the country. The truth was, whenever the condition of the sea roughened, the sea harvest for the whole country would diminish. Every place would start running short on food, let alone when farmlands were also abandoned. Therefore, certain agricultural areas were not evacuated, in order to stock up on as much food as possible. What's down there? Zhong Xiaohu asked. That should be Luning County. It mainly supplies seafood to the whole country. It's managed by a conglomerate, Tan Feng told his boss. He had done some research before coming here. He was quite familiar with Qinhuangda. I wonder if it was my imagination, Zhong Xiaohu murmured. What did you see? Hua Yuzhu asked quickly. Zhong Xiaohu pointed at a misty area close to the sea and said, "I thought I saw a residential building facing the sea over there. It was the wide and long kind, but..." Zhong Xiaohu purposely ordered the flying dragon to reduce its altitude so he could take a closer look. The buildings were like small building blocks from so high above. The streets were like tiny lines crossing paths with one another, so Zhong Xiaohu wondered if he was imagining things. The flying dragon started descending from the sky. It held its wings straight and glided down. It was perfectly stable despite the strong air resistance. "I think the building collapsed. There's only debris left. Perhaps an earth mage has demolished it," Tan Feng ventured. "This area is currently under orange alert. Even if the buildings are abandoned, they are advantageous platforms for the mags to fight sea monsters on. Why would they bother wasting their time and effort demolishing the buildings?" Hua Yuzhu spoke up, concerned by the fact. Zhong Xiaohu shared the same thought. Every building close to the sea was a useful assembling spot for the mags when they were fending off the sea monsters. "General, look!" The head scout pointed in another direction. It was some old grey buildings, but there were still clothes being dried on the balconies. The buildings were obviously occupied. From their angle, they could see people, who looked like tiny sand particles from this height, running into the open outside the building. The people were escaping from the building. It looked like they were moving very slowly because Zhong Xiaohu and his men were watching from such a great altitude. The building started collapsing as huge clouds of dust were swept into the air. The buildings in the whole area had collapsed in just several minutes. The buildings did not break or crumble, but the floors, walls, and pillars had all turned into powder. The dust being swept into the air looked like a giant ball from above. "Is there an attack?" Hua Yuzhu immediately exclaimed in alarm. The buildings clearly did not collapse because they were being demolished. There were residents still fleeing from the buildings. To their relief, the buildings had turned into powder as they were collapsing. Otherwise, the falling debris would have resulted in great casualties. "Captain Tian, go check it out," Zhong Xiaohu ordered. "Affirmative." The head scout dove down with his triumphant eagle dragon, leaving a spectacular spiraling flow of air along its trail. The head scout returned after some time. He saluted and said, "General, I didn't discover any demon creatures." Zhong Xiaohu was constantly observing the ground and the area. He also had not picked up any presence of sea monsters. "What did the people say?" Hua Yuzhu asked sharply. Tan Feng immediately glared at Hua Yuzhu. Hua Yuzhu realized she'd been too eager, and lowered her head like she had made a mistake. "What did the people say?" Zhong Xiaohu repeated helplessly. "The people said the same thing has happened in the past. The people would build wooden huts with coniferous trees on the beach and let the waves carry them away. Apparently, the Bohai Sea has a dragon king that is fond of them. It would take away the huts to repair its undersea palace," the head scout said. "What dragon king? There are only sea monsters in the sea." Hua Yuzhu protested. "Rumors of the Dragon King are common in the East and South China Seas, and the Bohai Sea. They each have a different version of the legend," Tan Feng corrected her. "So you are saying it's a common phenomenon around here?" Zhong Xiaohu asked. "Yes, according to the residents. They say a lot of people have forgotten about the old legend, so the Dragon King is angry at them. It has destroyed the buildings without hurting anyone as a warning," the head scout said. Zhong Xiaohu was completely puzzled at this point. On the other hand, there were too many unexplainable phenomena in the world. If the same thing had happened in the past, they would not have worried too much about it, as long as there were no casualties. Chapter 24-47. The Dragon King Culprit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Zhong Xiaohu was on a mission, and could not afford to stay for too long. He asked the head scout to regroup with the rest of the troop so they could continue on their journey. The flying dragon beat its wings and flew higher into the sky. The flying dragons usually flew at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, similar to most commercial flights, but not every creature could withstand the cold when flying at such an extreme altitude. Zhong Xiaohu took a final worried glance at the ground as his mount was soaring into the clouds. He could only see half of the land below because the thick clouds were obscuring things. The grey buildings, as tiny as Lego blocks, were scattered close to some gentle hills in the vast terrain. The area close to the mountains was most likely the main district of the county. The buildings were denser there than those close to the sea. When the buildings were almost blocked off by the clouds, Zhong Xiaohu noticed round grey clouds engulfing some of those buildings. The sky was silent as the strange phenomenon occurred on the ground. Zhong Xiaohu thought he was imagining things again. "Dive down!" Zhong Xiaohu suddenly ordered. His men had no idea what was going on. They only saw Zhong Xiaohu pulling the lead reins on the flying dragon. The majestic creature immediately dove from the sky. The flying dragon did not fold its wings. It pulled its wings toward its tail, making its head and body into a long triangle. Its dive left two visible lines on both sides as its wings sliced through the air. It soon passed through the layer of clouds. The others immediately followed and dove for the ground too, but the triumphant eagle dragons were slower than the flying dragon. They were quickly left some distance behind. Zhong Xiaohu gradually approached the ground. He could see the intertwining roads, patches of farmlands and wetlands, and people fleeing in panic. However, he felt a shiver running down his spine when he noticed the buildings had all disappeared. All the buildings were razed to the ground, as if they were destroyed by a celestial being. Their remains, now in the form of dust clouds, loomed over the district. Thousands of people were standing on the streets and staring at their surroundings like they were having a nightmare in total disbelief and fear. Not a single building was left, including those with only a single story. Even the strongest earthquake would not turn all the buildings into powder in just an instant. Most importantly, an earthquake would cause strong quakes and leave cracks in the ground everywhere. However, the ground was perfectly fine without any sign of damage, yet the buildings of an entire county had all collapsed and turned into dust. Zhong Xiaohu could not believe his eyes. It would take a huge amount of power to cause such a terrifying phenomenon. Even a great ruler could not destroy the buildings so cleanly and silently. However, Zhong Xiaohu did not notice anything strange as he searched the Boulder County. There was no sign of a powerful demon creature's presence and no trails had been left behind by the culprit. The whole county had effectively disappeared, but its residents were all unharmed. Some of the people were living in taller buildings, but the hills of dust the buildings had turned into cushioned their falls and saved their lives. What exactly just happened? Don't tell me the Dragon King is real. Hua Yuzhu blurted out after a prolonged silence. If Hua Yuzhu had linked the phenomenon to the Bohai Dragon King, the residents who had been around for a long time would arrive at the same conclusion too. The survivors soon dropped to their knees while facing the sea. They either lost their minds after being overwhelmed by fear, or were sincerely grateful toward the Dragon King for sparing their lives. Many were knocking their heads on the ground. It was quite a shocking sight. The shocking incident in Luning County soon spread on the internet. There was no sign of demon creatures, and it did not seem to be caused by a mage either. It was like the work of a god, so more people started to believe the Bohai Dragon King was responsible for it. Zhong Xiaohu could not stay in Luning County. There was nothing he could do since there was no sign of any demon creatures. He could not find any explanation for the incident either. However, Zhong Xiaohu could sense a strange atmosphere looming over Qinhuangda. The buildings were destroyed in virtually no time at all. What if the target was the people, who were far more fragile? Was it really a warning from the Bohai Dragon King? What would he do next to vent his wrath? Zhong Xiaohu quickly reached Qinhuangdao City. He was still lost in his thoughts. For some reason, he had a feeling the mission he had been assigned had something to do with the rumors of the Bohai Dragon King. Bohai District. Bohai was a coastal resort town, but not many people were visible enjoying their day on the beach, most likely due to the incident that shocked the whole country. A black-bearded middle-aged man in a brown military coat was walking slowly along a scenic path. The sea breeze was caressing his beard. "I heard about Beijiang. You did well, the man spoke. Chief, is the incident in Lunan County related to our current mission? Zhong Xiaohu asked attentively. Pretty sharp, aren't you? The wrath of the Dragon King, who? People always like to believe in rumors, the man sighed. Xiaohu, what do you think? I think it's terrifying. The cities are our foundation. The safe zones are established with relay stations, sentry towers, keeps, fortresses, and maritime battlefields on their perimeters. The coastlines are even guarded by dams, otherwise the sea monsters would be able to come and go freely. If something out there has the ability to turn them all into dust, the cities will soon turn into hunting grounds for the sea monsters and demon creatures. Zhong Xiaohu judged. It seems like you are more alert than some of the old generals, the man smiled grimly. The two kept walking along the beach. The man suddenly stopped and pointed at the sea and the islands within their range of vision. How far can you see? The man asked. Around 12 kilometers. The water you can see now and the water further away are full of the culprits who destroyed Lunan County. These things have always been in our territory. They are trying to destroy every defensive structure, dam, and building along our coastlines. Bohai is their nest. They are multiplying now, growing until they are strong enough to devour the Bohai, East, and South China Seas, the man declared with a slight hint of anger. Zhong Xiaohu could sense his chief's aura. The waves were rolling in the opposite direction, and the tide was retreating from him, too. The man continued before Zhong Xiaohu could say a word. The old clock tower in Shanghai Guan district has started its countdown. Zhong Xiaohu was puzzled. He looked at the huge clock tower on top of a mountain in Shanhaiguan district. Chief, what is the countdown for? He asked. The arrival of a forbidden curse. Chapter 2448. Okaying for Traces, translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. Zhong Xiaohu had several guesses on what the mission was about. He also knew it was confidential and urgent. However, he did not expect it would involve a forbidden curse. The countdown for a forbidden curse. Wouldn't that mean the culprits in the Bohai Sea were so strong that they had to rely on a forbidden curse? Forbidden curses and ordinary magic were completely different. A forbidden curse was at least 100 times stronger than a super spell, and that was only describing the initial damage a forbidden curse would cause. Most terrifyingly, a forbidden curse would often inflict irrecoverable damage on the surrounding areas and environment. The power of forbidden curses had to be treated with extreme caution. They were usually treated as a last resort when mankind was at stake. The magic associations across the 5 continents and many countries had forbidden every organization, faction, country, and forbidden mags to use forbidden curses. Chief, will you be handling it? Zhong Xiaohu could not withhold the shock in his heart. They were going to use the strongest magic in the world. It did not matter what creature they were up against. It was going to perish for sure. The Ice Emperor will handle the forbidden curse. The induction has already begun. We now need the coordinates for the seal, the man said. Coordinates for the seal. Zhong Xiaohu soon realized why he had been called here. The induction of a forbidden curse was a massive process. Most forbidden mags were unable to complete a forbidden curse by themselves. Forbidden mags were usually the main inductors. They needed other inductors and magic formations to provide the forbidden curse with an enormous amount of energy. The forbidden curse did not involve a mere star palace made up of 2401 stars. They would have to construct an imperial city full of shiny star palaces, meaning a lot of super mags would be involved. Zhong Xiaohu was not an ice mage. None of his men were outstanding ice mags either, which meant his troop was called here for a different job. The trickiest part of a forbidden curse is its induction. The whole Bohai Sea will be alerted during the induction, but we have already made the necessary preparations. We will not allow the sea monsters to interrupt the process. After the induction, the forbidden curse will need specific coordinates for its landing point. The destructive might of a forbidden curse was immeasurable. Its power was just too overwhelming due to the induction performed by a forbidden mage with the help of countless super mags, advanced mags, and elemental formations. The Forbidden Curse had an insane coverage area, too. It might even trigger disastrous events like tsunami, landslides, earthquakes, hail, and volcanic eruptions. It was difficult to tell how long the Forbidden Curse would last, and what level of elemental storm it would trigger and where it would go to. A Forbidden Curse would also disrupt the stability of space and create a black hole. Even as the space was repairing itself, the black hole would devour everything within a certain range as it was shrinking. They had to consider a lot of factors before using a Forbidden Curse, especially since every area of land was utterly precious to mankind. Once a Forbidden Curse was used, the whole place would be cursed and become uninhabitable. Therefore, the coordinates of the Forbidden Curse's first impact point were crucial due to the uncertainties involved. The Dragon King culprits posed a huge threat to the entire coastline of their country. If the coordinates missed the Dragon King culprit's nest, many of them would survive the Forbidden Curse. However, if the nest of the Dragon King culprits was too close to human territory, they would have to compromise and find the coordinates with the perfect balance between the safety of human territory and the damage the Forbidden Curse would inflict on the enemy. The landing point of the Forbidden Curse. It was a tough mission for Zhong Xiaohu's platoon of Violet Imperial Mags. Xiaohu, even the main inductor, couldn't estimate the damage of the Forbidden Curse. Once the countdown ends, the Forbidden Curse will be released. Therefore, you must flee as soon as you find the coordinates. I promise I'll finish my mission. I want you to complete the mission and come back safely, the man ordered him. Affirmative, sir. Zhong Xiaohu was excited and a little uneasy when he returned to his troop. It was the highest order he had been given since he joined the army. The safety of all of China was at stake, not to mention they were going to use the strongest magic in the world to resolve it. He looked at the sea now covered in darkness. Many powerful creatures were hiding in the shadows and under the waves. Even though Zhong Xiaohu had no idea what they were going up against, the fear in his heart gradually diminished after learning they were backed by a Forbidden Curse. The stars were still glowing brightly in the sky. People always said the brightest star was the eye of a person who remained at the bottom of one's heart after they had left during one's childhood. They would see the person's gaze when their heart was as calm as the night sky. Zhong Xiaohu could only hug his head and cry in the past, but he now had the power to protect an entire sea. You should worry more about your own safety first next time, Zhong Xiaohu murmured. He pulled his cap lower and headed for the bright lilac camp. The sun had just risen. The cold of the dawn mixed with the sea breeze greeted Zhong Xiaohu. He washed his face to quickly get rid of his sleepiness and looked at the clock tower on the mountain. The clock was adjusted to indicate days, meaning a complete cycle of the minute hand was equivalent to a day. A complete cycle of the hour hand would mean 12 days. The Forbidden Curse would take place when all three hands were pointing at 12. Only 12 days left until the deadline. They did not have much time. They could not afford to waste a single second. General, we've received the information on the Dragon King culprits. Should I read it out to everyone? The head of the Royal Guards inquired of him. Yes. The flying dragon beat its wings and took off into the sky, stirring up huge waves and strong gusts of wind. A group of dragon beasts followed the flying dragon and soared into the clouds. The Bohai Sea's coastline was extremely long. They had to keep searching along it all the way to Dalian. Their information stated the Dragon King culprits were residing close to the coastline. They might also be staying on the islands that were close to the mainland. They could not exclude the swamps and wetlands either. After all, the Dragon King culprits were active in other areas than the Bohai Sea. Buildings were collapsing mysteriously in the East China Sea and South China Sea too, including the Magic City. Let's go to Luning County first, Zhong Xiaohu said after reading the information. Are we finally going after the creatures that are keeping the people around the Bohai Sea in constant fear? Humph, we'll soon learn their secrets. Captain Tian declared. The Dragon King culprits would definitely have left some clues behind after destroying so many buildings in Luning County. That being said, it was not going to be easy to look for the clues. Chapter 2449. Advancing Before a Forbidden Curse. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The people in Lunan County had started to move, but most residents were willing to build simple houses and stay behind out of fear and respect to the Bohai Dragon King. According to their beliefs, they were asking forgiveness from the Bohai Dragon King. When Zhong Xiaohu and his men returned to Lunan County, they could see a lot of wooden huts had been built from coniferous trees along the beach. The wooden huts were facing the sea. Some of them even had delicate carvings, bright paint, and blue lines on them so they would resemble the Dragon King's palace. Most importantly, there were some wooden huts in a town close to Lunan County. These huts were perfectly unharmed. As a result, more people now believed in the practice of offering wooden huts to the Dragon King. What year is it already? Why are they so superstitious? Hua Yuzhu scoffed. It's not really about being superstitious. Everyone was under great pressure after the terrifying incident. They are just trying to look for comfort through simple rituals. Not everyone truly believes the Dragon King is real, Tan Feng explained in a reasonable voice. The land of the Linhai district in Lunan County was around 100 meters higher than the sea level. The dust the buildings had turned into was still covering its streets. General, you haven't told us what our mission is, Captain Tian inquired. The rest of the troops were extremely curious, too. Zhong Xiaohu had met the chief in person. The mission given by the chief had to be unusual. The truth is, the military knows what is responsible for the incident, Zhong Xiaohu told them. So, are we going to look for its traces and take it out? Zhong Xiaohu shook his head as he took out a confidential file. We are going after a unique species. The military calls them the Dragon King Krill, Zhong Xiaohu informed them. Dragon King Krill. Everyone was astounded. Did that mean Lunan County had been invaded by demon creatures? Why didn't they see anything? What form did the Dragon King Krill take? Zhong Xiaohu knew everyone was puzzled. He asked Tan Feng to collect a lot of seawater from the nearby beach. Tan Feng was a water mage. He controlled the seawater and poured it into a pit surrounded by rocks. The Dragon King Krill are inside there, Zhong Xiaohu told them. The others immediately went closer and stared at the water in the pit, but they did not notice anything unusual. Was it possible that the Dragon King Krill were plankton, which were so small they were invisible to the naked eye? Zhong Xiaohu took out a bottle of purple liquid and poured it into the pit. The liquid spread rapidly and dyed the water inside the pit purple. However, a small portion of the seawater did not turn purple, retaining its initial color. It looked like a pillar of ant-sized creatures swimming around inside the purple liquid. What are those? Hua Yuzhu blurted out in shock. These are the Dragon King Krill. Their bodies are transparent, like the water. They are almost invisible when they are moving along the ground, too, Zhong Xiaohu answered, pointing at the creatures swimming in the purple liquid. It was also Zhong Xiaohu's first time seeing the Dragon King Krill. The military had given him information on the Dragon King Krill and shown him how to reveal them. Zhong Xiaohu was also surprised when he finally saw the strange transparent creatures with his own eyes. In other words, the Dragon King Krill had already followed the waves and invaded human territory without alerting anyone. The only relief was that these Dragon King Krill did not feed on humans. They were more interested in concrete and steel. They are vermin born in the oceans. They can severely damage our defenses and any buildings that are built with steel and concrete along the coastline. The Dragon King Krill in this pit can take down a 10-story building within a single day. There are countless numbers of these Dragon King Krill in the sea. We have also learned something terrifying. A huge army of Dragon King Krill will soon emerge from the Bohai Sea and destroy all our defenses and cities along the coastline in several months. The country will then be defenseless against the sea monsters. Zhong Xiaohu understood why the government had to use a forbidden curse after learning all the information about the Dragon King Krill. The Bohai Sea was vast. Just 10 tons of seawater alone would have 1 to 3 Dragon King Krill. According to the intel they had, there were dozens or even hundreds of Dragon King Krill in every 10 tons of water close to their nest. They were like an omnipresent army of ants eating away the final line of defenses that the humans were clinging to. This is insane. I just had a swim at the beach yesterday. I feel extremely uncomfortable now, Captain Tien murmured. The information also says these creatures aren't interested in living things, at least for now. However, ever since the sea level started to rise, a lot of sea monsters across the world have mutated. The white clouds of demon creatures which have been a huge threat in the Pacific Ocean are one example. I believe the military has decided to use a forbidden curse because the authorities are worried the Dragon King Krill might mutate, too, Zhong Xiaohu went on. Everyone was listening carefully and nodding, but their eyes widened when they heard the words forbidden curse. General Zhong, did you just mention a forbidden curse? I did. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. He informed his men about the forbidden curse after telling them about the Dragon King Krill. Their mission was extremely challenging. Even though they were not the only troop of the Violet Imperial Battalion charged with searching for the right coordinates, they would constantly be on their toes after learning there was a countdown. If we don't leave in time, will we perish together with the Dragon King Krill? Hua Yuzhu asked. Yes, so we have to plan our escape wisely as we are carrying out the mission, Zhong Xiaohu told them. The soldiers fell silent. They were basically walking on the edge when they were advancing before a forbidden curse. Chapter 2450. Salted Blood. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Arent. The dragon beasts only ate raw meat. They might be powerful mounts, but it was troublesome to feed them. A few soldiers brought back some demon creatures' meat from a nearby marketplace to feed them. Tian Cheng came back with good news after the Flying Dragon and Triumphant Eagle Dragons were fed. Not only was Tian Cheng a scout, he also specialized in tracking down demon creatures. He could locate the feathers, scales, skin crumbs, and worms that fell off demon creatures and analyze them to determine the species. When they were in Beijiang, the evil hound ruler kept moving around in the wilderness. If Captain Tien had not traced it down through its saliva, they would have had no chance of finding the ruler-level creature. Their mission was to look for the Dragon King Krill nest, but these creatures were as transparent as the water they lived in. Their transparency was not the same as pure water. They could modify their transparency based on the cloudiness of the water, and since they were crustaceans, they could hide inside rocks too, making it difficult to track them down. Zhong Xiaohu thought they would spend some time in Luning County to look for clues, but Tuen Cheng came back with a piece of useful information. General Zhong, I found some colored salt in the wetlands. The weather happened to be sunny and clear for the past few days, so the seawater had dried into salt. Tian Cheng opened his palm. Hua Yuzhu went closer to take a look, but she had no idea what she was looking at. Is there something special about this salt? Zhong Xiaohu asked calmly. Yes, this colored salt is formed when waves are splashing on salt flower rocks. The water erodes the rocks and turns into this seaweed blue salt after it has dried, Tian Cheng explained. But what does that have to do with the Dragon King Krill? Hua Yuzhu had to ask. I've analyzed the Dragon King Krill and found the salt content in their body liquid to be several times higher than the salt level of ordinary seawater. It has even passed the highest soluble level, so I'm guessing the liquid is serving as their blood and providing them with energy, Tian Cheng deduced. Tian Cheng was a smart soldier. He immediately grabbed a few Dragon King Krill from the sea after having a thought. He discovered the Dragon King Krill could not live in fresh water after a quick experiment. The Dragon King Krill would suffocate in 10 minutes in water without salt, drowning as if they had no access to oxygen. Most importantly, when Tian Cheng threw a few bricks, clay, and rocks into the water, the Dragon King Krill would eat them and turn them into a liquid with a higher salt level, allowing them to move freely and act more aggressively in fresh water. Tian Cheng concluded the Dragon King Krill required a high level of salt. The oceans were the perfect cultivation factories for them, as they were rich in salt. However, the salt level there was still not high enough for them. They continued to feed on rocks, concrete, and steel and turned them all into salt. If these creatures can eat rocks, won't they be unstoppable? This world will never run out of rocks and seawater. Hua Yuzhu exclaimed. So they must have a great weakness, or they are selective eaters. Either way, salt is the Dragon King Krill's vitality and energy. We can narrow down the search to islands and cliffs with salt flower rocks. We should be able to find a lot of these Dragon King krill, Tian Cheng declared confidently. The salt level of normal seawater was not enough to support the Dragon King krill. They would most likely gather at places with a higher concentration of salt and even build their nests there. We can try asking the locals and see if they know where to find salt flower rocks, Zhong Xiaohu agreed. I already did. Tian Cheng took out a map of the Bohai Sea and its coasts. It had a few red circles on it already. There's a peninsula with a lot of salt flower rocks 70 kilometers from here. There are many villages and factories nearby, too. Great, let's go. The Salt Flower Peninsula was almost fully separated from the mainland. It was only connected to the mainland by a damp path. It did not even have a bridge for cars to access it. The path was submerged under seawater most of the time after the rise of the sea level. Only part of it was exposed when the tide fell. The peninsula was huge, with around 30 villages scattered across it. It also had 5 factories of various sizes. The biggest one had over 1,000 workers. There was no main road, highway, or rail connected to Salt Flower Island. There was only a damaged road leading to the damp path, so most people had no idea there were still so many people living on the peninsula. We would never have found this place if we hadn't learned of its existence from the locals, Tan Feng commented. The peninsula was less developed than the coasts. It only had a wind farm as a source of electricity. The white windmills were the most advanced structures on the peninsula. Mobile signals were extremely weak, let alone internet coverage. However, the people on the peninsula did not live a primitive life, having their own standard of living. Even though it was inconvenient to contact the outside world, the peninsula was not completely sealed off. It was just a little behind. Zhong Xiaohu and his men waited until it was dark before flying to the peninsula so they would not alarm the people. They found a small hidden canyon and left a few soldiers behind to look after the flying dragon and triumphant eagle dragons. The rest of his soldiers followed Zhong Xiaohu to the peninsula. If they could build a bridge to this place, it might become a scenic tourist spot, a young female officer observed.
Are you seriously thinking about developing tourism now?
Such a disgusting odor. Do you guys smell that? A soldier with a sharper nose spoke up sharply. Zhong Xiaohu took a deep breath and picked up a pungent smell. Maybe it's the waste produced by the factories. The group continued deeper. They could already see some lights. The residents were a little scattered. There were a few households on top of a hill and several others at the waist of a hill. Some were located beside a road, while some were further away, hidden in the dense woods. I think there's a factory there. Captain Tian, bring some men with you and analyze the seawater. Tang Feng, bring a squad with you to investigate the factory, Zhong Xiaohu ordered. The group quickly split up to do their jobs, leaving only Zhong Xiaohu and Hua Yuzhu behind.